transmitted light to reveal the watermarks in the whole of the document. Next slide, please. UV security feature over the whole of the document. Next slide, please. And this technology now also has patented technology in it. So some of our customers came to us and had a problem looking at particularly passports with the bio page, which is constructed of different laminate layers. And quite often the printing is subsurface. And in this case here, what we see on the left-hand side is the printing is actually laser engraved. It's subsurface. And what's very, very difficult to see is that genuine laser engraving or not? And so we've developed an optical a patent to be able to look at this and determine that it is actually laser engraved. So on the left-hand side, what you see is the printing looks quite flat, and we're talking about where it says 1, 2, 3, 4. That is subsurface. But when we actually look at it using this patented lighting system, which is on the left-hand side, you can actually see the three-dimensional qualities there, and you can confirm that that has actually been created using laser engraving. So that is an example of patented technology being put in to examine the documents. Next slide, please. Okay. Very important for our customers here in India. Many of our customers do a lot of analysis of inks. Handwritten documents are very prominent here, which is not necessarily the same in other parts of the world. So we have listened to that, and we've improved the resolution of the spectrometer down to 2 nanometers. And we're also automating the spectrometer as well. So when you have to do analysis of inks, the spectrometer will, you can just select multiple points and the spectrometer will go away and sample these points on the ink automatically. Next slide, please. Okay. And the software has also been upgraded a little bit to be able to see some of the results a little more clearly than before. And it's also speeding up the examination as well, which is important for a lot of our customers. Next slide, please. Software has been updated to VSE Suite 9, but we keep the feel. Our customers like the fact that they can go from one VSE to another, and it has a big familiarity about them. And we've kept the software the same as far as we can, so that you can go from one machine to another with minimal training. Next slide, please. Okay. So as well as the VSE Suite 9, there's a lot of new features put in there. And there are some examples which we're going to have a look at next in the few minutes I've got left. Next slide, please. So one of the big changes in the latest generation is the change in the chips. So for many years, the actual biometric chips built into ID cards and passports has used what we call a basic access control. And generally, we've been reading nothing more than the image of the person held in the chip itself. However, things are changing. Next slide, please. So there we see an example of basic access control. We typically read the MRZ, and then we extract the image from the chip to compare to the facial image on the document itself. Next slide, please. But more and more now, things are moving towards extended access control. And with extended access control, the chips themselves have a lot more data fields, typically 17 data fields. And as well as just the facial image, there will be other data in those data fields, which could be signatures, it could be iris, it could be address, it could be mobile phone numbers. And so to be able to access and interrogate this information within the chips, it requires a different approach. And I'm pleased to be able to inform you that the latest generation now of VSCs enables you to access this extended chip information and also determine if the chip itself has been counterfeited as well, which is a very unusual event. Next slide, please. We also have now software for what we call MIC, machine identifiable code. I'm not going to go into detail on that, but if you do know what it is, we are able to extract the MIC code from the documents that are printed using inkjet and laser and photocopied documents. Next slide, please. And there is an example whereby we're highlighting the repeated code in the document. If you want to come and talk about this, please come and talk to us on our stand, but I can't go into more detail on that right here. Next slide, please. Okay. More and more as well, with the advance in laminate type documents, ID cards, we need to be able to look at the structure of the card. So here is an example whereby we're looking at the edge of a driving license. And there's two things we want to see there. This could be a driving license, it could be an ID card. We're looking for the presence of the actual number itself, but we're also looking at how that's being constructed. So here we can see multiple layers within the ID card or driving license, and quite often a counterfeit would be a single layer. And being able to look at that and zoom in at high magnification levels is needed to resolve that. Next slide, please. So what we're actually doing there is we're using a mirror system. The document is placed horizontally on a holder, and then the camera focuses on the mirror system to look at the edge, and then we can zoom in to reveal the hidden, in this case, the hidden number of the driving license. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Again, to help our customers, we do different variants of the latest generation. We do a Pro system, which has all the features, and we also offer a Core system, which has a slightly reduced feature set and helps to bring the pricing down a little bit as well. Next slide, please. Okay. So why VSCs? Well, VSCs, the latest generation, offer the best image quality yet, dual camera, A4 imaging, super high magnification levels, optical magnification levels, patented technology on some of the illumination, improved spectrometer, low maintenance, 90% of our illumination is LED, but not 100%, because there are some functions that where a conventional lighting system works better than LED. New lighting systems, and also machine identifiable code identification as well. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you very much. That concludes the presentation. If you would like more information, please come and visit us outside, and I'd be happy to discuss any technical information or questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Richard, for your valuable insights towards the use of the VSC for the document examination and the video spectral comparator technology. Moving towards the next session, I would like to invite Mr. E.D. Connell for his talk on the rapid DNA for investigation towards the solve of crime today and tomorrow. So he will be covering about the full profile of the DNA developmental method, as well as this company or he is associated with the FBI, where the rapid DNA initiative has been taken, and he will be talking about how the DNA profile can have a crucial role in terms of the DNA investigation. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I would first like to thank the National Forensic Science University for hosting this great event and for allowing me to speak. My name is Ed McConnell. I'm a retired FBI agent. I spent most of my career in the San Francisco field office and at our headquarters in Washington, D.C. I retired from the FBI in 2021 and completed my final assignment as the Assistant Legal Attaché at our Bangkok Legal office. I stayed in Bangkok, and I'm now our Rapid DNA Business Development Manager for Thermo Fisher for the Asia-Pacific region. And I'm here today to talk to you about the rapid DNA technology that is helping to identify victims of disaster, stop child trafficking at the border, and help and solve and advance police investigations around the world. Next. I show this slide to give you an idea about Thermo Fisher, the company as a whole, who we are. We provide a lot of the scientific instruments for DNA analysis at the forensic labs across the Asia-Pacific region and worldwide. Thermo is headquartered in the US. We employ about a little over 125,000 employees, and last year we spent a little over $1.5 billion in research and development, meaning that we're committed to advancing science through innovation. And finally, our revenues last year were a little over $43 billion in 2023, making us the biggest company in the world for scientific instruments. But the main reason I show this slide is to point out our mission statement: to enable our customers to make the world healthier, cleaner, and safer. And specifically, rapid DNA technology is enabling our law enforcement, immigration, and military customers to make the world safer. Next. So this is a quick video. So enjoy.
From the moment a call comes in, the clock starts running.
911, what's your emergency?
Backlog, under-resourced crime labs, and ever more complex cases can mean waiting days, weeks, or even months for answers. But that's time you don't have. With every passing minute, memories fade, evidence deteriorates, and suspects flee. It's a race against time that can sometimes feel like a losing battle. But what if there was a way to get answers for the families who desperately need them faster than ever before?
Copy. Go ahead.
Imagine there's a tool that can accurately link someone to a crime and eliminate the wrongly accused in the time it takes to watch a movie. Now, getting the answers you need in just minutes is no longer fiction. It's reality. At Thermo Fisher Scientific, we share your mission to make the world safer. For over 30 years, we've provided forensic laboratories worldwide with gold standard forensic tools. And now, the power of DNA is revolutionizing policing as you know it. In just 90 minutes, rapid DNA technology gives you the answers to focus on the right suspect. Right from the very start of an investigation. So you can protect your community, bring justice to those who seek it, identify the missing, and help prevent tomorrow's victims. It's time to start winning the battle with the clock, because 90 minutes can change everything.
Next. Next slide, please.
From the moment
Next slide. Thank you. What is rapid DNA technology? It compresses standard DNA analysis from weeks, months, even years to just 90 minutes from start to finish. It's simple to use, and it was developed to be used by non-technical personnel and investigators. And finally, it can be used as a benchtop lab instrument, but it is really meant to be deployed in the field and brought to crime scenes, DVI scenes, borders, and police booking stations. Next slide. So why rapid DNA? DNA evidence has become part of almost every investigation nowadays, and its importance as evidence in court cannot be overstated. So sample numbers are only increasing, and there's more pressure to prioritize samples and reduce backlogs. DNA legislation is being passed in many countries, which will also increase the use of DNA for evidence and database purposes. And finally, in the near future, DNA will likely be integrated with biometric data on national ID cards and passports. Next slide. So rapid DNA is part of a larger effort that includes both crime laboratories and law enforcement agencies. For law enforcement, rapid DNA provides DNA results across a much wider range of cases and criminal offenses earlier in the investigative process where DNA has the greatest impact on the investigation. For forensic crime laboratories, rapid DNA combined with the traditional DNA analysis methods and automated workflows improves efficiency and sample processing capacity. Tying all this together is the software to enable real-time collaboration and data sharing between the crime labs and the stakeholder agencies. And we believe that realizing this holistic vision will not only add a lot of efficiency, but it will also help solve, reduce, and prevent crime and identify the unknown. Next slide. So this is a quick slide to show the traditional DNA evidence workflow. You collect a sample, you log the sample, and transport the sample back to the lab. And a lot of times that transportation time costs a lot of days, maybe months, for it to get analyzed. Next slide. And this is the workflow after adding rapid DNA to the process. It streamlines the process from 9 to 4 steps, processing the samples at or as close as you can to the point of collection, and increases the probability that the DNA result is obtained while the suspect is detained. Lab-based processing takes scientific expertise, many hours of training, complex sample management, and costly resources. With rapid DNA, processing samples is simple and can easily be done by an officer or non-technical investigator and have the exact same result you would have from a lab within 90 minutes. Next slide. So you just collect DNA on a swab and then place the swab in one of 2 sample cartridges. These are the 2 types of cartridges, the Aifss or reference sample cartridge, or the Intel Plus, or unknown evidence sample cartridge. The Aifss is used when you collect a sample from a known entity, and the Intel Plus is used when you collect a sample from an unknown source. You then place the cartridge with the swab into the rapid instrument, and both cartridges can be run within 90 minutes. And we have recently upgraded the sensitivity of the Intel Plus cartridge so that it can be used for almost any type of crime scene evidence collected. Next slide. So here are some of the key applications of expediting investigations in the field. Next slide. Arrestee testing. Law enforcement booking agents can collect, process, enroll, and search arrestee DNA against unsolved cases at the time of booking to identify or exclude suspects while they are still in custody. Investigative lead testing. Lab and law enforcement can generate investigative leads from DNA in real time at the scene of the crime or at the agency to help quickly solve high-profile cases like homicides and rape and sexual assault cases and other important cases that are highlighted by the media. Victim identification. Rapidly identify victims at a crime scene, a mass or single casualty event, and try to reunite families with the people that they have lost and provide closure in a timely fashion. Border testing. Verify, claim familial relationships, and identify unaccompanied minors to limit human trafficking and illegal immigration at the border. And one more that is not on the slide that we've added recently is that military is beginning to use the rapid DNA instrument in the field for intelligence ops and DVI use. Defense forces are starting to use the rapid as a tool in their field deployable intel units to collect DNA samples for intel purposes, and they're also using rapid DVI for DVI purposes, both in the Ukraine and Israel, for identifying war remains. Next slide. So there are many ways to use the rapid DNA instrument for investigative intelligence, both in the lab and outside of the lab. The French gendarmerie are deploying the rapid DNA instrument to France's overseas territories to help them provide and solve priority cases and address their backlog, since there are no forensic labs in these overseas territories. Rapid DNA is also being used for inter-agency deployment and intra-agency deployment in the US, where it is shared between and connected to different law enforcement agencies and lab groups regionally in the US. Next slide. So this is an example of a DVI incident that happened in the Asia-Pacific region, in Thailand specifically. On October 1st, 2024, a school bus caught fire near Bangkok, resulting in 23 deaths. Sadly, a majority of the deceased were young primary school students. Since there was an urgent need to identify the victims, the Royal Thai Police deployed the rapid instrument at the Police General Hospital Emergency Operations Center to support the victim DNA identification. And it was successful in identifying numerous bodies, and specifically the last body identified was with the mother of the deceased taken in the picture above, and it was a positive result matching the final deceased child to her family so that they could get closure within 90 minutes. Next slide. This slide shows how the U.S. immigration, in coordination with the Mexican border authorities, mobilized rapid units to 16 points across the U.S.-Mexico border to aid in their human trafficking and smuggling investigations. There were hundreds of arrests for child trafficking and smuggling as a result of the 26-month operation. And ultimately, RAPID helped to serve as a deterrent for future child traffickers, seeing that DNA was being used at the border and could be used at the border. Next slide. And then next slide. So there are two main ways to use rapid DNA crime scene samples in your investigation. The first is to conduct a direct comparison of the crime scene sample to a known suspect. This will either exclude the person from the crime scene or include the person in the crime scene. Both inclusion and exclusion are very helpful for intelligence and for solving the case. The second is to compare the sample to an existing database to see if the sample connects to an existing sample in the database to either identify the suspect at the crime scene or connect the sample to another unsolved crime or cold case. Next slide. Thermo originally partnered with the FBI in the development of rapid DNA. And this partnership resulted in the FBI approving the Aifss cartridge or reference samples to be uploaded to both CODIS and INDIS national DNA databases, the two biggest in the US. Now, the FBI will be approving rapid crime scene samples or Intel Plus samples for upload to CODIS and INDIS by July of 2025. Next slide. And this is one last rapid video use case.
When somebody walks in the door, they get arrested, they come back into our processing area, they get their photograph taken, they get their fingerprints taken, and then we ask them to consent for DNA. We give them 2 swabs out of a packet. They swab their own mouths, their own cheeks between the cheek and gum. They put it back into the envelope. We seal it, we write their name on it, and then we put it into our evidence and prepare it to either be sent to the lab or be put through the rapid instrument. If it is going to be put through the rapid instrument, it will immediately be handed to a detective. The detective will then sit down at the instrument and run that sample right away. Every one of our detectives are trained on how to use this instrument. So if it's 3 in the afternoon or 3 a.m., there's a detective on that can run the instrument and check the profile against our database to see if there are any matches to it. We have so many things to do in any one shift, especially our patrol officers. The simpler it is, the better. And for us, the Rapid Hit ID is the ultimate instrument that we could use for rapid DNA because it is so simple. It's a single cartridge, it's a single swab, you scan a barcode, you put the cartridge into the instrument, and in 90 minutes it creates a profile. It's simple, easy to use, efficient, and it is invaluable in our investigations.
Okay, next slide. For more information on the programs I've shared today, please use this QR code to direct yourself to the Rapid DNA website, which is rich with key content on successful implementation of Rapid DNA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cornel, for this rapid technology, which is really very fruitful for the future forensic investigation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Noor Azhar Ayub, who is going to speak on the digital forensics at the front line, strengthening India's fight against terrorism and illicit financing. So he is going to tell how the banking frauds and the cryptocurrency transactions can be harm for the nation and how we can save from that. Please come.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Azhar. I was a former police officer with the Singapore Police Force for about 20 years and also worked with Interpol so I know the threat landscape very well. Before I continue, I'd like to say namaste. Thank you very much to the NFSU for inviting me, and we are very happy to support this event. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about, next slide please. I'll cover a little bit about, Cellebrite's technology, how it's relevant to the real-time intelligence gathering work in counter-terrorism. I'll provide a case study of a specific case where the technology was used in 2019. And then we'll talk a little bit about how things have changed since then, and the technology has actually gone large advances since then, including some developments in AI. Before I end with how we would love to work with the Indian government to collaborate on this type of technology. Next, please. Cellebrite, this presentation will cover Cellebrite's perspective, which is we specialize in mobile device forensics, and we retrieve data from smart devices, from cloud storage, social media accounts, and messaging apps, and generate admissible forensic reports for court use. So from that perspective, the technology that I will share today will touch largely on these examples. Next, please. As I mentioned earlier, specifically, the use case that we would like to apply is on counterterrorism and real-time digital intelligence. Next. The digital ecosystem has created a significant blind spots for investigators. Evidence that was once captured in witness testimony or physical records now lie buried within mobile devices, cloud backup, and online communication. And unless we move faster and more precisely, the perpetrators may stay a step ahead. Lone wolves or transnational groups leverage encrypted apps like Telegram, Signal, use burner phones that leave almost no trace, and move funds via crypto wallets, and even circulate deepfake propaganda. Next, please. Counter-terrorism strategies need to include pursuit, prevention, pursuit, protection, and preparedness. Specifically for prevention, you need to identify the individuals showing signs of radicalization. For pursuit, you need to rapidly identify and track suspects in order to thwart their attacks before they occur. To protect, you need to enhance the security measures based on intelligence gathered from mobile phones. And in order to prepare, you need to assess and minimize the impact of potential terrorist attacks while devising effective response strategies. Next, please. In order to do that, you need to develop key operational capabilities, such as rapid access to mobile data. In order to disrupt these threats, you need to empower the frontline and forensic teams to effectively disrupt threats in real time. In order to ensure that the operational security is maintained, you need to preserve the evidence integrity during these investigations. Next. I'd like to share a real-world impact. Next. On the 14th of February 2019, there was a vehicle-borne IED that hit a convoy of Central Reserve Police Force officers. 40 of these officers died, and as in Pulwama, J&K. In order to extract the evidence that is required for this particular case, our 20 years, we have done this for over 20 years, and the initial stage of the technology is called the Universal Forensic Extraction Device, where the device extracted data from damaged phones, recovered vital clues that's essential for the identification and of key figures, linked evidence to locations of incidents, suspects, and future attacks. And it supported arrests and interrogations. The book Level of Bahawalpur details how investigators pieced together these digital breadcrumbs which supported the broader military and intelligence efforts. Since then, the technology has evolved. Police are now able to use more advanced tools. Next, please. However, there are still difficulties in conducting terrorism investigations. Next. Digital forensics plays a huge role, as I've mentioned. In order to extract the data, tools can be retrieve data from devices, including deleted and encrypted information, providing insights into networks and plans. Forensic techniques help map out activities and connections, even when anonymizing methods are employed. Ensuring the integrity and admissibility of digital evidence is crucial for prosecutions. And most importantly, today, with the rapid evolution of technology, rapid analysis report supports timely decision-making during active investigations. Next, please. In 2019-2020, we had COVID, which accelerated digitalization and the use of digital devices and online services. Since then, there's been unprecedented growth. We've seen a staggering 76% increase in digital data from devices in just 3 years. Each case now involves 2 to 5 devices on average. That is 2 to 5 times the data. And there's no good way to see how they are connected. And investigators are now spending about 69 hours per case analyzing the data. Imagine the time impacting the case and potentially other victims. Next, please. Today, investigators face mountains of data. Reviewing and analyzing without proper tools can lead to longer investigations. On average, cases have between 71% of investigators are conducting online searches manually. And according to our recent survey on the 2024 Trend Survey, 69% of investigators report time constraints during data analysis process, and 84% believe that the case backlog could be resolved with better investigative needs. Next, please. These challenges remain. Encrypted communications continue to dog investigations. Next. Real-time intelligence is required to be extracted at the point of contact. And that sometimes there's delayed access to mobile device data because of various obfuscation or encryption or the time taken to bring the evidence to the analyst. It's also important to maintain legal admissibility of evidence, and most challenging is the collaboration that's needed across multiple agencies and units. Next, please. As such, it's important to integrate digital evidence into the National Counter-terrorism Strategy. Integrating real-time digital evidence into real-time intelligence is not a nice to have, it is a must-have. Next, please. We'll see how some of the technology that we use to solve these challenges. Next. Real-time data review of that can be used on Celebrite products provide tactical operators with the ability to access and review critical data in real time. It eliminates delays because decision-making, it eliminates delays in decision-making during critical situations. Next. The rugged design also features, is ideal for field deployments in challenging environments, and it also ensures compliance with various legal frameworks and privacy laws. Users have immediate access to vital information which can be used as conversations, locations, images, and timelines, which foster quick decision-making. Next, please. There is also the ability to have a centralized review, which is integrated to enable centralized review of investigations and the streamlining of the process for the various teams. And I've mentioned before, it helps to overcome collaborative case building when members can allow faster enhanced communication and efficiency in investigations. That is the state of the technology today. Next. Right now, agencies are drowning in 3 to 4 weeks of backlogs for digital forensics. AI-powered tools offer powerful assistance in reducing the backlogs. 90% of the professionals in the field recognize the potential. And this is how the tools can enhance efficiency. The AI can allow to analyze vast data sets, surface hidden digital evidence, and uncover connections. Next, please. Celebrite can help you to incorporate AI in your investigations, be it in digital forensics, digital evidence management, digital investigations, and even case management. Next, please. So how do we ensure that this is of strategic relevance to India? Next. Celebrite's technology looks at the prosecution and the management of digital evidence from end to end, looking with the product's insights in terms of collecting, review, extraction, and analysis, all the way to Pathfinder, which analyzes the investigative details and connects the dots for you. Next, please. Urban and cross-border threats demand mobile-first intelligence. Insights gives Indian agencies a digital advantage, shortening the time from capture to insight and enhance national security response capabilities. And in conclusion, next, the integration of digital evidence investigations into counter-terrorism efforts is vital for enhancing operational efficiency and national security in India. By leveraging real-time intelligence and modern technology, investigators can effectively address challenges and protect their citizens. I have not shown you many of the examples that we have in terms of our solutions and technology. I'd welcome all of you to come to our booth to see how these tools are put into play. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Noor, for your technical presentation. Now I would like to request Mr. Mark for his delivery towards the distinguished isometric canthanons using mass spectroscopy. And he is going to talk about the use of LC-MS, HRMS, and IMS-MS. Please, sir.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the committee, the organizers for inviting me. Thanks for all of you turning up. This is certainly the biggest room I have talked in front of in quite some time. So my name is Mark Ritchie. I am based in Singapore. I am the Customer Success Manager for the Waters Clinical and Forensics Business Unit for Asia Pacific. So today, what I'm going to talk about are analytical methods for the identification of illicit drugs, but I want to spend a little bit of time focusing on a few troublesome compounds. So could we have the next slide, please? So the compounds that I'm going to talk about today are cathinones. Everybody in forensic toxicology will be more than aware about cathinones. There's over 250 different kinds of them. They're quick, cheap, easy drugs to make, and they're quite often out there on the market. And they mimic the effects of a lot of the other illicit drugs. Now, generally, our approach with mass spectrometry is to understand what molecules we're looking for and measure the mass of them inside the mass spectrometer. In the case of these two cathinones that I'm showing you here, ethylone and butylone, they're actually composed of exactly the same number of atoms of the same types, the same elements, which gives them the exact same molecular weight, which is a bit of a problem for mass spectrometry. So I wanted to just discuss how we overcome problems like this in the LC-MS field. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of the state of the art, the way that we currently do a lot of the basic screening is we would use a high-resolution mass spectrometer. So this is the Xevo MRT benchtop mass spectrometer. It's a time-of-flight machine. It's probably one of the most powerful benchtop machines in terms of mass spectrologically resolution and mass accuracy. So if we can just move on to the next slide, just to give you a brief idea about the way that time-of-flight mass spectrometry works, if you're not already aware, that the idea being is we take a molecule in a vacuum and we accelerate it by a given amount of energy over a set distance, and we work out its mass by the time it takes it to fly, time of flight. Now, in terms of the concept of resolution in this situation, imagine you've got two trucks on the highway. One's doing 47 kilometers an hour and one's doing 48 kilometers an hour. Very typical when you're on the road and you're trying to overtake trucks. If you look at those trucks moving across 100 meters or 500 meters, they are not going to have overtaken each other. They're not going to pull apart. But if you look over 10 kilometers, those two trucks will now be distinct. And it's a similar concept with time of flight. If we can make time of flight longer and longer, we can get more and more resolution and accuracy. So in the first case there, this is the basic time of flight experiment that was done over 40 years ago. Then we put in a single turn reflectron, so we've got a V mode. We put in a double turn reflectron. We've got a W mode. But when we moved up into this multi-reflecting TOF, we bounce it all the way up and down that tube for ages, and we get about maybe 10 meters or so of TOF space for that, which gives a very high resolution. So what we would do, if I just move on to the next slide, is if we were to take a, next slide. Is it moving? Okay, thank you very much. If we were to take a urine sample that contains a number of compounds, this is a very interesting urine sample. I believe it was taken as a pool from a nightclub toilet. And we run that through the mass spectrometer with an LC in front. What we're doing is we're looking for masses which match masses of illicit drugs in our database. And if we just go to the next slide, we can zoom in on those measured mass accuracies. So we're looking at below a part per million of mass accuracy, which gives an incredible amount of certainty to when you're screening for a lot of unknown compounds. Now, however, no matter how good your mass accuracy is, if the compounds have the same mass, you're not going to be able to distinguish between them. So we could limit it to a few different kinds of compounds, but we can't tell for sure what they would be. So moving on to the next slide, what we might do to try to resolve this issue of looking at isobaric compounds is to use ion mobility. If we move on to the next slide. Ion mobility is like a wind tunnel inside the mass spectrometer. So in the illustration on the right-hand side of the screen, you've got two parachutists of equal mass. One is at terminal velocity and the other one has deployed the parachute. The masses haven't changed, but their reaction to a gas, the atmosphere, has changed their time that it takes them to move through that container. And it's very similar with IMS. Basically, the size and the shape of the molecule is going to determine a property which we call drift time, which is dependent on its collisional cross-sectional area, or CCS. And we measure these specific CCSs at a compound level. So if I can move on, please. So this is just an experiment. If you want to see a lot more of the detail, you can just scan that QR code and it will take you to the white paper that I'm just going to briefly describe here. We're using an IMS mass spectrometer connected up to a UPLC, taking diluted urine samples and running them through at about 12 minutes. And we are searching them against a database that we have created. So we got hold of a chemical library of FDA-approved drugs. We have run those through. We knew what the masses were going to be because we could work those out, but we had to experimentally determine what the CCS, what the drift times were. So what we did is running through the database at just looking at a mass accuracy of 5 ppm. Now, what I showed you before in the Zevo MRT was a lot. It's more stringent than this. We were looking at about 0.5 ppm. But for this kind of mass spectrometer, we were using 5 ppm. We were able to identify 178 compounds. Now, this urine sample was clean, but we spiked some things into it. So we know there's not 178 things in there. So it's very easy to get false positives when you do a screening experiment. When we have taken into account collisional cross-sectional area, we've massively reduced that by reference to the library. In the third case, we've allowed for the identification of fragment ions, which has reduced the false positive rate immensely. So we ended up with 6 compounds. We spiked in 5. One of them was an endogenous metabolite. So that was fairly easy to explain. It was adenosine. So adding collisional cross-sectional area has allowed us to increase the accuracy of the experiment. Now, the problem with collisional cross-sectional area is we don't necessarily know what it's going to be unless we experimentally derive it. But we have come up with a method using AI, using machine-based learning, whereby we can take the mol file, which is just a picture of a molecule that we draw out, and we can plug it through this program, and it will give us the theoretical collisional cross-sectional areas, which we can use to determine whether we could separate them in IMS or not. So if we move on to the next slide, what we have here is, on the top case, we have looked at methamphetamine in 2 different optical isomers, and you can see there that the numbers of the collisional cross-sectional areas, we can't differentiate those. So they are not separable by that level of ion mobility. But for pteramine, which is exactly the same number of atoms, exactly the same empirical formula, is built differently. It's a different shape. We can resolve it. And so coming back to our cathinones, our ethylone and our butylone, we are able to see that we can resolve those. And if we were to get 2 drift time peaks, I would be able to tell which was which just by looking up this predicted data. Okay, just moving on. I am pressed for time, so we have an alternative. Next slide, please. On the front end, where we use convergence chromatography, which is we call UPC squared, which uses supercritical CO2 instead of methanol. And that gives very different separations to normal UPLC. And on the next slide, you can see where this has been applied to, next slide, please. And again, yeah, Well, this has been applied to a case in Malaysia where they were trying to smuggle cocaine inside charcoal because they knew most analytical methods couldn't crack it. But UPC squared did. We managed to work with a different separation the smugglers hadn't considered, and we were able to identify that shipment. $600 million worth of cocaine was caught. Just on the next slide, just very briefly, my last slide for this is that when we look at ethylone and butylone by normal LC chromatography, it is non-distinct. But when we use UPC squared, because we're using very different kinds of solvents, very different kinds of column, we are actually getting a separation for that as well. So marrying together the IMS component and the novel orthogonal separation component, we would be able to identify these two compounds with great certainty. Okay, and then the final slide is just my summary, and I will finish there. I'll say thank you very much for your attention, and come and talk to us in the booth. Good.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mark, for your presentation towards the isometric canthanons differentiation using mass technology. So in conclusion, I would say this technical session was so enlightened in terms of we have covered VSC to DNA, then moving towards the mass spectroscopy, and then we had a session of financial frauds in terms of the nation security. So in the end, I would like to take this opportunity to request to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Padam Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, to please facilitate our guests for today's. So we will start with Richards. Thank you so much, sir. Then Mr. McConnell. Then we have Mr. Noor Azhar. Thank you so much, sir. And now, Mr. Mark Richard. Thanks a lot for your all blessings and the guidance towards this session and the day 2. I request to members to please take their seats in the hall, and we are in the process of the beginning of the new session. Please, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I request you all to please remain seated. We will be starting with the panel discussion shortly. Requesting everyone to please remain seated. We shall be starting with the panel discussion in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Professor Robert Green. From Kent University. From Kent University.
Kent University. Okay.
ठीक है ना? यहाँ पे भी felicitation में भी change करना.
Once the discussion ends, I can call him to felicitate Vyas sir and the moderator.
They will be around because third session is the
Okay.
now you announce.
Okay. We'll start. Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this much anticipated panel discussion on advanced techniques in investigation case studies. In an era where crime is increasingly complex and technology-driven, the significance of advanced investigative techniques cannot be overstated. Today's panel promises to be an intellectually stimulating exchange of insights drawn from rich real-world experiences and cutting-edge research. With a stellar lineup of experts from around the globe, we are set to explore transformative methodologies and compelling case studies that have redefined criminal investigation. To begin, it is my honor to invite on stage our esteemed panelists. Chairing this panel is none other than Honorable Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas Sir, Vice Chancellor of the National Forensic Sciences University. We have with us Dr. Chin Wen Su, Subdivision Chief at the Criminal Investigation Bureau, National Police Agency, Taiwan. We also have with us Mr. Kefer Kuchana Katyu. Please excuse if there is any mispronunciation. Thank you. Director of the Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, Uganda. We have Dr. Keshav Kumar Sir, IPS, Adjunct Professor at NFSU. And we also have Dr. Robert Green from the Kent University. Guiding us through this incredible panel is an equally accomplished moderator. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Ullas Koltur Sitaram, Director of the Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. Dr. Koltur is a globally respected scientist known for his pioneering work in molecular physiology, aging, epigenomics, and mitochondrial function. He has made landmark contributions in understanding nuclear mitochondrial crosstalk and has been instrumental in building national scientific capacities through initiatives like ARUMDA and large-scale public health collaborations during the COVID-19 pandemic. He is a recipient of several prestigious accolades, including the INSERM Foreign Research Fellowship, Swarna Jayanti Award, and J.C. Bose Fellowship. And he is also present as an editorial board member on several globally renowned journals. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. I would now like to invite Kolthur sir to take over and steer this enlightening discussion.
Yeah, morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and of course an honor to share the panel and very distinguished panelists as was already introduced. This is a very important and interesting session the way I see it. One is, of course, to bring in more science into investigative processes and for criminal investigation, but also address this in terms of what is globally applicable and especially for situations where there are resource constraints. And we have a wide panel here which represents different countries and different settings. Also in terms of expertise itself, we have distinguished people who have worked in everything from cybercrime to microbiology to leading IPS officers. So I will briefly introduce the panel, although I think the panelists themselves don't need much of an introduction because they're very well known, renowned in their disciplines. If you don't know, Dr. Vyas, I don't think you should be here at all. The very fact that we have a leading institution which is of global excellence and setting standards and bringing us all together here is all thanks to Dr. Vyas, who has been a leading guiding force for many of us in this particular domain. Thank you, Dr. Vyas. It's an honor and a pleasure. We have Dr. Keshav Kumar, who is also one of the leading mentors for several organizations in the country. He himself has been a DGP at Gandhinagar and is now a consultant with the Assam government. He's somebody who is always constantly pushing the barriers and making sure people connect with each other to actually bring together several stakeholders together. Of course, we have another distinguished colleague, Dr. Bob, who was there yesterday. Again, he's been one of the leading people in the British investigative scenario. He has led a lot of foundational work in terms of DNA-based fingerprinting and actually, again, pushing boundaries in terms of new methods and technologies and helping others adopt some of the cutting-edge methods. Dr. Wen Su is from Taiwan. He has been, again, somebody who is very well known for his work in Taiwan for leading criminal investigation. We have Dr. Kefer Kushana Keto. If I'm not wrong, he's also leading the directorate in Uganda. So with this, I would like to start, and we would like to make sure that this is as diverse and as informative as possible, especially for the students and people who are starting their careers new in this particular domain. I would request the panelists to restrict their initial presentations to about 10, maximum 12 minutes, and highlight on both opportunities and challenges in terms of advanced techniques in investigation, keeping in mind also how to make sure that these are available and deployable on site, both in terms of the crime site itself, but also in the laboratory. So I think these are bridging the gaps both from the site of where the crime has happened, but also in the lab is important, and streamlining the processes. With this, I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Vyas to start off the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to I welcome the panelists. As was told, they are all renowned people in their own field. And the topic is also very relevant, advanced techniques in investigation and some case studies. So we have seen this advancement is a continuous process anyway. I was remembering when I joined this department in 1973, there were no much methods available of investigation. When you go to the scene of offense and you get some red spot or a stain, then whether it is an animal blood or a human blood, that was the only thing which was done on the spot. And then it was sent to the laboratory, and the only method available for investigation was what is the grouping, and even RH factor. So it is whether A, B, or O, and what is the RH, is positive or negative. And then we went on progressing. Then isoenzyme methods came. HLA DQ alpha also was introduced in 1985, 80 to 1990. And then the revolution was made by the DNA fingerprinting, DNA profiling. And it was proved scientifically that no two individuals have the same DNA profile. So the progress went. And then in DNA profiling also, various methods have come. And now it is the rapid DNA. And you can do this on the spot, even in police station. And you also have touch DNA. So from deciding whether this is red spot is a blood or something else, to this blood or this fluid belongs to this particular individual, so many methods have come in the world in the area of crime investigation. Similarly, in all other areas, whether you take chemistry, whether you take physics, we did not have methods to determine that the voice is similar or voices are different. Now we do the voice testing, voice spectrography, etc. In olden days, there were no cyber crimes. It's a new area which also started the moment we introduced computers. So it was initially a computer forensics. Then when the mobile phone came, it became mobile forensics, investigation of mobiles. Then it was cyber forensics. Then it further went. Then it became digital forensics because many digital devices started coming. And after digital forensics, it was cloud forensics. It was IoT forensics. It is now artificial intelligence forensics. A lot of progress, so much of advancement is taking place. And the criminals are also smarter, and they use all these technologies which are meant for us, for our own comfort, and make our lives easy. They have their own ways of misusing the technology. They commit crime, and then we have to also gear up ourselves to see that we investigate those crimes wherein latest technologies have been used. So there's a tremendous amount of technological development has taken place in last 10, 15 years. And the other requirement of technological development is the criminals are becoming more and more smarter. So after committing crime, they try to destroy evidences. So whatever is there now, they know if there is a blood spot available, I will be caught because now I'll be identified. So they try to remove the evidences. They try to destroy the evidences so that they cannot be caught. Even fingerprints, they know my prints was there, let me remove it. So they started removing, destroying the evidences. They started tampering with the evidences. So under those circumstances, you need good technology to determine traces of material which is present, because they will not be able to remove everything. And forensic experts know that now we have to look for traces which otherwise are not visible on the spot. In olden days, we used to go with floodlights in a dark area where nothing was visible. And floodlight was also thrown in some of the crime scene places to see whether there are stains available or not. But except blood, no other bloody fluid has got any color. They are colorless. So we were only able to see whether the blood is there or not other stains were not, and then we used to check each and everything, and doing some test, etc. was not. Many a times we were missing the stains, which are color. Now the multifunctional, where you change the frequency of the source, have come in the market. Now you can change the frequency, you can change the wavelength, and different wavelength, you can check the spots with their blue or green fluorescence. Now it is easy to detect cement, presence of cement, using multitudinal light source. So this is how, even in crime scene, where the technologies have come, even in the investigation technologies have advanced methods have come, analysis in the forensic labs, advancements have come. So a lot of advancement has taken place, and this is because the criminals are using all kinds of advanced methods. So I don't want to take more time, but I am just opening the discussion by giving some base as to which way we will have this discussion taking a turn. So eminent panelists are available, and let us get their presentations first and see, and then we will conclude again. So we'll start with, you will, we can start from here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, from right to left. So as we all know, he's Mr. Keshav Kumar. Now he has become Dr. Keshav Kumar. He did PhD in forensic psychology. And it's an honor for me that he did it with me. I was his guide. And excellent work has been done in the field of psychology. He is basically an IPS officer, but takes a lot of interest in forensics. So he gives talks all over the world. He's invited. And he speaks on any area, psychology, DNA, wildlife forensics, etc. So please give your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vyas, my forensic guru, and the director of CDFD Hyderabad, Mr. Sitharaman, who is my DNA guru, and all the respected people on the dais, including Robert Green, my mentor from Kent University, UK. Been very grateful to him. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity as a police officer to speak before the eminent forensic scientists of the country. I'm very happy to be here. So today, I'll be speaking on, can you just shift a bit? Yeah. I would be speaking on the role of forensic science in effective implementation of new criminal laws and combating terrorism. So I have tried to integrate the latest things, the BNS, DNA, forensic psychology, and terrorism. It's a very alchemy of new things which I have been able to weave when I got this invitation to speak on this topic. Next, please. So I take you to the 8th of April, just about a few days back, where the rape murder Supreme Court acquits men sent to gallows by trial court. And this is just the beginning. The other one, next please. Then we have the other acquittals recorded by the Justice Oka-led benches. There are 5 cases which I will be dealing with you. Next please. So these are the 5 cases in which the Honorable Supreme Court has acquitted all the accused who have been convicted by the Honorable High Courts. And I would like you to kindly focus on the last one, which says the first case that was acquitted because of faulty chain of circumstantial evidence. The second one, Vinod Kumar versus NCTD, was statements contained improvements and omissions. These are straight from the Supreme Court judgments. Then the third one, suspicious extrajudicial confessions. The fourth one, Vinod Bhai versus Kelra, was discrepancies and omissions in witness statements. I would like you to focus on these witness statements. And finally, Ratnu Yadav versus Chhattisgarh, last seen theory, extrajudicial, not trustworthy, and material witnesses not examined. So if you find a common denominator, it is the focus on the oral evidences, the ocular evidences. Next, please. Now I take you to 5-4 2025, in which, very interestingly, a Karnataka man spends 1.5 years in jail for wife's murder. She walks into court alive. And this is an eye-opener for me. And I think there couldn't be a better judgment to begin the discussion today on this platform. Next. So, accused hubby in jail for 1.5 years. And finally, the Mysore court pulls up police officers over botched investigations because the wife enters the honorable court. So this is the state from where we have to begin for forensics. Next, please. So what has happened is the court of law and the court of science. So what we say, no matter what eyewitnesses' testimony is in the court of law, it is the lowest form of evidence in the court of science. So I would like to take in the background of the BNSS. Next. I take you to BNSS, the new section 176.3, which mandates collection of forensic evidences at the crime scene by a forensic expert in all offenses punishable by imprisonment of 7 years or more. I must compliment the present government to have thought in terms of forensics. And I'm sure this is going to be a stepping stone for the times for forensics to come. Next. And additionally, in this act, there is also a provision that it is making mandatory for the police officers to make the audio-video recording. Very interesting finding. Next. So now we are going to have tech-driven investigations and use of forensic science made mandatory, 2 things. And this will standardize scene of crime visits, boost reliance on scientific evidence, reducing dependence on oral testimonies. So we are migrating from oral testimonies to the forensic testimonies. Next, please. So the electronic evidence has been legitimatized, admissible in the court, a very enabling factor for all of us. This empowers investigations with better tools to build evidence chains. I have heard a number of speakers today speaking about various new technologies. I'm trying to just integrate and weave into our system of investigation. Next, please. So what is going to happen? We are going to do the strengthening forensic-based investigation, enhancing transparency and accountability. Please note the Karnataka and the Kerala judgments. Next. So there will be more science in the court of law. I'm very happy to be privy to this thing that, we'll be having more science in the court of law. Next. I would also like to take some of the enabling factors which are going to facilitate this thing. I take you to the Criminal Procedure Identification Act 2022, which was recently implemented in the country after repealing the 1920 Act formed by the Britishers. Next. So the in 1920 Act formed by the Britishers was, for identification, there were only 3 things: fingerprints, footprints, and photographs. That's all. Now, what is the enabling thing in the new Act? Next. In new Act, a very great thing has happened, and that is biological samples and its analysis. It has legitimatized these samples for investigation. So I think the era of DNA is entering our legal lexicons now. Next. So what are the things that can happen? Now, all the body fluids at the scene of crime, we will be technically competent to collect all these evidences, from blood, sweat, spit, nasal fluids to saliva and urine. Next. So there are more opportunities for DNA evidence collection of analysis. So this is going to be a biggest analysis and enabling factor for all investigators. Next. So, when I have been dabbling with DNA for quite long, and I've got a number of convictions based on DNA. So much for the forensic interface, I've been able to get conviction for 62 people so far through the use of forensics. So I have framed, and predominantly DNA. So I have framed some of the quotes I would like to share with you. Next. So where there is the touch, there is the trace DNA. The idea is to see that and to have eyes for that traces. Next. So DNA is the biological GPS of a criminal, that the person was there. Next. It is the original written operating system by the Honorable God. Next, it is DNA is divinely notified Aadhaar card. हमारी पूरी जन्मपत्री है उसमें. I have also compared it with the cricket. In cricket, ball catches win matches, and in crime, DNA matches win catches. Next, what are the emerging technologies in this field? Next. So, recently, I've also read about DNA ancestry technology. Who am I? This has been possible through the ancestry technology. Next. I'm very happy to see that in Danish parliament, they are discussing using genealogy to detect crimes. It's too far for us, but we have at least come on the highway. Next. I would now take you to the most ultra-modern and ultra thing for DNA is rapid hit. The best part is from sample to result, there is only one box, you get the result. It's called the rapid hit DNA technology. I have been using this technology in a number of my cases. And I would also like to tell you in Gujarat, there was convergence of the new technologies and the conventional technology for DNA, in which the DNA profile of 27 children who died and who were charred to death in a gaming village, it was got burnt. Within 48 hours, the entire DNA profile of those 27 children was developed. It was through the convergence, rapid hit plus the conventional one. So that convergence we need to take care of. Next. So from crime scene to arresting the person in less than 2 hours. I'm sure the criminals are going to have a run for their money when within 2 hours we'll be getting the profile. Next. Now, with the 3D molecular photo fitting, genotype to phenotype. This is yet another technology. I wish I had time to explain in detail, but this is not available in India. Maybe for some time, may be able to get it. Next. Now, I'm anxiously waiting for this DNA profiling bill. What will happen after DNA profiling bill? Next, we'll be able to get a national DNA database. And then the matching with like the codices of US states, I'm sure we'll be developing a DNA profile and we'll be having our own DNA data bank. And for the criminals, that is, I think, going to be a death knell. Next. Now, I'm coming to terrorism, how these new technologies are going to help us in the terrorism cases. Next. So, I have found that in most of the terrorism-related cases, when there is a bomb blast, there are some mobile phones being used. So, I think that, the mobile phone might have been touched by someone. So, where there is touch, there is a DNA. Maybe we can lift the fingerprints and the DNA from these people, and then we can, have cross connections. We can establish connects. Next. Then again, the watches are being used as the trigger devices. Maybe again they can have their fingerprints, and from fingerprints we can lift the DNA, and from DNA we can go to the DNA database once we have, and we are able to match. Next. In suicide bombers, the identification part can again be a big role. Next. So the new Act of 2022, I am very happy because I recently completed my PhD in forensic psychology from National Forensic Science University, and I'm grateful to Dr. Vyas, who was my guide, and I did my PhD there. And the behavioral attributes are also mentioned in the new Act 2022. The signature and handwriting, now they are codified and mandated that you can possibly take. And with that, the new 776.3, wherein the forensic interface is mandatory, these are our enabling factors for forensics. Next. So, forensic psychology interface in investigations. Next. So, forensic psychology, a crucial role in the investigation, interrogation, and prosecution for terrorism cases. Now, how can this happen? Next. So, it can assess the suspects, analyze behaviors, predict threats, and develop intervention strategies. In the morning, there was one speaker who was talking about the digital forensics for these facilities. Next. So, through forensic psychology, you can observe a lot just by watching, a non-invasive way to get into the mind of a criminal. Next. So, forensic psychology, now, with the mandatory provision that all the scene of crimes will have to be photographed, videographed, and audiographed, I see a convergence of forensic photography, forensic psychology in this. Now, what this can possibly lead to? Next. We have new technologies like micro-expression tools. Those expressions which our eyes cannot possibly mark, these micro-expression tools can certainly mark the things. And in case we have a video, then all these micro-expressions can also be analyzed by the investigating officer or the forensic expert. Next, we have eye motions, a new technology. Next, we have eye detect, and all these things are available at the National Forensic Sciences University. Next. Next, please. So this is the Verify, the world's first mobile app to verify the truth. Simply by scanning the eyes, the person at the scene of crime or at the field, he can possibly make out whether this person is speaking truth or lies. A great enabling factor. Next. LVA, layered voice analysis, that analyzes the voice of a person. And it is language agnostic. You can speak any goddamn language and you can get to the truth. Incidentally, this particular technology forms a part, SDS and LVA forms a part of my PhD thesis, and I have proved that all these technologies are very, very beneficial. Next. Visual stress analyzer is yet another technique. Next. SDS suspect detection system. Next. The brain electrical oscillation signature profile. These are all in which have been covered by my PhD thesis. Next. The narco test. Next. So criminal psychological profiling will be a new area. I'm very happy to see Dr. Asha Srivastava sitting here. She has been my forensic psychology guru, and we have investigated so many cases in CBI, and while I was the director of ACB in Gujarat, and we gave a new platform to forensic psychology. Next. Crime scene profiling. In the year 2010, Dr. Asha Srivastava was the first one to do the crime scene profiling of a rape case, which turned the tides. Next. Then forensic linguistics, a new area, less studied in India. Maybe we can have something more on this. Next. Then we have cyber psychology. Recently, National Forensic Sciences University has started a new course on cyber psychology. So these are new interfaces in the investigations. Next. So what are the psychology techniques doing? They are basically connecting psychological dots of evidence, what I call the making connections through the mind. Next. Now I take you to the Mumbai terror, how these things will be able to help us in all the terrorist cases and how it has helped in the Mumbai terror attack. Next. So I have framed for forensic psychology, check above the neck. Read the mind, the original hard disk. So please mark the words, check above the neck, the brain. Next. The radicalization part. It can, tackle and find what are the issues for the radicalization of the terrorists. Next. Narco test, which was performed on Kasab, which revealed very great amount of details about the terrorist attack. Next. Kasab's DNA in the boat in which he had traveled. Next. So with the DNA now taking into the artificial intelligence and the machine learning integration, I'm sure with the new DNA Technology Act. Next. I'm waiting for the DNA profiling bill where we'll have a DNA data and then we can use the AI and ML paths. Next. I'm just waiting for this national database in India to come through. Next. So the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning analyzes DNA patterns, predicts behavior, and links evidences across various cases to the DNA data bank. Next. The use in counter-terrorism. Next. It can find out the pattern recognition to connect terror attacks with same or similar DNA sources. The pattern recognition. Next. The behavior prediction based on genomic traits combined with psychological profiling. This is a new area in which there is lots of convergence. Next. Then DNA technology use and application regulation bill, when enacted, could provide legal backing to many of these tools, especially for, next, the border security, NIA and ATS investigations, disaster victim identification, tracking cross-border infiltration. Next. So some of the landmark cases which we have been able to detect through the use of all these techniques, so forensic psychology and DNA, I would just like to frame it through. Next. The first case was the forensic psychological profiling and polygraph in the Delhi High Court case in 2010 when I was in CBI here. Next. Then the psychological profiling, SDS, LVA, and DNA in Mumbai Shakti Mill gang rape case. This also ended in conviction, and Dr. Asha Srivastava was the one who did the psychological profiling, SDS and LVA in all these, in this case. Next. Then we have, I take you to ATS Maharashtra, when Rakesh Maria was the ATS chief. There was one terrorist who was not getting any sort of, he was not revealing any sort of information. Then we pressed into service the services of Dr. Asha, and I will be very happy to tell you that such details came out of the psychological profiling, which were never revealed in any of the interrogations before. He's mentioned this thing in his book. Kindly have a look at the book. Next. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Proud of you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I vote for the slide. Okay, in this time, okay, yeah. No, this is not mine. I'm sorry, okay. And maybe I can just have a short introduce for myself. My name is Chiwen Su. I'm come from Taiwan. Okay, here comes it. Okay, and thank you very much about the invitation for me to come here. And good morning, everyone. Today it's my pleasure to be here to representing the Forensic Science Center of the Criminal Investigation Bureau in Taiwan, and I'm happy to be here to share the experience and the current status of the forensic DNA analysis in Taiwan. First of all, I would like to thank the National Forensic Science University for their arrangement for the meeting. And we are pleased that we can have this opportunity to come here to share the experience to all of you. And we hope that we can have more chance to connect to each other in the future. Next, please. And first of all, I would like to take a short time to introduce where I come from. I come from Taiwan, and as you can see in the map, Taiwan is in the East Asia behind China, but we don't belong to China anyway. Okay, and the Criminal Investigation Bureau is in the north of Taiwan, located in Taipei, which is the capital city of Taiwan. And you can see the Taiwan is here, and we are now, I think, over there. And in the map, it's actually not that far away. So we are really hope that you can come to Taiwan to visit us, and we can share the experience to each other. Okay, and there are the population in Taiwan is around 23 million people over there. It's not quite a lot, but it's a lot actually. Okay. Anyway, next slide. And in the Forensic Science Center, there are 3 different divisions. There are forensic examination divisions, and the forensic biology, and the fingerprint division. And in forensic biology division, they do DNA test, of course, and in fingerprint division, they do fingerprint. And the other forensic work, they belongs to the forensic examination division. Next, please. And actually, beside the main forensic DNA lab in Taiwan, we have several different external DNA lab in the main cities in Taiwan. They include the Taipei City, New Taipei City, Taoyuan City, and Tainan City, Taichung City, Tainan City, and Kaohsiung City. And they help to share the workload from the main laboratory, and they work really good. Okay, next. And for the main forensic DNA lab, we start to develop the lab in 1992, and the lab officially began operations in 1993. And in the beginning, we have probably 200 cases a year in the beginning, because the instrument and the analysis is not so. There's no so many stuff for DNA tests. So in the beginning, there's only 200 cases a year. Next. However, with the development of the society and the DNA technology to do DNA identification technology, we have more and more cases. Actually, in the last 10 years, here is the chart that showed the cases that we received from the old country. It's approximately 10,000 cases for each year, and actually we have only 30 analyses in the lab. So it's quite a lot for us, but we work really hard. So we usually we can finish the examination on time for most of the cases. Next, please. Okay, here's the case number. Next and next. And in 1999, in Taiwan, we have passed a law to allow us to create the database for the criminal. And then the law was revised in 2012, yes. And as you can see here, in the last 10 years, the number of the criminal sample increased in the first several years, and it reached the peak in 2016. And then it climbs and into the plateau phase right now. And the total amount of the database right now is around 200,000 samples for all of the data. Okay, and it's quite useful because we can use this database to compare the DNA profile from the evidence. And as you know, that the population in Taiwan is not that big, so 200,000 would be good enough. Okay. Anyway, next slide. And here is the number of the match in the database. When I said match here, it means two ways. One way is the reference profile hit the DNA profile of the evidence, and the other way is the evidence hit the reference sample. And both ways can help us to provide the police very important clue and information. And we use this way to help to resolve a lot of cases. Next. And here is some significant crime cases happening in Taiwan, and they help to identify the suspect by DNA. Some of them are serial sexual assault cases, and we have also helped some foreigners, but actually they are Taiwanese, but they were sold when they are young, and they sold to abroad. And then when they grew up, they want to find their biological family, and then they came to Taiwan, and they ask us to help them to reach their family. And we do help some of them with the DNA technology, and we also linked to an international infant trafficking group. And Taiwan also have some high-speed railway bombing cases, and we also have some incident about explosion in the train, and also we have a notorious case that is called raincoat bandit, because why we call him raincoat bandit, because every time he committed robbery cases, he will wear a raincoat. And then finally, we found some trace evidence on the surface of the raincoat, and we got a match in the database. Then we got him, and finally we resolved the case. Next, please. And also in Taiwan, we have helped to do the identification of victims for different major disaster cases. In Taiwan, there are different disasters. They include the air crash accident and some natural disasters such as earthquake, flood, typhoon, and some severe traffic accident. Next. Next. And here is the major air crash happened in Taiwan. Unfortunately, in Taiwan, we have experienced 6 major air crash. And as you can see here, for the first one, it happened in 1998, and it was in the very early stage for our lab. So the sample from the air crash, it reached the amount of around the sample amount is around a year for us, and we finished all the samples, the identification for all the samples in 1 month. So it's quite really hard for us, but we finished the mission finally, and we helped to identify all of the dead bodies. And actually, we helped to identify all of the air crash samples here. Next. And also, we have earthquake. Actually, Taiwan is in a major earthquake zone. So in Taiwan, we experienced earthquakes very often. For example, if we are in Taiwan right now, let's imagine, okay, you are in Taiwan now, and there's an earthquake happened, then you will see everyone will just stay there. They will keep doing. They are doing in that time. They won't panic. Okay, Taiwanese won't panic because of earthquake. And you will see something like one man will just say, "Is there just an earthquake?" And the other one will say, "Yes." And they will just keep talking. They won't do anything. But once maybe you can see there will be someone screaming and shout out to the door, and then you know he is not Taiwanese. He must be foreigners. So maybe next time when you come to Taiwan, you can experience that. Okay, just kidding. Actually, this is not happening so frequently, so don't worry about that. Okay, anyway. In Taiwan, we have several severe earthquakes, especially the earthquake happened in 1999, and it caused more than 2,000 casualties. And we helped to identify the dead body for most of them, because some of them are, finally, we cannot find them anyway. Okay, and there's also another severe earthquake happened in southern Taiwan, and we helped to identify the dead body as well. Next. And in Taiwan, we also have a typhoon. There are typhoons every summer in Taiwan, and there's a typhoon occurs in 2009, and the name of the typhoon is Morocco, and the typhoon basically wiped out a village in Taiwan. So it caused more than 600 casualties in that disaster, and because some of them was deeply in the ground, and we cannot find them because the area is quite large. So finally, we can help only some of them to identify their ID. Okay, next. And also we encounter some severe traffic accidents. The accident includes a bus fire and overturning, and also we have train derailment for different in different years. Next. And from the beginning, since we established our DNA lab, we have used different technologies for DNA testing. In the beginning, we used HLA, DQA1, and PM system. I think most of you here may have heard about the HLA, DQA1, and PM, but I don't think most of you have ever seen the kit. That's because it's a kit that is a long time ago, and we do use this kit in the beginning, and it's quite annoying because when you use this kit, you need to PCR, of course, in the beginning. Then you need to do hybridization and wash and more steps for this. And so it's quite a lot. It's not very easy to, and the sensitivity is not so good. So we shifted to STR system. And in the beginning, we used a profiler which have 9 autosomal loci and 1 homogeneous locus. And then we shifted to identifier and identifier plus. And right now, we are using global filer. So that in this kit, there are 21 autosomal STR locus, and the discriminant power is quite good. And also, we are trying to use, we are validating the global filer IQC system. This system is quite similar with quantifier, but there are several different loci was introduced in this kit. Okay, and we also use Y-filer, such as Y-filer, Y-filer plus, and PowerPlex Y to do the YSTR for male. And we also use quantifier duo and quantifier trio for DNA quantification. And recently, actually it's around 2021, we introduced rapid hit. I think the people, they have introduced this instrument. Okay, so actually we use this, we use rapid hit in Taiwan, and it works really well in some special cases. Okay, next. And also, we have encountered several challenges in forensic DNA, and also we have some solutions. First of all, it was make the mixture samples, because before we use the instrument or reagents which have low sensitivity, so all you can see is the main peak. So you will say that it should be a profile from single source, or you cannot analyze the profile. But now we have the instrument and reagent which have more sensitivity, and then you can see the whole picture, and you can see the main peak, and you can see the minor peak over the background DNA. So it can be good, but it also led us to it also for us is also hard to tell which peak is a major or which peak is minor. And no mention if there's more contributors from this profile, then it's even harder to tell, to identify the profile. Next. And the ideal mixed profile should be like in the left. The major peak representing comes from the major contributor, and the minor peak comes from the minor contributor. But actually, in the real world, the mixture will like the right one. And because the DNA we must execute PCR in advance, but stochastic effect may occur during PCR. So maybe there will be drop in, drop out, and pKa imbalance, something like that, and it makes it even complicated for the mixtures, especially in trace evidence. Sorry? Time's out. Sorry, okay, next. And this is a recommendation for the mixtures statistics, next. And this is we used to develop our own markers to calculate the likelihood ratio for simple mixture, but it doesn't work for the complex. Next. And this is a case that we found it very strange. It's a real case that there's a girl, she accused that she was sexually assaulted by her father, but the father denied. And for the first time, we examined the underwear on the surface of the private part. And then we do get a full profile of the YSTR, and the YSTR matched the father, but the father denied, so they sent the underwear again to our lab, and we do the test in different sorts. We examine the parts that should have nothing to do with the assault, like the button of the underwear, but surprisingly we got the same YSTR. So it shocked us, and then we tried to do some experiment in our lab. Our female colleagues, we just bought some new underwear, and they wear the underwear home, and then they wash their underwear in the washing machine with their male family. And finally, we got from some of the samples, we got the same YSTR with their male family. So in such a case, we revised our protocol for our examination. If the victim lived with the suspect, then we will automatically do the background check for the underwear, so that, and we will put all of the results, no matter how or what it is, and we will give a note in the report that I said that the sample was collected from here and here, and there might be a chance that it was contaminated to each other from the washing machine. But we don't know if it's a contamination or it is true that it comes from the suspect. But we list all the data. That's the thing that we are doing right now. Next. Please. Okay. Maybe 3 minutes, okay. Okay, then this is the current study we are doing right now, and just it's about low carbon number mixture and machine learning for complex DNA and RNA-based approaches. Next, and this is the convolution for a complex DNA mixture via convolutional neural network. And I won't go detail for this. Okay, next. And this is a model for CNN. Next. And also, we have published 2 papers about the mixtures. Next. And we also do some RNA-based approaches for body fluid identification. Next. 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 And when I said we do the experiment, we do the research for the RNA-based technology. Actually, we have incorporated with different technology for the research, including isothermal amplification, and we use CRISPR-Cas9 to do the research as well. And actually, we have done some research regarding DNA methylation, and we could cooperate with our result to YSTR, so that you can get the YSTR profile and what kind of body fluid it is from one shot. Okay, next time. Next. And this is a paper that we published for the body fluid identification. Next. And finally, I would like to introduce that in Taiwan we hold several different forensic science conference. In Criminal Investigation Bureau, we hold seminars and workshops in different topics. And in Taiwan, academic forensic sciences, they hold forensic science symposium every year. So we really hope that you can join us, and we are looking forward to see you in Taiwan in the future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kaffer, please. Sorry, I had to interrupt.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kefa Kuchana Kateu. I come from Uganda, and I'm privileged to have my Deputy High Commissioner from Uganda to India present in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, next, please. The Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, established in 1927, during the time when we were under the British colony, British rule. And we recently got accreditation against the ISO 17025. And these are the different number of aspects which we handle in our facility. Next. In order to deploy the kind of method of analysis, you need to know the challenges you have at hand. Those who are in security forces, you know that you deploy according to the threat. And the challenges we have, which are similar to many other countries, are the turnaround time is one of them, high case backlog, economic, financial crime, bank fraud, counterfeits, drugs, forgery of security documents, visas, land transaction agreements, academic documents, transborder crimes and terrorism, sexual gender-based violence, murder, witness protection. Of course, definitely, that is also one of the things. Next, tax evasion or customs, rapidly evolving technology, sample integrity and the custody of the chain of custody, solicitation for bribe in public offices, online harassment and stalking, data breaches, unauthorized access, disinformation, misinformation campaign. Next. And those are the different challenges which, of course, you deploy according to what you have. And our capability as the agents of government, we have under the murder and rape, human trafficking, toxicological analysis, drug of abuse and controlled substance use, biological and environmental testing, authenticity, adulteration and counterfeiting, DNA testing, digital forensics. Next. For the herbal medicine or herbal formulations, these are the things which we do, defining the definitive testing, purity, potency, stability tests, developing optimized testing methods, quality control and assurances, pharmacokinetics and the thermodynamics, contamination and adulteration, and of course, these are some of the things which we do in our facility. Next. We have also fingerprinting, the chemical analysis using HPTLC. We have the analysis of the complex bioactive contaminants, pesticide residues using the LCMS, and these are the different kind of equipment we have in our facility. Next. Trace and toxic metal analysis. We deploy, of course, we have got AAS. We have got now recently acquired NIC PMS. We have now two arsenals, and we do the different kind of analysis, metal analysis. And of course, the poisons, if you know the recent poisons which we have, which are metallic in nature, we deploy that. We do the quantitative and qualitative analysis. We also do on the gemstones, gold, and minerals which are mined in our country, and those which are, of course, exported. Next. We have identified that one of the gaps which we have is the chain of custody. And I have published with my colleagues these guidelines of handling and submission of forensic exhibits. And this is assisting us in training the scene of crime officers who are going to the scene and making sure that there is nothing which is wrong, which is picked. For the cyber forensics, we have got a Freddy recovery evidence machine, which we use, which of course recovers some of the data from the digital devices. If people are evading taxes, deleting files, using mobile phones to send threats, all this, we use this equipment. Next. The Cerebrite Universal Forensic Extraction Device, we also have this one. But I was talking with the colleagues who are exhibiting here, because now getting the software, updates of this software is becoming a problem in our country. And when you contacted the manufacturers, of course, I think being from Africa, they zoned us out. Next. We have got that is still forensic, cyber forensics, FTK, Cerebrite physical analyzer. All this is used for extraction of data from digital devices. Next. The same software to do, it's an open source, free software, which we also use in the digital forensics. Forensic toxicology and environmental crime investigations, we use the AS and ICPMS. And of course now, this one is, especially if there is poisons involved, dangerous poisons involved in some of the murders. And we use, this is the arsenal we use. Next. Next. These are some of the equipment which we use, HPLC, GCMS, and LCMS-MS. Next. Still, the equipment we use, we have FTIR, we have got HPLC, we have got the auto-titrator and the proximate analysis. Next. We had some of the cases in our country where some of the school-going students who have been poisoned, and due to contamination of their food, adulteration of some of the chicken because of the drugs, antibiotics and other related drugs. Next. We have the ballistic forensic lab, and we use this to, especially where the firearms have been used in the commission of crime. We use our ballistic system. It has got the Aifss system, which we use. We got from a friendly country. Next. This is still ballistics. Next. This is, of course, the microscope, which we use for the initial fingerprinting and analyzing some of the firearms and the bullets which have been recovered from the scene of crime. Next. 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 Of course, this is still the impressions which have, fingerprinting the firearms in our country has been a project of the government, that all the firearms which are in the country have been fingerprinted by the Uganda Police Force, such that at least if there is any which is used in the commission of crime, it is identified. Of course, this is one of the things which we use when we're analyzing the gun residue analysis. We use now XRF and to analyze. Next. This is still the chemistry, and this is the XRF. Next. Next. These are the cases, the post-fire and explosion incidents investigated by our facility. This is a fire case in a school, a boarding school where, of course, it guarded the dormitory where the students stay, and we visited the facility. Yes, next. This is, of course, the agrochemical explosion at what the Ministry of Agriculture stores. Of course, these agrochemicals similar to what happened in Istanbul, but we visited. This was an explosion at the steel works in Ilgazi. Next, we do analyze, especially for tax evasion. We are invited by Uganda Revenue Authority, and we do analysis of the chassis. So ballistics and tool marking is one of the divisions which we use. Of course, those people tamper with the chassis numbers, the engine numbers, and of course, pay less taxes. Next, we also do, of course, training of some of our other members of staff from other agencies of government. Next, this is what we do. Next, this I've done that. Next, this is also one of the joint medical stores where the warehouse was gutted by fire. It is a medical storage facility. Next, this is also one of the. Please finish. Okay. Next, I would like to thank His Excellency the Prime Minister of India and His Excellency the President of Uganda for having established the National Forensic Science University in Uganda, the first of its kind out of India, and we thank the Vice Chancellor and the members. Next, members, I would wish to invite you to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Come and see the big games, see the source of the Nile, and enjoy the climate of Uganda. For God and my country. Thank you.
Now I request Professor Robert Green to kindly make his present. Yesterday, unfortunately, he could not get more time.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you once again for listening to me 2 days on the trot. Thank you, Dr. Vyas, for the wonderful invitation, for the fabulous hospitality, and the opportunity for me to share some of my experiences. This year is my 39th year in forensic science, and have been lucky enough to have seen lots of the innovations that have taken place over those years. From the early days of DNA profiling to where we are now, and if you'd have said to me at the time, we will have a piece of equipment that will give us a DNA profile in 90 minutes, I would have thought that was science fiction. In your lifetimes, students at the back, that will become very much the fact. So just to introduce, I'm from the Home, I'm going to give you some experiences from my days in the Forensic Science Service and the Home Office, not necessarily my days now in academia. But as I say, I was around forensic science for a good number of years. So what does good science need? Good science needs lots of things, not just the technology, but it needs lots of other things to work as well. It needs good policing. It needs visionary policemen, and I know that we have some visionary chief police officers in the country. It needs professional investigations. It needs speedy investigations. From the time that the crime is committed, we would often say the race is on. The race is on to actually capture that person before they commit a further offence. It needs some judicial and legal understanding. If the judges and the legal people don't understand the science, then we are not going to do very much. And really, that's one of the benefits of the NFSU, being able to draw all that together under one roof. I'm really excited for your DNA bill when that is enacted, because truthfully, that will revolutionise crime fighting in India, as it did for us. I think it was the 10th of April, 1995, our database went live, and it just revolutionised everything. When I was in the Home Office as the head of the department then, I would see every week around about 850 matches, 850 DNA matches every week. So imagine with a population the size of India, what that could deliver for you. So police officers, there's a big challenge ahead for you. It's not just about getting the science to work, it's getting the whole process to work. So just where did all of this begin? Where did our quality journey begin? It began in about 74, 75, where we had a good number of flawed investigations. We had coerced confessions, we had tunnel vision, what we nowadays call bias, really, I suppose. There was lots of pressure on the police, and the backdrop here is some people who were wrongly convicted of some crimes. There was inadequate legal profession and unreliable witness identification. So that was in 74, 75. Next slide, please. Which led to this document being produced in 1991 to 1993. It was called the Runciman Report. It was the first major report on quality, I think, worldwide. It was called the Runciman Report, and it gave forensic science and investigations a real shake-up. So we now move forward, we now move fast forward to this case, which only happened, was only reported last year. This is a guy who actually went to prison for 17 years. He was actually sent to prison for 17 years, and the key punch here is that this person could have been released after about 3 years in prison. They knew that he had DNA on his clothing. The victim had DNA on her clothing that could not belong to this man. So Andy Malkinson has been a big cause célèbre in the UK. And so we don't seem to be getting much better, really. One of the things we've heard about repeatedly over these past few days is the need for quality standards, the need for quality regulation. And again, fast forwarding even more, we set up, when I was at the Home Office, we set up a forensic science regulator, someone to actually regulate the deployment, the use of forensic science. And again, I think that's one of the functions that the National Forensic Science University could very much step into. And that was the document. If you actually want to see what the regulator produces, that QR code will actually take you to I think it was only published last week, the latest guidance on YSTR profiling. Next slide, please. We knew nothing really about probabilistic fallacies in those days. Again, a paper there if you'd like to look at that later on. Next slide, please. Why do I know that the processes don't work? I know because when I was at the Home Office, we'd just gone live with our database in 1995. In around about 1997, the politicians were almost incandescent with anger that the science had not delivered. And effectively, guys, the science was delivering, but the processes weren't delivering. It was the whole process. We heard a lot about it yesterday and today. So that QR code will actually take you to this document. It's a summary of all the 43 police forces in the UK, which I and my team visited, and we unpicked their business processes step by step. And really, it wasn't the science that was failing at all. It was the inadequate processes. It was people not understanding what things were happening. So this is all what we didn't know at the time. Prosecution and defense lawyers' fallacy, and the killer punch there for me is that final bullet. Generally, the science will work, the technology will work, the science is well understood. It's the business processes that don't. Pleasingly, when I was actually doing a little bit of the research to prepare for this, I actually looked at some documents, or looked at a particular document of yours from this paper in 2025. And this is what this is what they say in that paper. Comprehensive procedures, I would say that's quality standards. They talk about the standard operating procedures. That's no more than quality standards. They talk about CPD and next slide, please. But we heard this morning about the Mumbai attack. This is a slide from the London bombings back in 2005. And I say, God forbid, if anything like that happened. So they talk about preparedness in their document. How would we cope? How would we cope in this country, in the country of India? That's the way they set the process up. It was a warehouse. And you can see that the number of exhibits they handled in those days was 26,000 plus. It's more likely to be more nowadays because we would have lots more digital evidence than we did back in 2005. Next slide, please. They talk about modernization and planning, they talk about, once again, about processes, quality standards. They talk about improvements in DNA processing, which I think are a game changer. Absolutely, it will be a game changer for all of the young scientists and the not-so-young scientists. They talk about AI, and the new algorithms will give you more and more outputs, but our politicians were not interested at all in outputs. We heard this morning about DNA matches. I remember one guy being very, very cross with us, one politician saying, we're not interested in matches. I want you to tell me what this is delivering for us. So once again, point number 5, remember nowadays that the science can be produced many, many more times, more quickly than the rest of the business processes all joined together. Next slide, please. Why? Well, because one of the things in the UK, speed is now of the essence. Our standard DNA profiling time is 5 days. 5 days from sample going into the lab to a profile being sent to the database. So we're very speedy nowadays, but the level of detection, the threshold of detection has moved from my early days in, we need a piece of DNA around about this size to start the profile process going. We now have a threshold of detection of 500 picograms. And in fact, it's often used, we go down to 200 picograms. So that is a real game changer for all the scene examiners, because if you don't handle these scenes correctly, you will contaminate. Next slide, please. And along the way, we've had some catastrophes. This was a case of innocent contamination, the case of Adam Scott. Next slide, please. Adam went to prison for 5 months in jail because things had been mixed up in the lab. So challenges for the lab, challenges in that chain of continuity. So an innocent person being on remand for 5 months due to an error, how would you feel, how would I feel if I was the scientist that would have been responsible for that? How would it have, what would it have meant had the remand period been longer? Next slide, please. Even worse, some of you will have heard of this case, the Phantom of Heilbronn. In essence, what this was, a case of gross contamination. Where do you buy your consumables from? The vendors who sell you your DNA consumables, are they accredited? There are proper standards now for accrediting suppliers. But this case was, it caused millions of pounds being wasted in investigating these links between the offences that were effectively linked back to the manufacturing process. So they talk about, in your paper, it talks about adapting to challenges. Yes, we'll all have to do that. Evolving criminal techniques. We've heard lots about that over the past few days, and the challenges that brings for us all. More emphasis nowadays on mental health than there ever was when I was start doing this for real. Next slide, please. We spoke briefly about this guy yesterday, but just next slide, please. If you were to examine a scene like this, would your crime scene examiners be able to, what would they say about this? Because remember, crime scene examiners, if you don't get it right from the beginning, the scientists don't get it right at the end. Next slide, please. Likewise, from the London bombings, if you saw that in a scene, the London bombings were committed by terrorists who made their bombs with chapati flour and peroxide. Would your scene examiners necessarily know that that bubbling of paint could be indicative of peroxide? Next slide, please. That was actually from the London bombings. Next slide, please. What else did we find? We found that our labs were not as clean. The labs of the 80s were not as clean as we thought they were. As soon as we came around to 500 picograms of DNA, 200 picograms, we needed a whole level of new cleanliness. We needed standard operating procedures. Your paper talks about setting up regional laboratories. It talks about reducing demand on centralized labs, and once again, speeding up the process. A paper I delivered only recently at Amity University was the impact on AI and where are we now with in the field of AI. I haven't got time to go into it now, but if you want, once again, if you want to scan the code, or if you want to see me afterwards, I'll give you the link to the presentation, and that will tell you a little bit about AI. Yep. Can we move on, please? Next slide, please. So I think, Dr. Vyas, I've just come out on time. Thanks once again for giving me the opportunity. It's a great opportunity to be with you and share with you some of our journey as you prepare for beginning your journey or progressing on your journey. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have 2 or 3 questions if they are there. We have 2 minutes time.
Yeah, there is someone there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Give the mic.
Yeah. You've raised your hands, right? Just... Yes, yes.
Just a minute, yeah. You can give the name of the panelists from whom you require an answer.
Hello.
Good morning. I'm Charu Gupta. I'm an applied psychology student at the University of Delhi. My question is to Dr. Keshav Kumar. You have mentioned using the technologies incorporating DNA as a primary tool in investigations. However, with such advancing technologies, it's very near that DNA manipulation is also possible at crime scenes. So do you have any suggestions or any thoughts on how to combat such challenges? Thank you.
To you. Question to you.
Yeah, I couldn't get the question actually.
There's a chance of manipulation.
There's a chance of manipulation.
Yes, so how do you handle this if DNA-based evidence becomes more?
With my experience in handling DNA cases and other investigations also, one thing I have found that the chain of custody is the main culprit. So if we are able to prove the chain of custody properly and we are able to adhere to the protocols, then I'm sure it's going to give its result. So this is how we can possibly control the manipulation of it. And of course, the integrity of the expert and the integrity of the institution is also one of the most important aspects that one needs to take care of. If you're interested in knowing more on this, kindly listen to the TED Talk of Ruth Morgan. She's from the University College of London. She's the head of the forensic there. She's given a beautiful talk on this issue. So kindly hear out there. I hope I answered your question.
Dr. Robert also has some supplementary reply.
Okay, I think your question was about the interpretation of DNA. And what I would say to you nowadays is that our ability to collect DNA at sub 500 picogram levels pardon me, has outstripped our ability to interpret. So we now see lots of mixtures in crime samples where people are perhaps using their own interpretation. So I don't think there's no manipulation, but it's where people are interpreting the missing peaks. Is that a peak or is it a mixture? Thank you.
There's one question, one last one.
I would like to ask a small question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. I'm Colonel P.K. Chugh. I just want to flag one issue because we have been talking about all dimensions of forensic science, and one which needs more attention perhaps at this stage is the order as an evidence. So can we accept the human order as an evidence? And I'm a police dog expert. So I looked from that perspective that, as Dr. Keshav has told, that if you touch something, you leave your DNA. At the same time, you leave your odor also. And odor is as unique as DNA. Perhaps more research is needed and more involvement of the police dogs and the tracking dogs are needed. And I would love to request all the forensic experts to give more attention. And at the same time, I would like to express my gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor who has taken up this case, and now NFSU is focused on the canine forensics. And I think there's a lot more needed to be done and a lot more collaboration needed to be done with all the experts. Thank you.
So maybe I'll just add one quick word. So there is a emerging technology called measuring volatiles, it's volatolomics, right? So there's a lot of mass spec-based technologies that are emerging to look at volatiles. Yeah. So therefore, odors and chemicals that are left behind are going to be easy, and there is a scope for molecular fingerprinting, where you combine proteome, genome, metabolome, and other things, and therefore you can have a much better fingerprint that could emerge.
Yeah, we call it VOCs, volatile organic compounds.
Exactly.
So during the COVID time, we have trained dogs on the COVID detection as well. So every disease, every human being, every person has a different odor, and these are based on the rafts, the dead cells which have fallen every seconds, and they are unique. Even you can extract the DNA from those dead cells, which Dr. Keshav was referring. Thank you.
I would just like to add here that I met Dr. Ruth Morgan from the University College of London, and she was telling me that she is doing work on this issue. So if you are interested, you kindly get in touch with her. She will be able to give you much more information on this. Thank you.
Okay, done.
Excuse me.
I think we close now because we have already crossed 12:30. So thank you so much, all the participants, for your patiently listening
may I have
to
a question, please?
the presentations. And also I would like to thank the panelists and give mic to the moderator for concluding remarks.
So may I have a small question, please, sir? With Dr. Keshav. I'm here, Dr. Shahzad Ahmed. Good afternoon, everyone.
So could you please talk to him after, because I think there's
Yes.
one more panel
Okay,
discussion.
You can discuss in the lunch
Thank you,
time.
thank you.
Please feel free to contact. So again, I would like to thank all the panelists. Of course, I think as technology is rapidly evolving, the same technology is also available to the criminals. So I think the challenge for investigative agencies is to be ahead of the criminals. One of the gaps that I also see, of course, I'm not an expert in criminal investigation, is we're going to be collecting a large amount of data. How do you integrate data will also become a challenge. And I think besides all the specific tools that we are developing for collecting, photographic evidence versus DNA fingerprinting, converging data and making them seamlessly talk to each other is going to be another challenge. I think that's where things are headed. Again, I would like to thank all the panelists here for enlightening us with some specific cases, but also in terms of challenges and opportunities. Please give a big round of applause for the panelists.
Thank you so much to all our distinguished panelists for sharing your invaluable perspectives, experiences, and case studies with us today. Your insights have not only deepened our understanding of investigative techniques, but they have also inspired us to pursue innovation and integrity in the field of criminology and law enforcement. Now, I would like to invite our Chair, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Awardee, Dr. J.M. Vyas, to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, to felicitate Dr. Chin Wen Su. Thank you, Dr. Su, for enlightening international perspective on investigative strategies and your active contribution to global policing efforts. Secondly, I would request, sir, to felicitate Mr. Kelfar Kuchana. Mr. Kelfar Kuchana. Sorry, to Dr. Keshav Kumar, to Dr. Kelfar Kuchana, Finally, to Dr. Robert Green, we appreciate your vision in shaping forensic education and your contributions in today's vibrant discussion. May I now request Professor Dr. S.O. Junare to kindly felicitate our chair, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. J.M. Vyasa. Thank you so much. I request all the distinguished guests to be please seated. We are going ahead with the second panel discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would request all of you to please remain seated so that we can proceed with the next panel discussion for the day. Requesting everyone to please settle down. A very good afternoon, everyone. It is with great enthusiasm that we commence today's panel discussion on building indigenous forensic infrastructure for Make in India. In an era where self-reliance is paramount, developing robust indigenous forensic capabilities is not just a necessity, but a strategic imperative. This session aims to delve into the strides India is making towards fortifying its forensic infrastructure, aligning with the visionary Make in India initiative. I am honored to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage. We have the chairperson, Shri Alok Ranjan IPS Sir, Director, National Crime Records Bureau. The first speaker is Shri Rajesh Kumar Sir, the Chief Executive Officer, Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. Secondly, we have Professor Dr. Astha Pandey ma'am, the Dean for School of Forensic Sciences, NFSU Gandhinagar. The third speaker joining us today is Dr. Nilay Mistry, the Associate Dean, School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, NFSU Gandhinagar. And last but not the least, we have Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary sir, Director of the NFSU Goa campus. I would request all the panelists to please join us on stage. Thank you so much, panel. It is truly an honor and privilege to have you with us here today. Guiding us through this insightful discussion is Professor Dr. S.O. Junare sir, the campus director at NFSU Gujarat campus. Dr. Junare is a distinguished forensic accountant and behavioral economist whose interdisciplinary expertise bridges fraudology, economics, and psychology. He has previously served as the Dean, Faculty of Management, Dean, Faculty of Forensic Science, and Dean, Faculty of Doctoral Studies. He has additionally also served as a member of Board of Governors, Academic Council, and the Finance Committee. He serves on the advisory board of Niti Aayog, as well as numerous academic journals. His extensive academic leadership and research in forensic accounting and criminal laws have significantly contributed to the advancement of forensic science in India. We are truly honored to have you here with us, sir. Respected Junare sir, we would now invite you to take over and steer this enlightening discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Respected panel members on the dais, especially Shut Alok Ranjan sir, Director, NCRB, Dr. Rajesh Kumar ji, Chief Executive Officer of Aifss, my colleague Dr. Astha Pandey madam, Professor and Dean, School of Forensic Science and Head of Center of Excellence, NDPS, NFSU, Professor Nilay Mistry, Head of Center of Excellence in Digital Forensics, and all the distinguished audience, expert officers, and dear students. This panel will discuss various opportunities available for indigenous tools in forensic science. As per one database, around 2 to 3 million US dollars are every year being spent on import of various scientific tools which are required for forensic analysis. The tools which we are importing from various countries are mostly related to tools, technology, hardware and softwares. And India is known for the creation of various types of softwares, programming and IT infrastructure. Every year, when our forensic science laboratories are importing various tools, now there is a time to think on Make in India initiative. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, he has given one mantras that ease of doing business in India. Second thing, Make in India initiative. So India has that potential to manufacture a lot of tools and technologies. Even small kits or small equipments which are needed for forensic science, we are depending on various countries. Most of the softwares, those who are having so-called good quality, so are importing and spending huge money. So National Forensic Science University is given mandate by Government of India that we should focus on Make in India initiative and manufacture or develop indigenous tools in the field of forensic science. So 7 Centers of Excellences have been established at Gandhinagar campus, and huge research is going on. More than 240 research projects related to development of tools and technology in forensic science is going on. I request my students also, startup also, MSMEs and industries to collaborate and participate in this big initiative. So our expert panel members from NCRB as well as I4C. So I will request my panel members to throw light on how we can motivate our students, motivate industrialists, motivate even foreign manufacturers to set up their plants in India and to take this initiative to develop a lot of forensic tools in India. The proposal or the target given to NFSU is at least 50% forensic tools can be produced or manufactured in India within the next 3 to 5 years. So I request all the panel members that they can guide us, they can guide and give their thoughts that how we can do this and how our students and other Indian people, actually those who are present here, can motivate and can contribute in this special initiative of Government of India and make indigenized product and promote or motivate or support this Make in India initiative of Government of India. So these stalwarts sitting here, actually they are working in this area for more than 25 or 20, 25, 30 years, and they have seen a lot of challenges in the field of forensic science. So I will request the panel members to throw the lights on the Make in India initiative and indigenize of forensic tools and technology in India. So next to me, so I will request the panel members also that they can also give the introduction, because they will be more appropriate to give the introduction to the topic and start the discussion. So I'll request Rajesh Kumar sir to give the brief introduction about today's topic and share his view on the particular topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Respected Chair Alok Ranjan sir, Professor Janare, we don't see Professor Chaudhary here, Professor Astha Pandey, and my dear friend Nilay Mistry. Thank you so much for having me here. We have been asked to deliberate upon how do we go about building an indigenous forensic infrastructure for the country. I represent the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center. So most of the time, my focus would be on the digital forensics part. So please pardon me, I'll be focusing largely on digital forensics and not so much on other aspects. Now, let me give you 2 points to begin with. Number one, the new criminal laws make it mandatory for investigations where more than 7 years of imprisonment is prescribed to have a forensic expert visiting the scene of crime. Number two, currently the Supreme Court of this country is entertaining petitions where the rights of the police to siege digital evidence is being questioned. Or rather, it is being tested on the grounds of right to privacy, right to confidentiality, right to intellectual property rights, privileged communication, and so on. So on one hand, the law is telling you that for every offense where more than 7 years of punishment is prescribed, and believe me, there are a hell lot of offenses where more than 7 years of punishment is prescribed, you have to have forensics. Even if it is not a cybercrime in the traditional sense of the term, almost all types of crimes have seizure of some or other electronic devices, mostly mobile phones. So we have a situation where the law tells you that you have to do digital forensics, and almost every crime has a mobile or a digital component. And then the Supreme Court of the country has asked us to prepare an SOP as to how the law enforcement should go about seizing and analyzing digital devices so that the rights of the citizens are taken care of. The rights I just mentioned, right to privacy, right to confidentiality, integrity, and privileged communication. So what does this translate into for the 18,000 police stations that we have in the country? There are 18,000 police stations in this country. Around 775, 800 districts. So this requirement, this prescription by law, and this demand by the Supreme Court of the country, how are we going to address this? This brings us to the question of capacity building. Capacity building amongst the human resources, that the officers, police officers on the ground, who are going to deal with digital evidence will need to be trained enough. We will need to have forensic experts right down to the police station level. And then we will need to equip them properly. So how well have we done in equipping our forces? Well, a lot needs to be done. Now, Professor Janare just mentioned that the tools that we require and the prices that are demanded by our mostly foreign OEMs is prohibitive. The kind of prices that are being quoted, we will not be able to meet the expectations either of the BNSS or of the Supreme Court with these prices. So what is the way out? The only way out for us is to make these devices within the country at a scale, so that we are able to reach all the 17,000 to 18,000 police stations that are there in this country. So long as we are reliant only on these few suppliers which dominate the market in India and globally as well, we will never be able to reach. So there is a crisis, and and if there are representatives from the industry who are present here, this is a good crisis for you, because you can come up with solution either individually or in working with collaborations abroad. There is a huge requirement that has come up. BNS has given us some kind of a timeline. But that is short, that is quite short. We need to get our act together to create these kind of capabilities. We from the government, from the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, we have established the Cybercrime Prevention Against Women and Children labs in all the 33 countries. Government of India has also sanctioned over more than 2,000 crore rupees and as a scheme for strengthening the forensic science capabilities. But more than that, we would require investment into technologies which has to come from the private sector. And since there is a huge market within the country, and I'm only talking about the police stations, there are other law enforcement agencies in the country. And there are private detectives, and there are private firms which need to do forensics for their own purposes. Therefore, we need to invest a lot in this. We have been, from the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, we are trying to create these kind of capacities, especially in the law enforcement and the other pillars of the criminal justice systems, in the prosecutors and the judicial officers as well. For that, one of the initiatives that I would like to mention here is that of the Cyber Commandos, in which NFSU is a partner. 3 of the NFSU campuses have been associated with us in creating this core of Cyber Commandos. First batch has already passed out. We are planning to get the next batch started. And over the next 4 years, we plan to have at least 5,000 trained cyber commandos. Now, when these cyber commandos go in the fields, they will again require those equipment to work with. So somebody has to provide this equipment. Somebody has to pass the MII clause and equip our officers. I would also like to point out that we will be continuously tested in the court. Our cases will be called in the court of law by the defense if we are not adhering to the process. And towards that, and we have created a draft SOP for seizure of digital evidence, which it's a draft at this stage, but very soon, if the Supreme Court agrees with that, we should be able to launch that. And NILA has been associated, CBI, NCRB, BPRND, all the organizations, the state police have been associated with this. So, we are going to spend in a big way in procuring equipment. At least, let us say at the district level, we want to have at least the imaging units in all the districts, so that maybe it can be analyzed centrally, but at least during the seizure, during the imaging part, we will need devices right at least up to the police, up to the district level, if not to the police stations. So with this, I would like to once again call upon the industry leaders or the representatives who are here, both Indian and foreign, to create capacities within the country to produce it indigenously and pass the MI clause, because whenever we go for an procurement, MI clause will kick in and it will become difficult to us to scale up. So thank you so much, NFSU, for having me here.
Respected Alok sir to give his opinion and guide us, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. When we talk of forensic evidence infrastructure today, we have to understand how suddenly it has become important, not only for the working of police, but for the working of every citizen in this country. The new criminal laws emphasize 2 important things: a speedy trial with all the protection to the victim. And speedy trial in itself requires a very scientific investigation and a forensic investigation. The trials go very long if you do not have an objective evidence and you have to rely on the subjective opinion of the witnesses. The forensic is important because it can give you yes or no on various parameters which are important to establish guilt. The other important point about the forensic thing is that it reduces the time for investigation. If I do not have a concrete evidence, I'll examine 10 witnesses, maybe 15, maybe 25 to make a final opinion. And the same thing is repeated in a trial. And the net result, a very delayed justice, if at all you get finally a justice in a reasonable time. We have to understand that this infrastructure which is being sought after today is not only for the working of police, reliability of criminal justice system, but it's important that every person who goes to the court of law feels that he has been fairly judged based on an objective evidence and not on opinion of witnesses, which we all know changes from time of recording to time of deposition in the court. And therefore, it is important that when we talk about infrastructure, it involves right from the scene of crime till the court of law. The evidence starts from the scene of crime and it ends in the court of law. Just a very small thing. A lot depends on what you collect. A lot depends on your understanding of what is required to be collected. And you can always be very selective in collecting certain things, ignoring certain things. The quality of manpower is important. We all know about, in forensic science, we have always heard about chain of custody. We all know this. But the important thing is that till in the court of law, the defense will challenge your forensic evidence also. I'll just share a small case from my days in CBI. There's a very famous case called Priyadarshini Mattu case, if you are aware of. That was one of the first cases in which DNA evidence was produced in the court of law. It was a 525-page judgment and up to 475 pages. If you go through the judgment, you feel that the judgment is going for a conviction. And last 50 pages, everything changed and the final judgment was in acquittal. And in this, there was a DNA evidence which proved the presence of accused at the scene of crime. And it was challenged and the court was not convinced on two grounds. Number one, the amount of sample collected and the amount received in the lab were different. And number two was the defenders took the plea that this difference is because the samples were manipulated. I'll tell you the sequence of things, how it happened, and you all are forensic experts. You can make an understanding of what went wrong where. The sample was collected in RML hospital at around 10 to 12, sealed by the doctors, taken to the airport, flown to Hyderabad, and the DNA analysis got done. When it was received at Hyderabad, it was about 0.5 ml or 1 ml less blood than what was collected. And the tape and the tube containing the blood had a tape with all case number and everything. It was smeared with blood. And the allegation which the defending parties levied was that this blood sample of the accused, which is like a standard sample, was opened and smeared with the sperm of the accused since he was under police custody, and therefore everything was contaminated and could not be relied upon. There was also some issues relating to interpretation of DNA in those cases which said that these kind of DNA or the alleles were available, could not 99%, it only gives you a 99% probability. It's not a 100% proof, depending on the spread of the various loci which are taken in the DNA report. And we had to argue this case, a case based only on 100% circumstantial evidence, including one DNA, which, as per the expert opinion of that time, was only 99% accurate because of the frequency of those in the possible frequency of those alleles in the Delhi population. And at the end, we had to go through the difference in the sample size, everything could be explained. But the clinching part which was there is that the protocol used in that test from the sample which was collected from scene of crime was a protocol in which all DNA except sperm DNA are destroyed. So it cannot be contaminated by any other DNA sample except sperm from the accused. And the experts had to go to the court of law to argue about the protocol used, the research paper on which it was based. What I'm trying to tell you is that when we think of an infrastructure, this infrastructure has to be so soundly based on various protocols, on research papers, that the window of error has to be eliminated. When we think of Make in India infrastructure, we have to give a system which is at par with the best in the world. Not only for evidence, but for repeated use of the same kit. And this is one thing which I think is very much possible, provided the academic institutions and the industry hold each other. There are a lot of initiatives which have been taken by the Government of India to bring these two together. And I think this is an opportunity for we in forensic, in whose interest all this forensic infrastructure is being brought in, to facilitate this getting together of the academics, the industry, and put up a system which is reliable and at the best possible in the country. So I'll just wind up by saying that when we think of forensic infrastructure, we should conceptualize in a way where it caters to the various standards which are required right from the scene of crime till its finalization in a court of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now, I welcome our company director, Goa, Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, sir, also. So, he will be sharing his view on this topic. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. So, I'll be throwing some light on the investigation which we did along with our team in 2023. So, all of you know that one of the deadliest rail accident that happened on 2nd June 2023, when the Coromandel Express, which was southbound for the Chennai, that met with an accident in the Balasore town, and the exact railway station was Bahanaga Bazaar. So what happened, the train was set to move on a main line, and pass-through signal was also set for a train to move on a main line. But somehow, the train, which was speeding up at a speed of 128 km per hour, it moved to a loop line, and there was a freight train, iron or leaden train, that was parked on a loop line. And this train, Coromandel Express, rammed into the freight train, which was parked on a loop line. Now, the story doesn't end here. Thereafter, what happened in the opposite direction, the Yashwantpur-Habra Express, it also came on the same time. And when this Coromandel Express, it rammed into the tail end of the goods train, the bogies derailed, and 3 bogies hit the tail end of the Yashwantpur Express. So the 2 last bogies of the Yashwantpur Express also got derailed. So 296 people died in this rail accident, and more than 1,200 people were injured. But then what happened thereafter was a media trial. So media trial, and a lot of speculation that was it human error, was it human negligence, was it a system failure, was it a sabotage, what is a cyber manipulation, and the Commissioner of Railway Safety also gave the report, but then the report which was given, it simply read electromechanical failure. But then there was some element of dissatisfaction, so this case was referred to the CBI. Now, the CBI also wanted some expert support, and they requested the university to help them, and they gave a very specific questions to us, that these are the questions which you have to answer. So I was the part of the team, and Dr. Nilay Mistry, who is sitting left to me, he was part of the team. Kirtad Jhala, our senior scientific officer, and Harshal Patel, again a senior scientific officer. We went there, and then we camped there for almost two weeks. And then you understand in the June how hot it is. So we went to the incident site. We tried to understand how the entire railway machinery works, because we had no exposure of the railways. So we tried to understand how the system works. So when the train is required to be put on a main line or a loop line, the station master gives the command, and then this command goes to electronic interlocking system that is placed at a relay room, and then the system is extended. Then there's a group of relay that was placed at a North Gumti, where there was a crossover from main line to loop line. And I have also shown you the track, that once the command is given, automatically 2-3 things happen. The moment station master gives the command, the train has to move on a main line. Automatically, the signaling will work for the main line, and the indication will be given. Then they call it point machine. So the point machine is responsible for placing the track on a normal position or a reverse position. So they call it main line or a loop line. So that is how it works, and shown in the slide. Next slide, please. Now you see the station master console. It's a complicated kind of console, but everything is automated. The moment he puts the train on a main line, he doesn't have to do anything. The system is supposed to work automatically. Next slide, please. Now this is the relay room, wherein all the things happen automatically. For example, the moment the station master presses the button for the main line, what it will do, it will activate the field gears. Those field gears are signals, point machine, and everything will be set for a main line. But you see inside The relay room, you can see so many equipments inside of it, and you can see the photographer taking some pictures. Okay, next slide, please. Now, this is, again, North Gumti. So what happens when the electronic interlocking system, which is placed in the relay room, it gives some signals for a field gear to operate. So these field gears mean signals, point machine. These are operated by the set of group relays. So these group relays are placed near to those field, gears. So North Gimti was the place where the point machine was there and the signaling system was there. Next slide, please. Now, we try to understand that how it works. But the best part was that whatever the command station master was giving, the log of which was maintained in an electronic interlocking system. But let me tell you, this electronic interlocking system is not something like a modern day's computer. Next slide, please. And you also try to understand how this point machine works. This point machine is again an electromechanical device. So once the signal is given to this electromechanical device, then it will accordingly move from main line to loop line, and this is again based on the command which is given by the station master. Next slide, please. So what electronic evidence indicated, so what we did, we tried to understand the system, what is the next, what this system is, what kind of this system, can we take some logs from it, then we referred to the manuals. And when we referred to the manuals, we realized that it is possible to take the system log and the diagnostic log from this machine. But the major challenge was that this log was in the form of a text, okay? Text and then coded, text and coded. And you can see the entire, connectivity layout of the system. It was a complicated system. Next slide. So now, next slide. So how to take the log was the main challenge, and how to identify which is a CPU. So we went through the entire procedure, what the system is, where is the CPU, how long the logs are kept in the CPU, and what interface we should use, because railway people were not aware of it, and they had again hired an outsourcing agency which was maintaining the system, and these systems were more than 10 years old. So people were not much aware that how it operates and how long it can keep the log and all. And so we tried to understand it. We identified the interface, RS-232 interface. We identified the CPU. And through the digital forensic procedure, we were able to extract the log. And we were lucky, because if you would have delayed for even 3 hours or 4 hours, the log would have been overwritten, because the persistent memory in the machine was not much. And we were more interested on the logs of 2nd of June, when the accident had happened, and a day prior log, when the system were all normal. And then what exactly happened after the accident. So we wanted to have a log a day prior, the day accident happened, and luckily we were able to get all the logs. You can see the computer system. We adopted all the forensic procedure, and they had two kind of system. Railway also extract the log, but they extract the log for operational picture of the movement of the train. They don't maintain that log for troubleshooting or the forensics or the investigation. And they have a protocol converter and data logger, which again pushes all the logs to their central command and control center, from where they get an operational picture, how the train is moving, where the train is. Next slide, please. So you can see that we could extract the log and how this log looks like. So the major challenge was that how to convert this raw data into the data which is useful to a forensic expert. So what we did, that was the first time, I believe, ChatGPT was very popular. So I said, without wasting our time, we should ask the ChatGPT to write a Python script. So we just asked the ChatGPT, because I know the programming, but then I said, who will sit and do this? Let's ChatGPT do it. So we got a Python script of converting the text log into an Excel sheet. So, and then the major challenge was to understanding those codes. So we got the text, we got those codes, and we got it into Excel format. So then we asked the railway, because they were giving, different people were giving different, explanation for the abbreviation. So we jotted down all the abbreviation, more than, 300 to 400 abbreviation, and then we wrote a description of each and every abbreviation and what does it mean. Okay, so we translated each and everything. We sat down whole night, 3-4 nights, we worked together, and then we did this entire exercise. And then, next slide, please. Now the important, crucial thing which we got it, after analyzing the logs, you can see that it was indicated that 17-point failure. And this 17-point failure, it was indicating some time, and then from, some, 1621 onwards, and then you can again see an indicator here that this failure was offset at around 22:39 hours the same day. So that was a red flag for us, because the train has moved to a loop line, and this machine was the one which is supposed to put the train on a loop line. But the mystery was when the signal was for the main line, because the moment the train has to move on a loop line, it's a different signaling system, and the driver has to bring down the speed to 40 km or 30 km per hour to negotiate the train to the loop line. So the question was, if this failure was there, why this failure was there? And why this failure was offset at 23:29 hours? What happened at that time? So we focused our entire investigation on a point machine. Next slide, please. Now, when we are doing it, we ensured to take the hash value of each and every piece of the digital evidence. So when this is produced in court of law, it should not fall flat, because admissibility of the digital evidence is equally important. And luckily, when we did this, we also took the hash value of the software, piece of software which was installed in the electronic interlocking system. And how it helped us, so we got a label which was put on an electronic interlocking system, and on that label, a CRC code was written. So we got their manual, and then we found out that this CRC code was written when this system was installed to ensure the integrity of the code which is installed in the system. And every station has a different piece of software as per their, logical design. So that was a crucial piece of evidence for us. So what we did, we again took the hash value of the entire software and we matched it with the initial hash value when the software was installed in the system. And then we found that it was matching. So immediately we said, no cyber manipulation, no cyber attack. So we ruled out the cyber attack immediately. And then when in the next meeting we had said, no manipulation, system has not been manipulated, and there's no cyber attack. And to further, they also, how the system could be manipulated if somebody enters into the electronic interlocking or the relay room where this machine was placed. Then we also see the logs, because they had a sensor. When somebody opens the door or enters, there were logs. So we also looked into these logs, and then we found out, is anybody has entered on 2nd of June or not, before the accident. So we have seen that whatever activity was there, it was after the accident, and no electronic log was indicating that anybody has entered in that room. So that was also crucial piece of evidence for us. Now, once we had electronic evidence, we built the entire timeline. We were dead sure that train has moved to a loop line, but then it has to be corroborated with a physical evidence. So next slide, please. So what we did, because when we asked the CBI or other people, they said, we have a picture. But then I said, picture is this picture once taken, how we can establish that train has really moved, because electronic logs are indicating that it has moved to a loop line. But physically, we wanted to establish it. So I was looking for tracks, their T's, rails. They said we have dumped it because the traffic has to be restored. So we uprooted it and dumped it in the railway yard. I immediately took my team. They said it is not possible to find it out. I said, give me your manual. So we took their manual. We took the code of the machine. Then I, along with my team, went to the yard. And then we found out. We could trace out that point machine, which you can see in the figure. And then we matched it, the serial number on it, and it exactly matched. I said, pick it up. And we picked it up. Then I, along with my team, went to there was a same set of machine which was installed on a down track. So I, along with them, went there, and I told that, okay, let the train pass from main line to loop line, and I want to recreate the entire scene. Let me see that. So they did that. The railways authorities cooperated. They put the machine through the electronic interlocking system on a main line. So we understood that how these rod works. And we took the measurement of all the rods. Like, for example, this point machine has 5 rods. Okay, so these 5 rods have a different position. These slides have a different position when train is on a main line, and it has a different position when the train is on a loop line. Okay, so you can see that we took the measurement, we measured it, we measured the throw slide, lock slide, the 2 lock slides, then detection slide. Because once the rods are put in a position, then feedback has to also go. So for that, there's a detection slide. So we measured the length of all the 5 slides, and then we were sure the track was set on a loop line. But then at the same time, we prepared our investigation report, a preliminary investigation report, there only in the mid of the night. But then we requested Railway Authority to depute someone who can also say that this is a position for the loop line. So they sent their engineer, and we immediately prepared a 2-page report of the physical evidence, got the signature of the expert who has been deputed by the railway, and immediately handed over to the CBI the next day. Next slide, please. So now, what it corroborated that yes, actually train had moved to a loop line. Okay, because I had a suspicion of doubt, because what the train was 128 kilometer speed, and there's a speedometer in the locomotive. So we also got that data. I requested for around 10 pages data from them, and then one of the things we had identified what was the speed of the train. But then it has dropped to a 0 within a fraction of a second. So that time only I had a element of doubt that it is not a derailment, it is a direct hit on the tail end of the train, because had it been a derailment, it would have taken some time to slow down. Now the cause, why it happened. Okay. So when we went to the North Gumti and point machine, we found some labels. And then we also find 2 pair of additional wires. So then we started investigating why these 2 pair of additional wires and what this code means. So thereafter, we realized that the 2 pair of additional wire, which was not supposed to be there, it was very much there. And then it was patched to those panels which were supposed to put the electronic, gate. There's an electronic gate at the road junction, especially at the railway crossing. So they call it LC crossing. So there's and these electronic gates are operated, and let me tell you, these electronic gates are also operated automatically. So the moment the station master gives a command, the gate will also come down, and when he releases the command, the gate will go up. Okay? So then we came to know that there was a maintenance that day, and they were doing a work to replace this LC gate. Then we identify all the connections were for the LC gate only. Then we realized 2 additional wires, and then we realized that when the gates, then we did a thorough study, then we asked for an engineering diagram and everything. Then what we understood, the LC gate was supposed to be put on a particular wire where the high voltage was supposed to be there. But there was a mismatch in the patching, because the engineer assumed, because what he did, he brought a similar kind of electronic gate from Balasore, and he tried to replace the faulty gate at the Bahanaga Bazaar railway station. He did not apply himself. He did not see the frontal wiring diagram. He did not see the 2 additional wires. Either they were in hurry or one, I don't know. And they tried to put the same connections, whereas the connections were different in this case. Because of that, the connection got altered, and the high voltage, which was not supposed to be there, the false feed went to the electronic interlocking system. So because of the false feed, what happened? The logic which works to put the machine, that point machine, from loop line to a normal line or a main line, it did not work. However, indication because of the false loop was very much there. So then we jotted down at what time it happened, what time that false feed, what time station master gave the command. Next slide, please. So we were able to, this is the final crux. We got it. Okay, what time false feed was extended, what time, the relay did not work, and then we got the answer of all our queries. Now, the part was one more thing which I wanted to tell you.
So please.
Just 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I will just conclude it. So, because of the false feed, there was a wrong signal. And because of the wrong signal, what happened? That this is point machine, electromechanical machine. So it's not only the works on signal, but it also motor has to rotate. And the motor has to rotate for at least 11 seconds to put the point track from one position to the another. And I don't know what the maintenance work they were doing. There was a short circuit of 3 connections, and the motor could only operate for 2 seconds. And 2 seconds was not good enough to place the motor from loop line to a main line. And because of that, entire logic changed. So we were able to establish how the logic should have worked and why the logic went wrong. That also we established. And the final crux was another mystery. Why this logic changed at 29 hours, okay? So what we found out, I said, no, there is something has happened, and this has happened. So they told me there was a maintenance work from 1620 to 1640 for 20 minutes. I said, no, sir, there was someone who have altered the connection at this particular time, and it was beyond the maintenance hours. We gave the specific time to the CBI. Then CBI also, further integration, they confessed that they were working beyond the hours, though they have given the completion memo that work has happened, but not. They were sitting inside and they were still continuing the work. And once the train happened, they realized it has happened because of their own correction. So what happened? They locked themselves inside the North Gumti, and then they started analyzing why it has happened. They realized that some wrong connection they have made. So one of them quietly entered into the North Gumti and changed those connections to a normal position at 29 hours. And that's why the change, logic at 29 hours. And we told the CBI that this is the time these connections were changed, and they were able to identify that who was the person who entered and changed the connections. So based on that, one additional section was, put, and that additional section was tampering with the evidence. 102, I believe, 201 of the CRPC. So the, IPC, 201 of the IPC, tampering of the connection, because we were able to prove. And there were 3 people who were in the North Gumti, and the senior section engineer signals, the section engineer, and technician. And we gave the report to the CBI, complete report. We answered their all queries. We ruled out sabotage. We ruled out that cyber attack, but we did not rule out the human negligence. And we gave them all the inputs why it was a human negligence. And then the case was definitely, they were able to file the charge sheet, and these 3 people were arrested. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving the elaborate information about the Balasore train accident and investigation. So I'll request our Dean, School of Forensic Science, Dr. Astha Pandey, Madam, to talk on the indigenization of Indian infrastructure related to forensic science. Please.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Good morning to one and all the esteemed panel members. Today's topic which we are discussing, I think it is a dire need for all the forensic science laboratories who are working in India. The topic which is there, it is basically building indigenous forensic infrastructure for Make in India. So just think about, just ponder. In the quest for justice, forensic science plays a vital role. We all understand that. But what if the tools which are used to solve the crimes were not just imported technologies, but innovations which are rooted in our own land, which is designed for us? So as you all understand, and you all are already knowing that there is one initiative which has been taken by Government of India, by Honorable Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. During the time of COVID, there was a lot of difficulty in the supply of vaccines, and that is how Shanta Biotech had come forward, and they have manufactured a lot of vaccines in India, and we were also able to supply the vaccines to our neighbor countries. The same way we need to strengthen the forensic science laboratories with all the equipments. So as you all understand that the criminal justice system which is there, it's not only forensic science laboratories. We need the help of the police organizations, we need the help of judiciary, and as well as the forensic scientists who are working in the forensic science laboratory. So indigenization of tools is not only important for the scientific staff which is working in the forensic science laboratory, but rather it is also important for the for the police officers who are on the field. Along with the forensic scientists, because the crime scene processing involves major steps of collection, preservation, and dispatch, which is a very, very important part, or you can say that the integrity of the evidence has to be maintained. So therefore, as it was very much stated by Alok Ranjan sir, he stated that why the case was, did not have a proper justice. It was because somewhere the collection, and there are several such cases. So we need to focus that what kind of kits India, like which kind of kits can be indigenized. So for that, I will give you two examples. At National Forensic Sciences University, we have come out with a kit which is called as Parichayan kit. This kit is especially used for the detection of narcotic drugs and the psychotropic substances on site, which can be used by the border police, which can be used by the Coast Guard people, which can be used by the police officers, which can be used by the Narcotics Control Bureau people, which can be used by the ATS, which can be used by SOG. There are different groups, but they need to understand that using the scientific indigenous tool is much more important. So whenever there is a drug seizure, immediately they have to check as to what kind of drug is present in that. And this kit has been properly validated, it has been studied by the scientists in the laboratory, and then it has been customized according to the need of the drug law enforcement agencies. So this is one which NFSU has done. There are many more in the pipeline. There is also Dr. Nilay, I think he'll be discussing about the cyber-related tools. I'm just focusing on more towards the science-related. So similarly in biology, at the crime scene, the scientific officers as well as the police officials, they need to collect blood, semen, saliva. They need to identify whether it is there or not. So we need to develop our own indigenous kit. A very simple example, a polytorch light, which basically has the facility of UV and IR. That also we are importing. So we need to think it over. I do not say that there is lack of talent in India. There is sufficient talent. And in fact, we are across the world. We are ruling with our scientific knowledge. So we need to focus that how we can strengthen our scientific knowledge in indigenization of the scientific tools. So similarly, the identification of gunshot residues, so the kits available for that. There are many animals or plants which are endangered and they are being, imported or exported across the borders. And the police officers, they do not have anything to identify. They are just clueless. They do not know how do I go about it. So do something for them. Okay, so there is lot of scope for that. In the laboratory, we make use of certain instruments. For example, in chemistry, we make use of FTIR, Raman, GCMS. So you have seen in all the panel discussions, usually they have database, but that database is more related towards the database which has been framed looking into aspects of across the global countries, the seizures which are there. But why don't we develop a database which is basically important for our own country? We need to develop database for the paint identification. We need to develop the database for handwriting. We need to develop the database for the signature. We need to develop the database for the footwear, footprints, fingerprints. Yes, some of them are existing, but we need to work elaborately as to what kind of evidences we are getting in our laboratory, in our country, and we need to focus on the development of the database based on those. There are several portable devices which can be used at the crime scene. Many of the law enforcement agencies, when they are at the borders, okay, or when they are at different seaport, airport, they face a lot of difficulties. So we can also come out with the indigenous tools like ion mobility spectrometer, like Raman handheld analyzer, like FTIR-based analyzers. So all these are already available, but they have immense cost. We are importing them. Sometimes it is difficult to get the expertise of the people who are there in that relevant field, and it does not require a big rocket science. There are many people, there are many Indian scientists who are working in different reputed research laboratories in the same domain, but probably they might not be knowing that how they have to bring out this subject with relevance to the forensic science. So forensic scientists also, please break that glass ceiling, come out of your routine examination of the cases, and whatever cases, there is no more other thing which you have to do. That is, whatever cases you are examining, during those time only, what difficulties you have faced, suggest that to the academics, suggest that to the university researchers, and they will work out for you. They will come out with a solution. And for that, you can approach National Forensic Sciences University, which is doing a great deal of the scientific research as well as the development of innovative tools. I think in the future, when Professor S.O. Chunare sir, moderator, he will be discussing that how NFSU's centers of excellence and what are the initiatives which university is taking for bringing the technologies or developing the indigenous tools. So I think I have given many points, and I would just say one thing in the last, that let's innovate with pride and build an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for giving very important insight about the Atmanirbhar Bharat and how this university and industry can work together and enter into this new area of Make in India initiative. So I will request Professor Nilay Mistry to talk about the indigenizations of forensic infrastructure, particularly in digital and cyber field.
So, good afternoon, dignitaries on dais, of the dais, and I'm thanking NFSC to provide me this opportunity to express this particular topic with you all people. So, Make in India and products related to the digital forensics. Mainly, when we seen on the ground, when we investigated, when we seen most of the thing on the field, then we know that the crime scene to court, whatever the Alok Ranjan sir said very recently, right? So all different kind of products can be used in digital forensics, ranging from the digital imager, ranging from the triaging kit, ranging from the security kit, ranging from the imaging kit, and then after the analysis kit and the report preparation, then case management system. So various components are associated from the crime scene to the court kind of a thing in digital investigation scenario. So first and foremost thing, MII is required in that particular ecosystem. Crime scene to court ecosystem, if we can create this kind of a different component in India, then it will be the great thing for us, every one of the investigators. Second thing I would like to propose, the stakeholder forums, which comprises of the forensicators, academia, researcher, then you can say the LEAs or police agencies, and software developers, or you can say the corporates or companies, and lawyers and judiciary. So once this kind of a stakeholder forum can be created, because we've seen that many people are creating various good technologies in silos in the country, right? And they know that what are the local requirements. I would like to give you one small case study related to that. So very recently we received one mobile device, and that mobile device is having the custom application. Custom UPI kind of application, or you can say the money transfer kind of application they are using. And all the leading tools are not supporting this kind of application application analysis, right? And getting the data out of it. Even some chat apps are also there, which is a Chinese chat apps, right? So they are also not getting those data from that particular chat apps, right? Now what happened? We created some kind of a Python script. We understood the application. We reversing that particular application and then understood where it stores the data. Either it stores the data on the cloud, or either it stores the data on a local kind of a storage media or something. and whether what kind of a scenario is there in the Android or what kind of a scenario is there in the other, means iPhone or other kind of a smartphones, right? And then after 1 week, once we concluded, then we created with our own custom script, which is created inside the Python, and then we, after getting all kind of a data from this custom made application. So this kind of every time Naveen sir is telling think local, act global, right? So how we can identify the local problems, right? What are the local problems which we are facing? And then how we can create a global solution for that. So this kind of a Make in India solution is required in these days. I would like to go through very small presentation. Next slide. So what are the digital forensic challenges in Indian scenario? So there are two main digital forensic challenges, technical challenges and resource challenges. Technical challenges like nowadays anti-forensics, because after the AI is introduced, then the anti-forensic is very biggest challenge in front of us. Then privacy is again a very big challenge in front of the investigators, I can say. Then the AI generated content like deepfakes and disinformation, misinformation. These are the very challenging technical challenge in front of us. And last but not the least is the anonymity. You know that dark web and their cryptocurrency and everything is nowadays, VPN even we cannot identify it. Sometimes we cannot back through or go through the VPN and identify the last user, right? So this is the problem which we are facing, technical challenges. This is the current challenges. I think there are some futuristic challenges also, right? Then what are the resource related challenges? So we are normally lacking into the skilled manpower, but nowadays yesterday even sir was, Honorable UHM sir was also telling, and our respected Padma Shri Dr. VC sir was also telling that we are creating a NFSU and 9 to 10 campuses. So now the skilled manpower challenges will be reduced little bit. Then the compatibility between the new technology and older solutions. This is the very big issue right now, because right now whenever you are seeing your mobile, there is few updates are coming inside your mobile, and then after your tool will be obsolete, particular to that particular version, right? So they will provide a solution after 1 month or 2 months, and we are losing into the time and investigation. Then high volume of data analysis, big data. Earlier we thought that laptop was coming with 250 GB of the hard disk, but nowadays they are coming up with 2 TB, 5 TB, 8 TB, right? So it's a huge data volume is available, and you need to find a needle from haystack. That is the problem in front of us. And last but not the least is forensic knowledge base and other kind of machine learning. Because now we are talking more on the AI. But when your machine learning is not ready, or when your machine learning model or machine model is ready, then and then only you can configure it to the artificial intelligence. So these are the few challenges. Next slide. Some case studies I would like to share with you. So we are regularly dealing with the ransomwares and all, and one of the very big case studies which we are facing, that is related to time stomping. So this particular malwares nowadays, they are using this particular methodology of time stomping. So once they are infected your machine, they will first change your time. Normally in forensics, we are actually passing through the timeline. We are always dependent on timeline, at which time which event is occurred inside the system. So here we are actually dealing with the time stomping, and successfully we identified a lot of information from the deep packet inspection. So this is the one of the case study which I would like to share with you. Next. This is another case study in social network. So this is a very interesting case study, and that is one central agency given us some task related to one person who is not using any computer, any mobile or any kind of a thing. Even email is not known to us. Only first name and last name is known to us. So we identified his first name and last name, and we identified around 20 Facebook profiles and forwarded that Facebook profile to the law enforcement agency. And then they identified from the photograph that this person is our suspected one, right? Then after we seen that his wall post is full of lot of posts, right? His wall is full of posts, right? So we went to his social media account and we identified first few posts, right? And there we identified that this person is made some updates on a travel kind of a thing. So normally whenever we are going to some other place, then we are just putting our travel details, right? So I am starting from Ahmedabad airport to Delhi airport and something. So we thought, let us check some kind of patterns. Can we identify some kind of a patterns? So we taken 2 years of historical data of all the posts of this particular person, and out of which we identified that every month, 3rd Wednesday, he is visiting Kolkata From Delhi, he is visiting the Kolkata, because every time he is putting all these things on the Facebook. Then after we identified, because now we asked the airport authority also, then the CISF also, and some of the cameras, we take help of the CCTV camera and all. Finally, we got the information that this person is every third Wednesday of the month, he is visiting the Kolkata, and then he is going to meet somebody on a Howrah bridge. So their location we also identified from there, and then after we investigated the case. So even though we have only a first name and last name, we actually identifying the person from the social media and all. But this kind of a tactics and techniques needs to be implemented with some all source intelligence or those kind of a tool. This is required a Make in India solution, this kind of a thing. Next slide, please. Yeah. So anonymity on dark web. So we are also dealing with various cases on the anonymity and historical data. We are also catching all the historical dark web websites also. We are keeping some servers, and we kept all this data into our server. So even in future, if you want that in 2020 or 2021, something was happen and some activity was happen on the dark web, so we are going through that particular data and we can collect those information. This is happen with normally the deleted Telegram groups or deleted some onion websites or something like that. So we can at least recover something out of it into our tool. Next. So this is the startups and product build at NFSU, which we already created, and right now it is some products are already into the market, and some products are into the POC or the last stage. So first is a Strot Pragna. It's a comprehensive all-source intelligence tool which supports all kind of information related to the security posture of the organization, as well as ransomware details. What are the ransomware? What are the common TTPs inside the ransomware? Then what are the dark web related? As I told you, that the historical data and real data of the dark web monitoring and all, we can do it. Then we can also do the analysis, investigation analysis of somebody's entities like email, mobile number, or sometimes we are receiving the threatening emails and all. So we can check it with this, because we have a historical data also. We have other kind of a data also, and we have a live data also available into this Strot Pragna tool. So it is already in last stages, and very soon we will, NFSU will release this. Next. This is a Shakti. It's a high performance forensic workstation. So this is currently under the testing. I think from last 6 months we are validating this particular, because in NFSU we are also certifying and validating the tools and technologies. So it is our own product, and right now we are already validating this particular product, and then after we are validating through the other sources also, and then after we will very soon we will marketize this particular product from the NFSU. This is one of the startup which is created this particular product for us. Next. Cyber Kiosk, this is our hero product, because right now various law enforcement organization is taking help of this Cyber Kiosk to detect the malicious application or malicious connections into their mobile devices. So this is a Cyber Kiosk. It's a smart mobile device security platform both for Android and iOS. And various law enforcement agencies are taking this, and they are checking their devices against the various applications. It is also supporting all government banned applications, right? So if your mobile is containing government banned application, then also it is detect, and it will convey to you into the report. Next. This is a cyber triage, a digital first aid kit solution, because we already discussed that crime scene to the court. So every module, each and every module is required. So this is one of the module which you can take it to the crime scene. You can take some of the data. It's a very handy tool. You can take it to the crime scene, and you can get the data and do the triage on that crime scene itself. Along with that, we are also created it's a software. We are also created our own case management system as per 17025, right? So that is also already prepared, and we are using right now into our office, and very soon it will be published to the market. Yeah, next. This is another startup product which is used for OT security platform. So this is our another startup who is created this particular product, that is a Dorje, and it will give you the vision, particularly all your IoT sensors and component details on one screen, on a dashboard, right? So this will provide you the security through which you can identify the security posture of your whole OT, or you can say critical infrastructure organization or department, right? Next. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Nilay, for giving very important information about the products available at NFSU. And Before asking the questions from audience, I will talk 2-3 important things with all the audience here. That the government is spending huge amount on import of various goods. There are a lot of Indian manufacturers. We have seen some of the stalls here. The Indian manufacturers have produced very good forensic tools which are available. But mostly we depends, or sometimes we believe on imported tools. In imported tools, actually, we are spending huge amount, not only the amount, but we are sharing our data also. When we use any imported data like CCTVs, so we are having mostly all the, even LEAs and police and city, smart cities, on all CCTVs installed on various places, public places in the cities. So mostly they are China made or some other countries. So they are giving or taking a lot of data from us and sharing with their some agencies or some people. Like we are taking DNA and we are using some instruments where we are sharing our data. We are using some softwares through which, like Aifss and all others, actually we are sharing our data. So some confidential data may be shared with other agencies or other countries. So other than spending huge amounts, we are actually having risk to give our data to different countries. I will request all the Indian manufacturers also who are here. We have floated one letter of interest and we have received 30 proposals from different manufacturers and startups that they want to make some indigenous products which are related to forensic science. So with the help of industry and with the initiative and support of our university, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, has decided to have a research park for forensic tools at NFSU. So we will have research park wherein we will have offices and infrastructure facilities available for the startups and industries to come there and make R&D. So we will provide technical support, manpower support, scientist support so that we can make indigenous product available and related to forensic science. So the students who want to do their career in research, so you are most welcome to submit your projects. In PhD also, we are giving the topics related to law enforcement only. The students who want to do PhD, they have to select one of the topics which are available or which are the problem statement given by the security agencies and LEAs, so that they can take that research topic and do research and submit their actually final output. So after that, we will provide that all the facilities for post PhD also to start your production of indigenous products. I will request all the students to start their PhD or post-PhD research at NFSU. NFSU will guide you, support you financially as well as technical supports so that you can start some R&D activities at NFSU. And industries also, we will request all stakeholders who are into manufacturing of different forensic tools at NFSU, and we will provide all the facilities so that R&D can be started. In collaboration, that will be industry-academia partnership, wherein we can start the research projects related to forensic science tools and technologies. At least small tools or kits, which are actually can be easily imported, easily manufactured. And our students, our Indian manufacturers, they are having huge potential and talents that they can do it very easily. So let us come together, industry, students and academia, to manufacture a lot of tools. So like Madam told here, that through Atmanirbhar Bharat, dream of our Honorable Prime Ministers, we can do a lot of things. We are having potential, we are having talent. We do not have any problem of money or funding or financing, but we have to take initiative and come together. On behalf of Government of India, MHA, as well as all panel members and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, I request all of you to join hands and submit the proposals and submit a letter of interest so that we can work together and make a lot of new product related to forensic science in India, and we can create Indian or indigenous ecosystem to help the law enforcement authorities and security agencies of our country. So I will request my audience also to ask some questions, or if they are having some doubts or clarification, you are most welcome. And thereafter, I will request my panel members to sum up and give their final opinions. Thank you very much. From audience, because I know that you are having time of lunch, I will not take much time. Please. 2-3
Hello.
questions.
Sir, I have a question and a suggestion also. Hello,
Please.
can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
I'm Dr. Sangwan. I'm an advocate in the High Court of Delhi. There is an order from the Honorable Supreme Court that every police station in India will have a CCTV camera. They don't want to have it because crime itself has become a very lucrative business. So how forensic science or anything, any science will help? I think the the University of Forensic Sciences should sit at the neck of the police throughout India. That you have to have, and we must come out a very powerful camera, and these all cameras should be connected with the net, so that I can see if my friend is in the police station, I can see what is happening. We are not doing it deliberately, so that crime is not committed, but we want the crime is committed.
Yeah.
And the University, Forensic Sciences University should have at least one meeting in Delhi with the public. Crime initiates from the public, it needs a decision there, and we are not allowing the public to be party to this crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, with the permission of our chairpersons and our panel members, I will give brief information about that CCTV projects. So, the NFSU has taken the initiative to have integration of all CCTVs in the country. So, all cities, major cities are having their CCTVs. So, how they can be integrated with all the states and how the database can be created. So, with the help of MHA and Government of India, the NFSU has taken that project, and soon you will see the result that there will be Indian manufactured CCTVs installed, which will be integrated with all the cities and all the states, which will be useful to law enforcement authority. They will not only helpful in the investigation of crime, but they will be helpful by CCTV audit system and some special softwares, so that it will help us in prevention of crime also. Thank you very much. Yeah. So anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, sir.
Sir, Mark Lammy from Leeds Online. We're the creators of Aifss. Sorry, is that working? Yeah, I just wanted to echo your call. If there are representatives of industry in the room, please come and talk to us. We do hear the call for things to be made in India, and we understand we need to work with partners in cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We have also, sir, invited the interest also, of foreign partners also, those who are having their plants in different countries, they can set up their plants in India. So we'll be happy to have a collaboration, to joint partnership for making R&Ds and setting up your plants in India. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. My question to Dr. Nilay Mistry, sir. How do you identify any new leak in a dark web? And this leak is also a very new leak, and this forum in which the leak is present, that also a very recent forum, recent made forums. How you identify these types of conditions, sir?
Okay, so when you are talking about the dark web is normally used with the anonymity. Second thing, normally they all are using the VPNs to secure. So now what happened, they are taking all advantages of these privacy-aware technologies, right? They are using the operating systems, they are using sometimes the hardware, Tor hardwares are also coming up, right? So they are using the hardwares, they are using the VPNs and all. But sometimes that application, most of the time what happens, they are not utilizing the HTTPS on the dark web. Why? Because for taking the HTTPS, they required a certificate, and that certificate required somewhere they are actually compromising with their privacy, because they need to purchase a certificate. Now, certificate will not provide it to you without your name, right? So, so then they are not normally taking this kind of a. So there are many ways to identify it. Second thing, they are using, because you are creating some website on either HTML or some kind of a technology stack, right? So the technology stack is also having a lot of vulnerabilities. Secondly, you are also integrating a lot of APIs, or you are also integrating a lot of add-ons. You are also integrating a lot of checkpointers over there, right? So here, there are a lot of vulnerabilities and exploitable substacks are available of the system. So many organizations are constantly checking, or constantly they are doing, they are knowing as a cybersecurity researchers, right? So earlier they known with some other name, but nowadays they are the red teamers or the cybersecurity researcher. So they constantly checking for this kind of a vulnerability on a different onion websites. And through these particular onion websites, they are collecting a lot of information. This is the first thing. Second thing, there are a lot of nodes available across the globe, right? So there are multiple nodes where they are keeping this particular node as a peer. And that peer is actually collecting a lot of information from the day-to-day network activities, IP activities, and many other things. So in dark web, we are actually going deeper to identify, to reduce the anonymity of the criminals, right? Not the other person. So normally we are taking all this, I cannot tell more things over there, but normally we are taking this kind of a technology, and through which we are collecting historical data, as well as we are collecting the live data also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So last question, please.
Sir.
Hey.
Hello, my name is Dr. Shoma Bhavantapadhyay. I'm from the Delhi campus, NFSU Delhi campus.
Please be louder.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm kind of curious. So my question is to Nilay Mistry, sir. That is, in that case study where you said that the accused did not use any cell phone or laptops, however, he did have a profile on the Facebook. So just hypothetically, I'm just curious to know that had there been no social media profile, how would you possibly would have done the same investigation? That is one question. And I also have one more question to ask to Rajesh Kumar sir. That is, sir, you mentioned about the SOPs. So I was just wondering, just like we have kind of a filtration of the 7 years that we have at the moment under the BNSS, do you think that just to reduce cost and, as you said, to give more time for the indigenous equipments to be made, do you think in that SOP we could have a sort of a filtration where we state that for these offenses we need to necessarily have forensic examination, and for these offenses we can at a next level if needed have it? So can we do that kind of a thing just to give more time for us to make the indigenous equipments? So I just have these two questions for both of you. Thank you so much.
Sir.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and it's again a very important question you raised. So normally what happened that we all are having the entities, like right now I am the Nilay Mistry, so I have some kind of entities with me. I have a 2 ears, I have a 2 eyes, then 1 forehead and all, right? So over the digital life, you are having a multiple type of entities available with you. Now these entities you can tweak. Here you can't tweak anything. Still the people are doing a lot of physical tweaking with their faces, and they escape from the security systems. In digital technology, you can also imitate a lot of things over there, right? So related to my particular case study, which I discussed with you, so that person details are not available with us. Only we have because in a normal case, when we are getting some suspect detail, either we are getting the email ID, either we are only getting the names, either sometimes we are only getting first name. And then we need to identify it, or then we need to dig down a lot of things, right? So in one another case, I would like to share with you that we are having I think 20 email IDs only. And through that 20 email IDs, we need to identify their houses, right? Their home locations. Now from the email ID, how you can identify the home location? That is another question, right? So we are actually dealing with this kind of a complex mechanism, because sometimes your one entity is available, and through that particular one entity, we need to do the profiling. And that particular profiling required multiple validations. So right now, some agencies are telling us that this is a one photograph. Let me search from this particular photograph, or let me give this particular name to you, or let me give this particular email to you. If you can create a profile of that particular person, then it is very beneficial to us for the investigation purpose. So that's how the things are working. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and to answer what you asked me, the law has already decided where forensic has to be compulsorily done or not done. So nobody can change that. The question is that are we ready to do that? The short answer is that we have to cover a lot of ground because our capacity, both with the investigating agencies as well as the forensic labs, which are accredited under, certified under 79A of the IT Act, is very limited, and we need to scale it up. Now, since there are a lot of students in this classroom, I would say that this gives you a very good opportunity, because a lot of employment is going to open up in this sector, because per force, law enforcement will need to have your expertise available right down to the police station level. So grab this opportunity, make yourself expert in digital forensics, and you will be in high demand. And so far as SOP is concerned, it is focusing on what to do to ensure that the concerns are taken care of, the chain of custody, the integrity of the evidence is taken care of.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Last question.
Sir, one question.
Last question only, because, yeah, please.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. So my question is related to building indigenous forensic infrastructure for Make in India.
Be louder, please.
So building indigenous forensic infrastructure for making India. So what kind of a role AI can play in this, and using AI for a forensic investigation, whether it could be, whether it could be justifiable or not, using AI for forensic investigation?
Okay.
Nami sir.
So let me answer your question. So when you look at the artificial intelligence, and today you talk about general AI, general artificial intelligence. So what this general artificial intelligence is good at, and where it is being used. So in the law enforcement agency, the general artificial intelligence is good at prediction. Okay. So a lot of predictive policing kind of activities can be done using the artificial intelligence. Now one thing, now with the transformers coming into, the concept of transformers coming into the domain of artificial intelligence in 2018, what has happened that you have got now good effective LLM models, large language models. Now these large language models are very good in pattern recognition, NLP activity. So here you find a huge application of forensic sciences. Okay. So where you find wherever you have to match the pattern, where you have to have a huge data, and you want to identify the evidence. So sometimes people used to say that finding, evidence from the digital record is like finding a needle from the haystack. Okay? So now this problem has been solved using the LLM models. They are very good at. They are very good at in pinpointing the things, identifying the things, pattern matching. So let it be pattern matching for any digital record. Your DNA profiling, your fingerprinting, okay, your handwriting analysis, whatever kind of activity you want to do, with now all these tools needs to be integrated with the LLM platform. That is first thing. And then there is a huge opportunity. People are venturing into it, but still I am seeing, yesterday also I have seen some presentations, even the industry is still going for those mathematical models. They have not adopted the power of the LLMs. Okay? Report writing, even if you have to appear before the court for disposition, then also you can refer the similar cases and what kind of question the judiciary is likely to throw to you. That preparation also you can do using the LLM models. Now, one of the most important thing is that when you use a traditional tool or when you use mathematical models, the forensic expert has to interact with the instrument many times. Okay? So it takes a lot of time, and as such, most of the laboratories are understaffed. It is working with 50% of manpower. So now, in a day, he can dispose of limited number of cases. So in that case also, the moment you are going to incorporate the artificial intelligence, which is not only good in pattern matching, which is not good in analysis, this is going to enhance the efficiency of the forensic expert. Right from analysis, because what is the role of the forensic expert? The role of the forensic expert, if you look into the legal instrument, is examine, analyze, and report. Okay? So in these three activities, the artificial intelligence is going to play a major role, and it is going to cut down the timing. So the more interaction you have with the instrument, then also there is a scope of, error. So that will also be cut down when you are going to use the automated features based on artificial intelligence. So this is a good field, and National Forensic Sciences University is the first university in the world which has started a course looking into all these aspects and how the adoption of the artificial intelligence and data science should be into the forensic investigation. So we have started a MTech into artificial intelligence and data science with specialization in cybersecurity, because we realized it 5 years back that this is going to be a big thing and why the forensic science should lag behind in it. And we are the only university, we are conducting this course at 2 of our campuses, at our headquarters in Gandhinagar as well as in Goa. So this is a bright opportunity and good opportunity for all those people who are looking for adopting the AI into the forensic sciences.
One question, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and entire NFSC team and entire MHA, I thank the panel member, Shri Alok ji, Rajesh Kumar ji, Dr. Naveen Kumar sir, Dr. Astha Pandey madam, and Dr. Nilay Mistry ji for sharing their thoughts and views on indigenization of Indian infrastructure, particularly related to forensic science. We hope that we have given justice to the topic, and all the expert, eminent personalities and panel members have given their thoughts and ideas related to indigenization of forensic tool. I request all the SSIP students from all the universities in India, all the manufacturers from India as well as abroad, all the students for doing PhD, post-PhD, and undertaking special project. If you are having any special idea, please contact NFSU. We will provide all types of support to make the forensic science more strengthened and help support the initiative of the Government of India of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists present here for sharing their invaluable insights and experiences with us. Your contributions have provided a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities in building indigenous forensic infrastructure. I would now like to request our chair, Shri Alok Ranjan sir, to kindly felicitate our distinguished panelists. I would like to request Alok Ranjan sir to first felicitate Shri Rajesh Kumar sir for his pivotal role in enhancing India's cybercrime coordination and his dedication to strengthening our digital forensic capabilities. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir? I would request Alok sir to next present the felicitation to Dr. Astha Pandey ma'am for her exemplary leadership in forensic science education and her contributions to developing indigenous forensic methodologies. Thank you, ma'am. I would request Alok sir to felicitate Dr. Nilay Mistry for his innovative work in cybersecurity and digital forensics and his commitment to advancing India's forensic infrastructure. I would request Alok sir to felicitate Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary sir. Thank you, sir, for your insights. They were extremely monumental in our discussion today. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. S.O. Junare sir to felicitate our chair, Shri Alok Ranjan sir, for his outstanding leadership and unwavering commitment to enhancing India's crime records management and forensic capabilities. Following this, may I request Professor Dr. Satish Kumar sir to please come on stage to felicitate our exceptional moderator for the day, Professor Dr. S.O. Junare sir, for his exceptional guidance in today's discussion and his significant contributions to the field of forensic science. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists here? Thank you so much, panelists. I would request you to stay on stage, and I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. H.M. Vyas, sir, for an official book launch that we are having. I'm extremely sorry, please forgive me. Honorable Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, to please come on stage for the official book launch. Today, we are launching a book written by Dr. Harsh Sharma, sir, ex-officer on Special Duty Academics, NFSU Bhopal campus, retired director of State Forensic Science Laboratory, Madhya Pradesh, and Ms. Oshin Saxena, a student of Masters in Forensic Science from the NFSU Bhopal campus. The title of this book is Satyadarshi, The Truth Demands to be Investigated. In the 38 years of his extensive involvement in forensics, this book brings forth the 25 most engaging real-life crime cases as encountered first-hand by Harsh sir. He orated these to Miss Oshin, who poured her heart and soul in putting these cases down in words and writing them for all of us. I would request Honorable Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, to please present the book launch to all the panelists here. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Vyas sir to please stay on stage, as now we would also be giving out the prizes for the Hindi Pakhwada competition. So for the first category, which is Vaad Vivad Pratiyogita, the first winner was Shri Ankit Kumar from the Gandhinagar campus. He has already been awarded by Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah sir yesterday. The second prize goes to Shri Shrabhjyoti Kar Chaudhary. The third prize goes to Shri Shivam Kumar. Shubhrojyoti, please come on stage. Sure. Shubhrojyoti from the Dharwad campus. Third position goes to Shri Shivam Kumar from the Tripura campus. Next category was Nibandh Lekhan Pratiyogita. The winner in this category, holding the first position, was Sushri Manisha Rawat from the Bhopal campus. Award to her has again been given by Honorable Amit Shah sir yesterday. The second position goes to Shri Ankit Kumar, again from the Gandhinagar campus. Okay, we don't have Ankit here right now. The third position goes to Sushri Arpita Tiwari from the NFSU Delhi campus. Can we have a huge round of applause here for Arpita? The third category was Maulik Swarachit Geet Evam Kavita Path. The first position in the same goes to Sri Shashank Arjuna from the Delhi campus. He has already been awarded yesterday by Honorable Home Minister, sir. The second position goes to Sushri Vaishali Sharma from the Gandhinagar campus. She is not present here today, so we'll move to the third position holder, that is Sri Mayank Bodekar from the Dharwad campus. The last but not the least category was Ashubhashan Pratiyogita. The winner in the same was Sri Ankit Kumar again from the Gandhinagar campus. He has already been awarded yesterday by Honorable Home Minister, sir. The second position holder is Sri Rajendra Prasad Pawar from NFSU Bhopal campus. The third position goes to Sri Sanjay K. Sareen from the NFSU Gandhinagar campus. तो अभी हैंड ओवर टू तो वीसी सर यू कैन इनवाइट विथ ये कोटी हो गया हाँ वीसी सर तो डाइस पे यू कैन इनवाइट पूरी मैडम को काम बताइए एज ऑर्गेनाइजिंग किया Now, I would like to call upon stage. Sure.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is to announce that the program organized for these 3 days was a wonderful congregation and effort by Professor Purvi and his team. So we wanted to felicitate her by hands of Professor Dr. Vyas on this special occasion. A big round of applause for Professor Purvi. So may you continue with the same zeal. And हमारा साथ एक फोटो पढ़ाओ जो.
All our congratulations to Vyas sir, Jadeja ji, Purvi madam, Naveen bhai. A big applause from all of you. Please.
Thank you to Dr. Thakur as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request all of you to please remain seated. We shall be proceeding with the next set of technical presentations soon. Thank you. Those who have not yet had their lunch, I would request all of you to please proceed to the lunch hall and then we can meet here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So moving towards the next session, we are having a technical presentations now. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Surya Dev Jyoti, Mr. Sanjay Gandhi, Mr. Sanjeev Gandhi, Mr. Sanjeev Gandhi, Mr. Vibhu Anand, Mr. Soham, Mr. Praveen Surana, Mr. Soham, Mr. Praveen Surana, and Mr. Sanjeev Jain. All are requested to please take their seat. So the first presentation for today's session is by Mr. Surya Dev, and he is going to talk about the synergizing law enforcement by the justice delivery system. He is including the various cases of the country, and I would like to invite you, sir, for your delivery.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to thank NFSU team to invite us on this panel to have discussions upon my topic today is synergizing law enforcement agencies with justice delivery system. Of course, the theme of today's discussions is around role of forensic science in effective implementation of new criminal laws and combating the terrorism. So next, please. So if you talk about synergizing, we generally mean the three very integrated and important pillars of forensic investigations. From the law enforcement side, that is police department. Second is the forensic lab. And third is the courts. So evidence collection rightly happens through the forensic team, but in the assistance of the investigation officers, and there where it starts the journey of investigation. And that's why so as part of the gap analysis, we see that the evidence collection from scene of crime to the lab and finally to the courtroom submission, there have been some gaps in the process in terms of evidence collection. If you talk about some of the gaps to highlight with, the chain of custody of evidences is very much important. So as per the BNSS laws, if you touch upon, the evidences need to be digitized in terms of each and every evidence need to be photographed properly. Then the entire scene of crime need to be having the complete videography of it. And then we have some of the applications which we will see in our next of the slides, which ensures that integrity of evidence is nowhere compromised. So this whole approach is basically to reduce the pendency in the cases in the court of law. So first of all, to strengthening the scientific methods of evidence collection is very much important. And then we need to upgrade the forensic infrastructure at national level. Then only we can probably achieve this particular objective. So we have listed some of the approach which can be possibly very much important to revamp the entire forensic infra at national level, to help the judiciary system, reducing the pendency in the court cases. So one of the very important is capacity building. So we need to train the forensic officers as well as the police investigation officers who goes to scene of crime. Secondly, we need to upgrade the forensic laboratories with the advanced forensic equipments and the tools. And also, nowadays, a lot of pushes from the Ministry of Home Affairs to adopt forensic vehicles, which is basically first responders strengthening process in terms of evidence collection, using the right tools and right methods, and as per the crime scene, right experts should be basically deployed. The next one is lab upgradations. If you see in our country, we have a lot of forensic laboratories as well as the regional forensic labs. These all labs have some basic infrastructure, there is no doubt of it. But part of modernization, there are so many new tools and applications which we can discuss in our next slides. One of the innovation that we have done is about e-forensic. Already in our country, NIC has e-forensic application, and they have given to some of the CFSL and other law enforcement agencies as well, forensic labs also. But if we talk about the ease of use, the concept of e-forensic, whereas there is a gap in terms of adoption at the police investigation officers level. So when they go to scene of crime, they need to have handy tool, which we have designed on an Android-based tablet. They can collect the evidences, digitize the evidences, and finally do lots of other applications, which we will see in our next slides. So overall, objective is to implement the CRPI ID Act and to reduce the pendency of the cases in our Indian courts. Next slide, please. So if we have to tackle the crimes and terrorism, what can be the role of forensic science? One of the very important can be scientific evidence support, which our forensic experts are doing already from the lab. Important is the accuracy in our crime investigation, which cannot be achieved without maintaining the chain of custody of evidences and integrity of the evidences and the entire process. Advanced forensic techniques, nowadays we have discussed in last 2 days by many of the panelists. So DNA profiling, 3D scanning of the crime scene, reconstruction of the crime scene, these are some of the areas which already many of the panelists have talked in before. Anti-terrorism application, if we talk about, there are so many bomb blast cases and other explosive cases where forensic can help with the investigative reports, which is admissible as per the court requirements. And it finally builds the public trust in justice delivery system, and our scientific fraternity can really contribute a lot into that. Next. So as per the theme, we can talk about combating the terrorism and narcotics menace. So we have somehow developed one of the equipment which is handy, and it is portable device, which is developed on the X-ray technology. And we have deployed in some of the states already in India to scan the vehicles where lots of contrabands are being smuggled from the cross borders, as well as within many other states in country. Handheld devices we have developed, which is very much important to identify explosive and narcotic substances. And also we have developed one of the application software, which is handheld device to identify using AI/ML-based solution, the blood samples and already many other biological samples at the scene of crime. So advanced forensic lab equipment, if we talk, we have deployed GCMS and many other technologies like HPLC and LCMS. Also equally important is to investigate drone, because lots of anti-drone solutions are deployed in our country. So drone forensic of importance, and many of our digital forensic experts are already into that. We also provide some of the solution in that. Next. So if you talk about handheld devices, they are easy to use. They are very much portable. They are battery operated. So you can take it to the scene of crime very easily. AI-based solution which we have developed basically helps and guides the forensic experts at scene of crime that which kind of evidence should be collected by the right and appropriate tools and tackles. Machine learning solution we have designed, and our manufacturing unit is in Chennai, where we also have a R&D lab. So there we are working on the AI/ML-based solutions to help the forensic experts to identify the right evidences using the right tools and right way and method of collection. And also in the laboratory, what kind of process should be adopted for a particular evidence to process, which kind of particular forensic equipment should be adopted. Next. So this we'll touch upon very quickly. BNSS laws are enormous. Some of the 3 clauses I have highlighted, clause 105, 176, and 185. So 105 gives the mandate that how digitization of forensic investigation in terms of search and seizure of evidences should be adopted using audio, video, electronic means. Secondly, procedure of investigation, how it should be maintained, that is also mandated in clause 176. Next. In these law and the clauses, we understand that if the person is awarded more than 7 years of imprisonment, we need to maintain their biometric details. We see lots of prisoners, nearly more than 5 lakhs prisoners in our country are having more than 7 years of imprisonment. Next. And those data and details should be captured and should be digitized and should be kept in a centralized method. So that whenever you need to retrieve the data, refer the data, you can search and match and identify those convicted criminals, even if they are acquitted, maybe after some years of their imprisonment. Next. Next. So, as part of implementation, we have seen many of the panelists were appreciating Make in India efforts, and we have developed some of the devices in our Chennai-based manufacturing unit, where we have also the R&D lab. To name a few, we have designed and developed Android-based tablet, which has e-forensic 6 to 7 different applications, which I will talk in my next slide. Also, we have developed the body fluid identification system with AI ML-based solution, which also I will discuss to you in my next slides. So if you talk about this product particularly, we call it as a handheld device, e-forensic tablet. So this tablet has basically 6 applications. One is quick crime scene. This application is designed to train the forensic experts and also the police officers before they go to the scene of crime to understand which kind of method they should use, which kind of tools they should use to collect particular evidences. So this training is very important as part of capacity building. Second application is quick Satya Samadhan application. This is to digitize the entire crime scene management in terms of evidence collection, processing, and submission to the court. The next application is, okay. So we have also a sketching software, which is very easy to use. As per the details given by the people around, you can basically use our application and create the digital sketches of the culprits. We have also one application, BNSS View, which is to basically quickly view the different kind of laws given and clauses given in BNSS laws and also CRPID Act. Next. So these are some of the pictorial representation of the same thing. Go next, please. Quickly, I would like to summarize because time have been indicated by the organizer. So this is our 3D, this is about the digitization of crime scene investigation. Using the QR code, you can maintain the evidence custody in terms of tamper proofing. So right from the scene of crime to the forensic lab to the courtroom submission, this entire journey is intact and maintained by our application software. Next. This is sketching software. Next. Next. So this application we have designed for the digital courtroom presentation for any suspect or victim to the court of law, because many of the times they cannot travel to the courtroom. So digitally they can put up there all the statements, and that's how it is managed. Next. Yeah, so this is for the bail application and its processing. Next. So Make in India products, we have something. Next. So this particular tool, and then I will summarize my discussion today. This is a 3D, this one is designed and developed to capture and identify the latent fingerprints from the scene of crime from challenging evidence surfaces. But this is designed majorly for the porous surfaces. If you have non-porous surfaces like paper document and so, you can use neon hydrin and other chemicals. So this gives you an edge and advantage that without touching the evidence, without using any fingerprint and powder, you can design, you can basically develop the latent fingerprints and capture and store it for the courtroom submissions, ensuring that it cannot be tampered because the files which you capture are in raw format. Next. This is the last slide to discuss today. Okay, this one is for the body fluid identification, which we have developed in our own country. Earlier we used to import at nearly whatever X price. We have almost half the price of it. Suppose it was at nearly 35-40 lakhs. Now it is just half of it. So that is the power of Make in India and indigenization of it. So these are some of the pictorial images by which we can identify semen, saliva, and many other things from scene of crime. And it is also assisted with AI/ML-based application to assist you that which evidence it is.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much for the time.
If you have any questions, you can ask him later on. Please have a big round of applause for him. So next we are moving ahead towards the Mr. Sanjay Gandhi, who's going to speak about the enhanced technologies for the question document and ballistics applications. I would also like take this opportunity to invite Mr. Soham Trot, who is here now. So please join us. Yeah, please, sir.
Yeah,
you can
thank
start.
you so much.
So please be with 10 minutes only.
Sure, I'll try.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Sanjeev Gandhi. I will try to take 10 minutes, 10 to 12, 13 minutes. I have to talk a lot, but since time is very limited, what I will do, I'll touch and go. And with that, we will be inviting all of you to our stall. Maybe next slide.
So we have only 10 minutes.
When we say ballistic, when we say we are working with the forensic, there are two domains of forensic. One is the documents, question document, and second one is the ballistic. What we are talking today here is a lot of activities where we can do proof range. For example, you have to test the velocity of a bullet, when you have to test the weapons capability. We work with a company called HPI. It's a company heavily known for ballistic parameters. Maybe we can keep going a little bit on the faster speed. Next, please. This is an important slide. Here, what we are trying to show here is when you fire a weapon or when you want to test a weapon, you have to have an infrastructure. So we are in this country providing such kind of infrastructure. We do a lot of customization, a lot of indigenization, starting with the weapon stand, starting with the velocity measurement, yaw angle measurement, accuracy measurement, like what we are able to show you in this particular slide. Next, please. Like there can be multiple stands. Keep going a little bit. We need to move fast. Keep going on the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. Here, what we are trying to show here is when you talk about testing, testing requires certain standards to follow. Like NIJ standards are there. Our Indian standards are there. You need to tilt the bullet, tilt the structure in a particular angle. So all these kind of things we are able to do with the help of such kind of gadgets. Let us keep going. Next. Next, please. Yeah. The drop test, the knife test, these are again such kind of tests which every ballistic forensic lab is doing it. In our country, in various states as well as central forensic labs, we are in position to give you such kind of technologies. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, we'll go to next PPT. No, we'll go to the next. Change the slide, please. Yeah. Yeah. When we touch upon ballistic, now we are talking about, document examination system. Very proud to say Projectina is a Swiss company, and here we are able to do many, many things with the current documents. My fellow colleagues were talking about, lot of forensic things are happening within our country. Let us try to understand what we do in this domain. Next slide. This is a technology which is based on a very high resolution camera. We are talking about 25 megapixel camera, CMOS technology. It's a digital as well as optical zoom, and you are able to scan through the documents, and a lot of unsaid things, unwritten things can be examined, which basically, is a testing methodology for the forged documents. Next, please. We can go further. Yeah, please carry on. Yeah. Next, please. For example, here we are talking here is, be it a land record document, be it a currency document, be it a passport, be it any kind of document which is a legal document. If this legal document need to be examined, there are multiple spectrum-based technologies. With the help of that, we are able to capture such kind of errors or such kind of issues in the currency notes. For example, you will not be able to see the left side parameters, so we'll jaldi skip that, but this machine is available in one of our stall, and anyone is, you can see this machine in our stall. Next, please. For example, here's the passport, and anyone who is knowing the passport, there are a lot of hidden signatures are there, which agencies can examine with the help of such kind of technology. Next, please. It's a Swiss-made machine, purely designed, manufactured. And what we do in India, we do customized thing in India, having Indian database, having certain training, repair, maintenance, everything within our country. Next, please. All what we are seeing now is 18 different kind of light sources. Light sources are very, very important, be it infrared light or be it top light, bottom light. So we will be just showing you a couple of slides. You can keep skipping so that you are able to see this. Yep. Due to these lights, you are able to see some of the top features, bottom features. This is a white light. Go next. It's a top slide light. It's an infrared light. Thanks to infrared light, we can read certain erased or manipulated parameters very quickly. Next, please. It's again an illumination. Anything which is erased and again, modified can be captured very easily. Next. Don't worry, next. Here, what is the spectrum? When we say spectrum, it calculates automatically what is the intensity, and based on the intensity, it is able to give you the guidance of the missing character. Next, please. Yeah, it's a 3D. Certain signatures are 3D. You can capture that with the help of same machine. Yep. It's a various kind of lights. All kind of documents with respect to bottom light can also be captured. Again, depend on the feature. Next, please. Similarly, we keep going. Let us change that now. Next PPT, please. Yeah, change the PPT. This is all various lights, and with the help of that, we are able to capture. Yeah. Now we talk a little bit the comparison microscope. When we say comparison microscope, it simply means we are able to compare. Same Progetina provides this technology where we are able to capture two master bullet and the bullet on the crime scene, and all the signatures can be captured. Next, please. You can show the next one. Here I just want to have just a couple of seconds. This is a very, very laborious task. The people who are working in this domain, because signatures are such a minimal thing, you need to see very, very minutely. With the help of such technology, we are able to capture at a zoom level of 520 times, and we are able to capture digitally as well as optically. Next, please. Yeah, it's a joystick where you can rotate the bullet in a various positions from top to bottom, left, right, because you cannot touch that bullet while doing such kind of signature analysis. Yep. Yep. Next, please. Okay. This is a place where you can do normal magnifier. I see in some exhibitions still we use very conventional technology, but here what we are talking is not a conventional technology. Here we are talking a magnifier with the cameras and with the digital and optical zoom. Next, please. Yeah, this is what we are showing, various stages, various, I will say, camera positions or the fixture positions to capture the details. We can change the presentation. We can go to one video, please. Shortage of time. Yeah. Can you change the presentation? Yeah. Now, whatever we are talking, we need to measure that as well. With the help of these technologies, now we are going to measure certain parameters like velocity, like pressure, like accuracy of the bullet fired. Whenever there is a crime scene, you need to reconstruct the crime scene digitally. So we work with a company called HPI, and here we are able to capture all such kind of, we can replicate the crime scenes, and we can capture parameters like accuracy, velocity, such kind of things. Again, we have to a little bit move this video as well on the speed.
Right around the globe. High-pressure instrumentation has been spearheading the export of cutting-edge technology from Austria to the world as a true global player. At HPI, we have a passion for precision. Our most precious asset is the know-how of the world's finest engineers specialized in ballistic measurements. A hand-picked, highly experienced team of experts with a tradition of developing best-of-class products and setting new standards. The collective competence of HPI's experts assures a wide range of reliable, accurate, and innovative products. The vision of HPI's experts will always keep HPI ahead of the field. In all subfields of ballistics, HPI has pioneered the research and development of absolute...
And we can change the slide. When we say interior, exterior, and terminal ballistic, interior means measuring all the parameters when the bullet or the projectile is within the gun. When we say exterior, for example, right now we are firing, we are simply able to capture, with the help of radar, the velocity. We are able to capture terminal parameter. Terminal parameter simply is the accuracy as well as the velocity at the terminal. So with this, I would like to close my small talk. Once again, I request anyone who is very much interested in this domain, we are available, and we are available in various parts of the country as well. So once again, thanks. Thank you too much for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So as we are with a shortage of time, so we are moving towards the next session, that is by the Mr. Vibhu Anand. Sir will be talking about the digital forensics, leveraging emerging techniques to advanced investigation. Sir, please be with 10 minutes only. Thank you.
So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to all the NFSU team. With this, we are able to connect with the forensic community, whether it is the industry or the students or the law enforcement officers as well. So I will just give a brief introduction about my organization, as few of you may be aware about and a few may not be. So we are basically working in the field of digital forensics and cybercrime investigation. And we are into this particular business for almost 16 years now. And this is our new 16 years logo, where we have highlighted some of the things on which we want to emphasize this particular year. So it is more on the innovation, expansion, global outreach, and Make in India. So we are a 100% Indian company dealing with the various OEMs across the world. These are the few of the OEMs with whom we are working. And we want to also collaborate with the various institutes like NFSU and many other similar kind of institutes. Like I've heard about the NFSU team, they were talking about the collaboration and some kind of activities which they want to do it with the collaboration with the industry as well. So we would like to bring these kind of technologies to be available very much here in the Make in India form as well. We are also, apart from doing a lot of products side in which we are working for last 15 plus years, we are also impaneled with various government organizations and assisting them to provide digital forensic services. So we call this particular thing as a segment as a DFAS, Digital Forensics as a Service. So we are impaneled with some organizations like Income Tax Investigation Wing across the country, the GST departments, DRI departments, SEBI, NABARD, Competition Commission of India, and Enforcement Directorate. These are the few of the organizations with whom we are working closely. So on this particular platform, I would like to also emphasize that in the industry of forensics and like the one in which we are working, basically a digital forensics, we believe man behind the machine is very important. And we see that the team members who are working with us or the community with whom we are working, basically we emphasize, we handhold them and provide a lot of trainings also, a lot of certifications also. And these kind of certifications are also available for the students, also for the law enforcement officers also. Even today, also we have conducted some kind of trainings for some senior officers from one of the prestigious top intelligence organization of the country as well. So these are the few of the certifications which we are providing in this particular field, which includes cryptocurrency investigation, ethical hacking. It also includes hard drive forensics, damaged hard drive forensics. We have conducted multiple batches in the past. We have also taught various government organizations how to get the data from the damaged hard drives and damaged mobile phones when you are getting it from the crime scene, and which is hit by the bullet, or maybe you have seized from the blast site or such kind of scenarios. So we have provided that particular kind of trainings also to various government officials in the country as well. So I will just skip few of the slides because of the shortage of time. So I will not talk about more on the digital forensics. So most of you must be aware about this particular thing. So we are basically working in the field of digital forensics and cybercrime investigation. And I will just give a glimpse about what all things we are working into. So we are providing product services trainings in this particular domain, which includes damaged hard drive forensics, mobile forensics, JTAG chip-off forensics, password recovery solutions, which includes software as well as the hardware accelerators to push the data in a minimum time frame. Apart from that, we are also working on social media, OSINT, dark web investigation, cloud network live forensic solutions, and like a DVR and CCTV forensic investigations as well. So these are the things which you must be listening, talking, and doing in your day-to-day working also if you are the part of digital forensics. But we would like to also highlight about the emerging technologies or advanced investigations. So nowadays, like a lot of people, they are interested or they would like to have a solution in the field of drone forensics, complex password recovery, artificial intelligence-based solutions, blockchain investigation, IoT investigations, cloud forensics, and big data investigation. So these are the areas where we would like to emphasize today, where we are working closely and done a lot of projects also for the government law enforcement agencies in the past, and continuously working to bring more better solutions in this particular domain as well. So like when we talk about the drone forensics, which is a very new area, so we have collaborated with few of the government organizations who are like shooting down these kind of drones and getting the drones in a damaged condition. So there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of issues basically when you are handling the drones kind of thing. So nowadays the drones are like available in a city-wide also in many situations. So we require some kind of specialized tools for this particular thing to investigate. So some of the challenges which you can see on the screen is basically like a lot of incidents which are happening all across. There is the encryption, which you might be aware about, which is also available in the drones also. When we are getting the drones and which are not in a fully working condition, we are not able to get the correct data because the data is encrypted. There is a different, like earlier times when we were having a Chinese phone, we were having a different kind of file systems, different kind of operating systems. Similarly, the drones are also coming from the different places, and different countries or different chipsets are used, and even a lot of people, they are like customizing the drones also. There is a diverse area in which the drones are there. So can you go back? So these are some of the challenges which are there. So there are variety of specialized tools and on which we are working and providing the solutions to various government and law enforcement agencies. The other domain where we are very, in a focused way, we are working is the blockchain investigation. Nowadays, like there is a requirement for blockchain investigation. So there are some challenges in this because there is a limited transparency, some privacy concerns, complexity is there. So there are a lot of solutions on which we are providing the blockchain investigation as well. Then we are having a lot of installations here in India for the government law enforcement agencies on the password recovery. So the traditional methods are like a brute force attack, the dictionary attacks, or the rainbow table attack. But we are using some advanced methods on these particular traditional methods. We are using a high-performance computing system, hardware accelerators. We are using the AI and machine learning solutions on these traditional methods, and additional things through which we can speed up the password breaking process, and something which is going to break in the year or months, basically, we are able to reduce that thing in the days and in hours kind of thing. Then IoT is again a very big challenge because nowadays we are having so much of devices all around which are IoT based. These days, even in the homes also, like you are having a lot of devices which are IoT based. And you can see the trend also, like the usage of IoT and usage of IoT cyber attacks and investigation using these kind of IoTs are also increased. So a lot of things are there in this particular domain on which we are having a solutions. So then we are having a cloud forensics. Like nowadays, like a lot of people, you are sitting here. So most of the data in your laptops or the mobile phones which you are carrying right now are not available in a physical form or stored in your devices itself. The data is residing at some other places. So most of the time the data is residing in the cloud. So when you are seizing any kind of digital device, maybe a laptop or a desktop or a mobile phone, so lot amount of data is available on a cloud. So there is a requirement for the cloud investigation also. Then I will just skip this particular thing because we have received some message for the time shortage. So I'll just quickly go to one of the solution which we are having, and this is a Make in India solution assembled in India now. We are having a forensic data center solution which we have installed at multiple places in the country as well, which is running successfully. So there is a lot of challenges when we are handling the data because lot amount of data is there. So you are having more resources, more capital which you have to involve in this particular thing. So we are having a solution which we are calling as a forensic data center, which is called as FredC. So lot of data is there which you have to make an image, you have to make a copy, 1:1, 1:2, or multiple copies you have to make. Then you have to make a destination drive, then you have to copy that destination drive data as an image to your forensic server machine or forensic workstation. So we are having a solution where you can do a direct imaging from these kind of Falcon or TX1 devices or some kind of forensic imaging devices at a very high speed, almost at the speed of the disk, and directly store all the images and all the data which you have acquired from the crime scene to this particular device itself only. Then there is the increasing volume and complexity of digital evidences. So this particular solution of FredC is able to handle the variety of amount of data. We can store the data up to 9 petabytes or more also. So these kind of installations we are already having in the country. Then there are a lot of challenges when you are having a softwares which you are using, like some popular softwares in the field of disk forensics or mobile forensics or cloud forensics. So that particular software sharing options are also available. So I will quickly just go to my last slide. So we are also available on the first floor where we are having a booth. So you people can, if you are having an interest in any of the technology on which we are working, we can in person discuss about this particular things as well.
Thanks a lot, sir, and I'm so sorry to interrupt you in between. So moving towards the next speaker, I will call to Mr. Soham Tarot for his talk on the integrating advanced techniques in forensics with the new investigative procedure under the new criminal laws. Sir, please bear with us in terms of the shortage of time, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm not Soham. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. So if we can pull up our slides, thank you. Move to the next. Okay, who are we? Forensic technology, and we're the world leaders in automatic and integrated ballistic identification systems. We are the pioneers, and we have systems deployed in over 80 countries around the world. We have about 30 years of research and development in the field, and about 250 employees based out of Montreal predominantly, doing a lot of research, not just the development. About a year ago, we were acquired by Leeds Online, and that is why sometimes you see us referred to as forensic technology and sometimes as Leeds Online. But we are the creators of Aifss. Next. We have offices around the world in North America, obviously in Canada, the United States, Mexico, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, here in India now, and also in Southeast Asia in Bangkok. With that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Soham, to talk about the technical aspects.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, namaste. My name is Soham. Very grateful and honored to be here. As Mark introduced Aifss, and the next slide, please. The premise, the principle of this technology is every gun has a fingerprint, and every time you have a bullet that's fired, the shell and the bullet, they have a unique mark. So just like we have for Aifss, if you have a database of these markings, you can start linking crimes. That is, in essence, what Aifss stands for. Next slide, please. To elaborate further on what Aifss is exactly, Aifss stands for Integrated Ballistic Identification Solution. About 80+ countries in the world have adopted this to their own ways of solving gun crimes. we are now bringing this to India. And in a nutshell, these markings that I spoke of, the machines take 3D scans and they extract digital signatures and then they compare them. So just like Aifss and DNA, we have 1:n matching, which allow us to compare crimes from different timelines, different jurisdictions. As we've seen yesterday, this is very imperative to India today. This is what the technology allows us to do. Next slide, please. How does this happen? These are the 4 components that go through the process. Going from my left to right, the brass tracks machine takes 3D scans of cartridge cases. Going one right, bullet tracks, it takes images, 2D and 3D, of fired bullets, bullet shrapnels, damaged bullets as well. And then those images are then, are then stored in a data center where those extracted signatures are compared to each other. The last tool is called Matchpoint, where these images can then be analyzed on a screen with different 3D tools. Now, we're not saying this replaces a comparison microscope, but this is the step before comparison microscope. Once we see these tools to compare a match, it then goes to the comparison microscope, which is a very important step in the entire process. Very quickly, we all are aware of the markings on a cartridge case. It's the primer, the firing pin, and the breech face. Moving on, please. So this is what the machine does. It takes selective 2D and 3D images of regions of interest. What does that mean? The firing pin is not the same as the breech face. You need a different lighting, a different resolution. Once the machine knows it's a 9 mm, it will automatically adjust the lighting, the depth, the resolution, and a 2D or a 3D scan. It does all this and then combines into one image and then extracts the signature. On the right side of the screen, pardon me, you can see these are 2 different shells with a partition, a very subtle partition, which allows you to move that line and play with different samples, different lightings, which you cannot do on a comparison microscope. Yes, next, please. This is how a bullet is fired. Most of us are aware the bullet has rifling marks, which are very important for these kind of investigations. If you go to the next slide, we can see how these bullet markings are then imaged in a 3D topography way, and a strip, as you can see where the yellow rectangle is, are in 2D and 3D. In the same tool, you can have them side by side, and you can go into detailed comparison for these striations to understand how does this work. A very relevant question here, if I may just take a second on that slide, please. If I may just add, India has a prevalent problem of what we call katta guns. This technology can also be adapted for that. The picture you see in the left bottom corner, it is from a homemade gun, which is a katta gun. With that, I'll give it to Mark for how this technology has been used around the world.
Thanks, Soham. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next slide, please. So we are actually the leaders of international and national level systems. And around the world, we have several of these, including, of course, NIBIN in the United States, CYBIN in Canada. The numbers are quite small, but maybe you can see. In NIBIN, for example, we have over 7 million exhibits in the database, with more than 3,000 being added every day. And the system is correlating every one of these new exhibits against the existing database of 7 million to produce very fast results for law enforcement officers. And what it's all about is actually what we call the hits, where one exhibit is matched and linked to another exhibit from a different crime scene. And this creates the link, the lead for the investigative officers to chase down. And if you think about the amount of work that this can save, as we are matching crimes that happen not just far away, but also in time, maybe 5 years ago, 7 years ago or so, it is of extremely high value. Next slide, please. We also have systems, national systems in Latin America, Mexico, Europe. Next slide. Australia, South Africa, and Brazil. Next slide. Lastly, very important also is that we are the system that Interpol is providing to its member countries. So the 40 member countries of Interpol are able to interface with Aifss and to provide and receive transnational information. Thank you. Soham.
Thank you, Mark. Next slide, please. Yesterday, Honorable Home Minister, he mentioned about Surakshit Samaksh and a prosperous Bharat. We spoke about modernization of laws. How do we do that how do we make that happen? We have a lot of challenges that we have in India today. As you can see on the screen, to summarize, we have backlogs, we're missing training, we have homemade guns, and we have a lot of landscape to cover with only a few forensic labs. Next slide, please. It's unfair to try and summarize the 3 new laws in a screen, but we've tried to pick up what's important here. We understand standardization, evidence-based decisions, efficiency to supply the judiciary system is important. This is what we're offering. We can discuss in detail, but I think the laws and this technology are in perfect harmony with the timing and what India wishes to go in the future. Next slide, please.
Yeah, just to conclude, we want to thank you for letting us actually present here and being part of the India forensic community. We do recognize that every jurisdiction has its own characteristics, and so we take to heart some of the comments that have been made by the distinguished panelists during these last 2 days. We are proud to support you, and we look forward to continuous cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, experts. We are truly delighted with your talk. Moving ahead, I would like to call Mr. Praveen Surana. So next we have Mr. Sandeep Jagdap. Sorry? Okay, so Praveen Surana sir has joined us. So yeah, sir, he will be talking about latest portable technologies for forensics applications. Sir, please, within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Praveen Surana from Glows & Secure, and thanks for patiently hearing after a lunch break. So I will very quickly and very briefly talk about us and then quickly take you through the technologies that we are kind of working on these days. So Glozin, we are basically headquartered out of Bangalore, and we have a pan-India presence. So as you can see, we do basically a lot on the detection systems, and our main focus is infrastructure protection, critical infrastructure protection, and people protection. So we are into X-ray screening technologies. We are into various detection screening technologies. We basically work on explosives detection, drug detection capabilities. We also work on chemical warfare and various other compounds detection. So we can move to the next slide. So our main focus areas are various defense forces, forensic labs, national forensic universities, law enforcement, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and we basically work in all the neighboring countries, including up to Mauritius, where we have provided solutions of these technologies. Next, please. So this is a very important slide that I really want to cover for all of you. As you can see, we have a gamut of detection technologies, and all of you, especially, I mean, law enforcement people definitely know, and they really work very aggressively with handheld technologies. But forensic teams have always been kind of working on bulky systems, which are lab-based. So we have brought a lot of lab into mobility, working with a lot of our global partners, and that's what I'm going to briefly touch upon, various technologies. So this is just a snapshot of what is going to be there in the next slides. We also do X-ray systems, and which is of certain use, which I will cover very briefly, but very briefly. You can move to the next slide. So our main focus, the CBRNE detection capabilities. This is a system which is mass spectroscopy based. So typically, you would all have seen mass spec systems which are very bulky, which are kind of lab-based systems. Of course, they are the gold standard along with the GC. So this is the world's first handheld mass spec system, which is just 4.5 kilos weight, and basically covers almost 175 plus compounds, which includes explosives, drugs, chemical warfare, toxic industrial chemicals, many other compounds. So it basically is a trace detection device which allows you to find minute traces of to nanogram range. with the accuracy of mass spectroscopy. So when yesterday there was a lot of discussion about creating bigger forensic footprint across the country, we have major drive from the Ministry of Home Affairs that this is something which is absolutely what India is looking for. Now, here these equipments play a major role because when we are talking about more mobile forensic equipment or mobile forensic labs to be created, these equipments will be a major help because at the scene of crime, at the scene of incident, that is where these machines can really help you find out something which is not visible, something what is minute, and basically covering the entire gamut of threat objects. So just to give you an example, something which is very potent, which is a very, say drug like a fentanyl. Now that has so many analogs, and with just 14 definitions in our system, we are typically able to cover 2,000 plus analogs in this system. So we of course cover all the major drugs, we also cover the major explosives, CWAs, TICs. So as you can see, it's a completely field deployable unit. And for people who have not seen, we have this machine at display on the first floor. I really invite you guys to kind of have a look at it, have a feel of this particular machine, and see, you'll be really surprised the mass spec coming into such a portable device. We can move to the next one. This is Raman technology. Of course, everyone kind of is aware of Raman technology, but we have a very unique portable device again here, just 1.7 kilos. It's a very lightweight machine. This machine is also on display here at the first floor. We are basically using 1064 nm laser on this particular machine. And this gives us a very good flexibility because in the field, we are able to kind of remove a major fluorescence problem which occurs with colored substances, with little darker compounds, or even containers which are little kind of translucent. Naturally, Raman doesn't work if the light cannot penetrate. It cannot work on opaque objects, or it cannot work on absolutely dark or colored like black substances. But with this, with 1064 nm laser, we have been able to remove major fluorescence issues. We have a compound library of 13,000 plus substances, and we cover the entire gamut: explosives, drugs, CWAs, TICs, solvents, pesticides, cutting agents, even pharmaceutical-based agents. So we have a massive library of 13,000 plus substances, which gives you results in less than 1 minute. I mean, this is something which you should probably experience if you have not done. I really invite you to come to our place. Here on the first floor, we have the machines on display, and you'll see some of the very tricky substances, how the machine analyzes and gives you the first responding capability in the field. So this is about the Raman machine. You can move to the next one. Then we have the FTIR technology, which is again something which is portable that we have. So our entire gamut, as I was telling you, we are working on a lot of portable technologies. We are developing some of these libraries in India. Of course, the hardware is all coming from US. These systems are made in US. So we are kind of working together with our OEM partners to ensure that we give the right solution for the Indian requirements here. So these machines, again, FTIR, we can basically do solids, liquids, and even gases. So we have a device which basically has a library of about 5,500 gases and compounds on that. So we can do gases, aerosols detection. One of its only kind, again, which can do basically even gases and aerosols. So something which is very important. So some things which Raman can't do, FTIR can do. So combination of these systems typically work very well to give you the right solution. Next, please. I'll skip this one. Very quickly, I will touch upon X-ray screening, and very particularly not about all the X-ray kind of machines. It is a very typical mobile X-ray machine, which can be again put on the mobile forensic vans or machines which you want to create. It gives you a complete analysis of X-ray with respect to any object. So this is again a full kind of 3D. I mean, we can give an annotation to this particular image. We have the various functions available, and we can see. So it's something like a portable fridge, as you would say. I mean, a small cabinet. You just open the door, insert the whatever object you want to X-ray screen, and close the door and take the image out. So very fast capability that also gives for the law enforcement, and as well as if you want to use it for forensic applications as well. Yeah, and then of course the final thing, I'm of course touching it very briefly. We have the body scanners in case you want to look at the body cavities or you want to look at anything which is for human scanning, which is very much within the permissible dosage rate from AERB. So that is something which is very important again in case you want to scan any humans. So this is something which we also possess, and we can kind of provide this technology as well. This is an extension of that. It is a dual view, so we're not going into the details of that. And just a single slide to cover what capabilities we bring to the table in terms of maintenance, because something which is very important. So many times you feel that as customers you are shortchanged by an equipment that you possess, but you are not able to get the best out of that equipment. So we have 24/7 service support. We have pan-India presence. We are ensuring that you get best of the services at your site and at the time when you need it. So that's a brief snapshot of our service and maintenance capability. And just to give you a brief profile of...
Sir, please,
I'm done. Last slide.
Conclude it. Huh?
Last slide, yeah. So this is just a snapshot of where all we are working. Across the domain, whether it is private sector, aviation, law enforcement, forensics. So we have a pretty big gamut of applications, and we are working with a lot of customer base. So that was about it. I'm available on the first floor where we have some of the equipment, so please feel free to join. Thanks for the attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So next we have Mr. Sandeep Jagtap. He's going to talk about the synergy of NMR and portable narcotic analyzer in forensic chemistry. Requested to be within 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. Please. Sandeep Jagtap. Mr. Sandeep Jagtap.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So with the less span of the time, just we will cover how the NMR and the portable analyzers are used in the forensic chemistry NMR. Can you please get to this? Yeah. So as you know that there are three techniques which will be used. Like FTIR, the mass, or the NMR. FTIR will give you the functional group identification. Mass will give you the molecular weight, and NMR will give you the confirmation of structure. But at the same time, mass will be also somewhat difficult when you are having isomers like the pseudoephedrine, ephedrine, 3 mmC or the 4 mmC. So the NMR is one of the mandatory technique. Already in the previous presentation, you have seen the FTIR, how it will be useful. But if you want to know 100% confirmation, that time the NMR will be important. Next slide, please. So you can see this is a high-end NMR which required the liquid nitrogen, liquid helium. But at the side, if you see this cryogen-free spin sol NMR, we have the stall here you might have seen on the first floor. That is a red color model. That is a spin sol. It is from the Magritech, Germany. We have sold around 15 numbers to the Mauritius Italian FSL, and Mauritius also is using. At the same time, the National Forensic University, Gandhinagar, is using this machine. The beauty of the machine is that it is having a database inbuilt, which can identify the different isomers as well as the different types of the compounds, toxins, pesticides, and also the narcotics. Next slide, please. You can see this machine in the Ruzan Pharma also, who are also the manufacturer of morphine antagonist. At the same time, the Merck Bangalore, they are also using for the biosimilars. So the advantage is it doesn't require any liquid nitrogen, helium, or any type of the maintenance. You can on this machine in the AC compartment, and you can operate it immediately. So there is no any shimming required for the same system. Next slide, please. So it can be useful for the detection of how the sample is pure. So 99 QNMR also you can do with the internal standards or what. So if it is pure or if it is with the cutting agent, that can be identified. Next slide, please. So it has a different nuclei also. There are 9 nuclei. It may be the phosphorus, fluorine, it may be lithium, it may be carbon, it may be silicon. Sometimes the salts of the drugs are also used. But at the same time, the lithium is also one of the, if you see somebody, like I just discussed across, the lithium is used as a cognizant enhancer. So now it is also a new of the element which people are taking it. And if you want to detect it in the blood or any urine, so I think lithium probe will be very ideal. Since it is a, it doesn't require any type of the sample preparation. You can suppress the solvent also. If you have any urine sample, directly you can keep in the same NMR. Next slide, please. So this is how it is connected with the HPLC. Suppose if you are resoluting this, let us say many people will be having question, if we have the mixtures, can we do it in the NMR? So it can be hyphenated with the HPLC. If you go to the Magritech website also, you will get some literatures. There are 630 papers which are published. HPLC can be hyphenated and you can send the particular drug at the same time and it can be scanned with the multiple scan. And there is a auto sampler also. But for HPLC hyphenation, we are the only company who is able to do this one. Across the world, we have sold around 6,000 machines. Next slide, please. So you can see the database is a very important. This is a slide which explains how the database is having a hitting score. And you can create your own database as well. Next slide, please. So it involves the proton 2D, and it will do the carbon and carbon 2D also. Like suppose if you are having quaternary carbon or the tertiary carbon, that will be also detected by this NMR. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So basically, in short, already I have covered, it has a zero maintenance. So you can give it to your students also for NFSUs or the CFSLs or the people who are into the like a remote region, they can use this machine. That is an advantage because it's the same like the FTR. Here we are using the permanent magnet. That magnet doesn't require any type of the cooling. That is the beauty of the machine. Next slide, please. So whenever you are selecting any NMR instrument, the resolution sensitivity is important. You will be having one question, why the high-end NMR is important. This NMR will be equivalent to 300 megahertz instrument. Certainly, if you are working in the steroids or the prednisolone kind of the compounds, that time you will require the more resolution. So we will suggest it go for the 800 megahertz. But I feel the most of the narcotics are bicyclic or the tricyclics, and certainly they can be identified. We have seen some of the like ketamine precursors which are having the same mass, but they are not getting differentiated on the LCMS. Their RF values are different, but the courts are not accepting those cases. In that perspective, you need to have the NMR. So all the forensic labs of the India, I feel like everybody has LCMS, GCMS, FTR, but the NMR is the only lacking. So we have this machine in the demonstration aspect at the NFSU Delhi also, NFSU Gandhinagar also you can see through the proper channels, or you can visit our application lab in the Mumbai. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So this is online reaction monitoring. Next slide. So these are the all two-dimensional. So I would skip those slides. Next, please. So this is how the HPLC is connected with the machine. It's a non-destructive technology. Next slide. This is a portable narcotic identification device we have displayed on our stall. You can visit here, and it has a different libraries with the Tic Tac organization also has given their database. So it's the latest one, and it is a portable for all the mobile forensic labs or the vans if you are having. There also you can use. Next slide, please. So this is all the Lab India portfolio. Next slide. We have the EDXRF, we have UV visible spectrophotometer, we have fat analyzers, we have solvent extractor which we have kept on our stall also, and we have different ball mills also. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, for finishing up it within time. So next we are calling to Mr. Sanjeev Jain. Mr. Sanjeev Jain. Yeah, he will be talking on enhancing security with digital forensics solutions.
So a very good evening. Good evening to everyone. So my name is Sanjeev Jain. I'm heading the company called TNS, Technology Never Sleeps. Next one, please. So this company was founded in 2007 with a team of more than 250 plus team members. Next one, please. So you can see this is our team, and since 17 plus years, we have been working with multiple government agencies, and we have delivered 4,000 plus projects. Next slide. Next slide, please. So what do we do? So guys, we are into cyber forensics. We do integration. So we do very large setups of data centers, networks, server and storage systems. And as you know that forensics technology is now merging with the cyber domain. So that is where our expertise comes in. Next slide. So these are some portfolio and partnerships we have with multiple companies. Next slide, please. So these are some labs that we have set up. The first one on the left you will see is the CENCOPS in Chandigarh. This is the Cyber Center for Cyber Forensics, one of the biggest labs in Haryana and Punjab. This was again inaugurated by the Honorable Home Minister. Then on the second one you can see this is the Uttarakhand Police Headquarters, where we have set up multiple control and command centers to monitor the various locations. And then this is the control and command center for the Bangalore Safe City project. Next slide, please. And here in the next one, what you can see is the center at the ITDA, Uttarakhand, and the IT infrastructure wing for the Supreme Court. And we have done 27 plus airports. Next slide, please. So as a company, we are present across India. We have done multiple projects for MHA, IOCL, DRDO, railways, airports, ITDA, IOCL, and many more. Next slide, please. So this one you can see here is the photograph of the CENCOPS. So this lab was for the Punjab and Haryana state, and this includes amazing capabilities, including forensic image and video enhancement. It includes drone forensics. It also includes vehicle forensics, GPS forensics, mobile forensics, and recon lab. So not only did we set up the lab, we also trained the personnel on using these facilities, and we continue to assist them. Next slide, please. And here in this one, you can see this is one of the data centers. This is again a GPU and TPU based data center for high performance compute calculations that are required for digital forensics. Next slide, please. So now let us talk about a little bit about digital forensics in India. Next slide. So as you see that the cyber threats are increasing like anything. So cyber threats are increasing exponentially, and even you can see that now we are all irritated with the notification we are getting on our mobile phones every day. So the number of threats in terms of number of crime that's happening in terms of cyber crime is actually may soon surpass the normal regular crimes that we are seeing, right? And these risks are increasing exponentially. Next slide, please. So let us understand a little bit about the attack surface. Next slide. So we are getting attacks at multiple levels. So this is known as the attack surface. So we have to take care of the attacks we are receiving at the human level, at the device level, at the network level, and at the application level. And our teams have to be ready to understand these kinds of attacks. So there are different kinds of treatments, different kind of remedies, different kind of protections that need to be enabled for each kind of attack, depending on where the attacker is choosing to attack. Next one, please. Yeah. So now let us talking about digital forensics. So we need to understand the methodology. We need to understand the evidence, how to collect the evidence, because especially it is very easy to destroy digital evidence. And unless and until you are using the proper technology and proper methodology to collect the evidence, you may not be able to rely upon it in the actual case. And then devices. So there are multiple devices that are being used to perpetrate these kind of crimes. So we need different tools and different specializations to uncover these crimes. And then again, the purpose is again to actually get the insights out of this. Next slide, please. Yes. And these are the applications of forensic analysis. So of course, one of the main applications is protecting intellectual property. So there are many cases of intellectual property theft, so to preventing those. Then, of course, cybercrime investigations. So huge number of cybercrimes that are happening. And then all kinds of fraudulent investigations and data breach analysis. Thank you. Next one. So what is the process? So what is the process of digital forensics? So this slide you can see here. So identification, so identifying the different potential sources, then preserving the evidence, collecting and acquiring all the evidence, making sure that you're not destroying it, then examining, analyzing the evidence, and then finally giving your report. Next slide, please. So again, in terms of the importance, so the importance, as you can see, is investigating all kinds of incidents, identifying the vulnerabilities, recovering data, because many times it happens that the data is in a place where it has to be recovered. It may be destroyed laptops, burnt mobile phones, and supporting legal action and improving security. Next slide. So again, TNS has a comprehensive forensic stack, a complete suite that includes all kinds of mobile forensics where, dealing with at the chip level, JTAG, deleted data recovery, chat extractions, multimedia forensics, and then again, forensics for Mac as well as Linux OS. And then again, computer forensics, all kinds of hard disk imaging and password bypassing. And again, network forensics, where we are capturing all the packets and the data to analyze exactly what is going on. Next slide, please. And again, we have helped us set up multiple kinds of labs, whether it is portable labs, whether these are on-premise, extensive labs, or digital evidence seizure kits. Next slide. And again, helping with the state-level deployment, as well as deploying equipment at the range level and district level. Next slide. And then again, to improve the performance of forensic investigations, so we are combining multiple technologies that gives the end result. Next slide, please. So because of paucity of time, I'll have to skip the case studies, but I would request that we have some amazing equipment and technologies on display at our booth. So please do come and visit us for a detailed one-to-one discussion at TNS Technology Never Sleeps. Next slide. Next slide.
Sir, we have one more presentation. Can we please wind up this?
Yes. Next slide, please. I'm just coming to the last slide.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, so again, this is our value proposition. So we are providing an integrated ecosystem, continuous support to our customers who rely upon us. And again, we are customizing these solutions as per the requirement of the agency. And at the same time, we provide scalability of deployment. So whether it is one center or it is a pan-India kind of a deployment, we can help you there. Last one, please. Yeah, so these are some of the technologies that we are working with. Next one. These are some of our technology partners. And thank you once again for having me, guys. Please, you can scan this QR code to get in touch with us. And please do visit us at our booth for a detailed one-to-one interaction. Thank you once again to NSUI.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So we are truly delighted for all the speakers here for their timely completion of the presentation. But we have one more speaker with us. I would like to call Mr. Shyank. He will be talking about the democratizing malware analysis. Please, sir. You can join here only.
Hello, good afternoon all. So I will be talking about democratizing malware analysis. I am from Saccharide, the enterprise arm of Quick Heal. First slide is, so let's talk about the cyber threat landscape. So what we have seen is, in the past 10 years, 20 years, the prevalence of malware attacks is keep on increasing. So if you see the graph, you will see like currently it has touched like more than 6 billion and all. So why is this happening? Like the daily detection rates are keep on rising. And you will see like the common delivery mechanisms which is coming are basically via mails and basically your phishing and all the scam emails which you get. Next slide. Now, the question is like why adversaries, they actually use malwares. The main reason is like it is very easily accessible nowadays. So now you will see like malwares are accessible via malware as a service. So there are pretty many organizations, many individuals who sell these malwares across the dark web and all. And like there are different financial motives which has come in. Like once the ransomware came in, like it is always involved with financial theft and all. Like, and there are like nowadays because of different nation types of rivalry and all, there are targeted attacks which are actually happening and all. And basically, like you will see, like there is a lot of data exfiltration which is happening because of various data leaks and all. Next slide. Now the next question comes like, why malware analysis is so important? You'll see like there are so many vulnerabilities. Now there are so many software like, and there are like increasing number of vulnerabilities which is happening from nowadays. The rising trend of cybercrime, just the first slide showed like so many crimes are keep on rising right now. Also, like because of the complex of the malware, the actual detection of the malware is actually increasing. So it takes a longer time to actually detect the particular malwares. The most important part is the 0 day. Now the 0 days attacks are increasing because of so many new software which are coming in and which are not patched properly. And this is a result like where a lot of exploits are being created. And also like whenever a particular organization is under attack, there are specific regulatory compliance that the organization has to follow and report it. So there is a lot of specific requirements which are actually needed for malware analysis. Now, next slide. Now, what is the challenge of malware analysis? Now, if it was easy, like everyone would be able to do it. Basically, the biggest issue is like the evolving threat landscape. Now, you see like the malware which were there 10 years before and the malware which are now, there are like a lot of difference between them. They're continuously evolving. There are specific evasion techniques which the malwares are now deploying, and they are continuously changing, obfuscation, encryption, and all those type of stuff. The biggest challenge in malware analysis is getting your actual trained people working on it. It is not that easy, and like you require actually a very dedicated skill set for doing the reverse engineering for that. And the volume of samples, as you saw, like 6 million samples and all, like it is very, very difficult to analyze so many samples on a daily basis. And also, if you see the data imbalance, on a regular day, like you'll see like there are millions of samples. Out of that, like maybe the malicious sample is very less. But if the malicious sample is around 6 million, so just imagine the number of data that you will have to actually scrutinize and then identify the malwares. Also, like there are specific different malware families which are currently there. As I talked about ransomware, there are data exfiltrators, there are supply chain attacks. So there are continuously different types of malware which are currently there. Now, what is generally the defense strategy here? So there are different types of products which are available. There are advanced threat detections. Now there is a specific products called EDR, XDR, which is like extended detection and response. Specifically, we train users to actually identify and not fall prey to phishing attacks and all. And also like regular patching. Whenever like you get new software, you always get updates and you need to patch regularly. Now, this is where Seqrite comes in, and Seqrite is introducing a Seqrite malware analysis platform, which we call as SMAP. So what SMAP does is it will give you a comprehensive analysis of any type of malware which is there. So basically, it has different stages, like where it does your reputation checks, where it does your static analysis, where they will also like bombard the malware and actually check the dynamic behavior and identify the TTPs. And also like we have trained malware analysts like who will, if out of all these three, if nothing is found, the malware analysis, they will do reverse engineering, and they will actually share a detailed report with you, which will actually give information about the different aspects of the malware. Also, like based on the report, like you will be able to use that report anyway. It is on a standardized format, and it can be in different like JSON, PDF, and all, and it can be used for SOC analyst and any particular reporting. Also, like, because Seqrite is like a 3 decades type of organization, like you actually get access to like the rich telemetry which Seqrite has, and all this information is actually passed on to the particular platform. Now, if you see here the actual, the high-level architecture, so what you need to do is just like upload a particular sample. There will be a reputation check. If the file is found malicious, it will be notified. Then it will also check the subsequent like static analysis, like it will statically check the files for any particular strings, patterns, and identify if it's malicious or not. If not, then again it will go to a sandbox type of stuff, like where it will be actually detonated in a controlled manner, and then its behavior will be identified, and if it is malicious, it will be informed. Out of all this, if still like if the sample is inconclusive, then the manual analysis will take place, and then the manual analysis will actually identify the malicious, and then the detailed report will be presented to the user via the portal. Next slide. So why choose the SMAP? As I said, like we have rich telemetry, we have 30 years of experience, we have so many samples on a daily basis. We are a made in India solution, and like we are scalable, like we have different types of features, and it can be like, we have API, which can be integrated with different security products. Next slide. Now we provide both on-prem as well as on-cloud solutions, so both have their own advantage and disadvantage. So the biggest advantage of our on-prem solution is like the data security. Look, you will be like fully be compliant with the stringent regulations, so the data will be at your side only. Also, like the cloud is only, it will be only be querying our database, and it will not be going outside. So that is also like one of the cloud-based solution that we have. Also, the advantage of cloud-based is like it will be like easy to maintain because it will be highly scalable, and the cost will be also lesser from the cloud perspective. Now, the SMAP is actually a specific forensic-driven feature. So whatever is required for your forensic stuff, everything is provided by SMAP, from live threat contextualization to multi-stage analysis to whatever, like how do you map with the TTPs and all, everything, like you will get it directly from the portal itself. Next slide. So these are like the basic use cases which the SMAP supports from forensic lifecycle, like incident reconstruction, root cause TTP analysis, defense evidence generation, remediation strategy. Also, like we also talk about prevention and how to defend your organizations. So these are the value propositions, like we provide zero-day threat detection, automated threat intelligence, enhanced incident response, regulatory compliance and all, data security and protection, and cost efficiency as I talked about. This is a video. Can you just play the video?
Every day, more than 500,000 new malware threats are detected, making malware one of the most significant challenges to digital security. Cybercriminals are developing increasingly sophisticated and diverse forms of attack, pushing organizations to their limits. The sheer volume of these threats makes it challenging for organizations to protect sensitive data, secure business growth, and protect brand reputation. Securite Malware Analysis Platform offers comprehensive protection against all types of malware, analyzing malicious files at every stage to uncover and neutralize sophisticated threats before they turn catastrophic. With Securite Malware Analysis Platform, you gain actionable insights from detailed reports that guide you in addressing vulnerabilities swiftly. Leverage our extensive repository of over 500,000 pre-analyzed samples daily for unmatched threat intelligence. Seamlessly connect with your existing tools to enhance operational efficiency with integration-ready SMAP API. And reduce incident response time by quickly identifying and countering emerging threats, empowering your team to act faster. From cost-effectiveness and scalability to improved compliance, Securite Malware Analysis Platform is tailored for businesses of all sizes. Empower your defenses today and stay ahead of cyber threats with Securite Malware Analysis Platform.
So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with this, we are winding up this session. And I say that we had a very extensive technical session, but we did it very quickly because of the shortage of the time. But as the speakers already informed you, they have the stall, and you can visit there and discuss them in terms of the more details. So thank you. Moving towards their felicitation, we are happy to have you all here. I would like to call Professor Kedar Thakur sir for the felicitation of our speakers. So Thakur sir will felicitate Surya Dev Jyoti. So please move ahead. And Mr. Sanjay Gandhi. Mr. Vibhu Anand. For next, I would like to call Dr. Ghate sir. Sir, please come. Thank you, Thakur sir. So Ghate sir will felicitate Mr. Praveen Surana. Mr. Praveen. Mr. Shayak. And Mr. Sandeep Jagdap. Sir, please felicitate also Mr. Sanjeev Jain. And Mr. Soham Tharot. Thank you, everyone. We are proceeding towards the valediction of this 2 days event. So I would like to request to each and everyone, please take our seats ahead. If you are looking that the chairs are empty ahead to you, please please occupy that chairs, take that chairs. So thank you. Within a few minutes, we are starting the valedictory session. Thanks a lot.
Students at back are requested to please occupy the front seats. Please come forward. All the staff members, faculty, and all the dignitaries who are available of NFSU and our guests are requested to please occupy your seats.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to one and all. I would request everybody to please take your seats. Honorable Sir is arriving very soon for the valedictory function. लास्ट वाला आप में हाँ है सर
ठीक है। और उनके फिर वो जो एक ही आदमी आएगा ना, उनका 2 आदमी आएगा, वो कैसे है?
वो दूसरे डॉक्टर राहुल शर्मा।
नहीं मैडम, आईटी वाला नहीं है।
अच्छा ये वाला है क्या? हाँ ये वाला टेलीकम्युनिकेशन।
मिस्टर सुनील, प्रेसिडेंट आईटी, मिस्टर सुनील, प्रेसिडेंट आईटी।
ठीक।
प्रेसिडेंट डिपार्टमेंट, प्रेसिडेंट आईटी, आईईटी, इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स टेलीकम्युनिकेशन इंजीनियर्स।
मिल गया। I request all the distinguished guests and all the dignitaries to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode or on switch off mode.
No, it's okay. I just need 4 names of the students still they have not given the winners.
मैम ने पूछा सेट है बोल दिया मैम सेट है मतलब हाँ मैम वो वाली क्लैरिटी मिल गई ना एमओयू एमओयू मतलब क्लैरिफाई हो गया
a very warm welcome to Honorable Shri Bandi Sanjay Kumar, sir. Good evening, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, respected delegates, and all the participants. It is both an honor and privilege to welcome you to the valedictory ceremony of the All India Forensic Science Summit 2025. As we gather here today to mark the end of what has been an extraordinary and enriching experience, it is essential to take a moment to reflect on the significance of this summit. Over the past few days, we have witnessed the convergence of brilliant minds from across the globe, each contributing their expertise and unique perspectives in the ever-evolving field of forensic science. We have seen how, through collaborations, new pathways have been explored to elevate the quality of forensic practices, not just in India, but across the world. We have the privilege of hearing from forensic pioneers, legal experts, investigators, and policymakers who have shared their invaluable knowledge on a range of critical topics, from understanding the role of forensic science in modern courtrooms to its vital role in combating terrorism, to the challenges of strengthening our criminal laws. These discussions have opened new doors for innovation and improvement in the realm of justice. The summit also shed light on how forensic evidence plays a pivotal role in strengthening our criminal laws, ensuring that the judicial system remains fair, accountable, and effective. But perhaps one of the most exciting discussions centered around the future of forensic science, specifically the advancement in investigative techniques that promises to reshape how we solve crimes and how we can build an indigenous infrastructure to support the Make in India vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India. It is through these advancements and investments that we will be able to foster a more reliable, efficient, and robust forensic ecosystem, one that stands resilient to future challenges and adaptable to emerging threats. On that note, I would now like to call upon stage the dignitaries. I would like to welcome the dignitaries on the stage. We are honored to have the Honorable Minister Shri Bandi Sanjay Kumar sir. I would like to request Honorable Dr. James Vyas sir to present a token of gratitude and welcome sir with the case. మాననీయ మంత్రి గారికి స్వాగతం సుస్వాగతం సర్ మా ఆహ్వాన్ని స్వీకరించడానికి చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ సార్ మిమ్మల్ని ఇక్కడ చూస్తే మాకు చాలా ఆనందం సార్ I would request Air Commodore Kedar Thakur sir to felicitate Mr. Andre Ishan Ali. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. S.O. Junare, Campus Director, NFSU Gandhinagar, to offer welcome and a token of gratitude to Dr. Hizir Asliustik. I'm sorry if I have made any mistake in the pronunciation. Dr. Hizir. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Professor Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, sir. Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, sir, to welcome and offer memento to Mr. Berdialev. Again, I'm sorry if I've made a mistake in pronunciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Dr. H.K. Pratihari? May I request Dr. H.K. Pratihari to offer welcome and memento to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir. It is our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir's vision that NFSU is progressing on a global platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Honorable Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, for the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good evening and namaskar. The chief guest of this valedictory function of All India Forensic Science Summit 2025, Sri Bindi Sanjay Kumar ji, Honorable Minister of State for Home, Government of India, Mr. Andre Insan Ali, Permanent Secretary of Home, Government of Guyana, Dr. Hizir Asliustik, President, Council of Forensic Medicine, Bakhtiyor, Research Institute of Criminology, the Republic of Uzbekistan, other dignitaries who are present here, the delegates who have come from different parts of the country and the world, and friends. I will not take more time because enough has gone to all of you. But just a concluding remark that everything went well because of the support and cooperation of all of you. Any program which goes in a successful manner, the first and the foremost requirement is cooperation of the participants. I am very happy to note that you all cooperated in the best manner. There was limited space in our lunch area. No complaints. You could accommodate the way in which it was served. And whatever timings we decided, you accepted. And I could see that everybody attended this in a sincere manner. I could see some of the participants making a note, taking photographs of the slides which were shown. So a very sincere method of accepting whatever is told here. So this is the purpose of organizing a conference, that we contribute, we share our knowledge, and for betterment of all of us, that knowledge has to be worldwide. And therefore, we invited all resource persons from different countries. I'm really thankful to all the resource persons who came from outside India for the contribution, the pains they took in coming to this place all the way and remaining with us, and also accepting whatever terms and conditions were there in giving the talk. After 10 minutes, I used to say, every chairperson, now please stop, etc. And they were accepting. So there is a cooperation from all the corners. Cooperation from the participants, cooperation from the resource persons. And this is the reason and the secret of this conference or this summit going on in the most successful manner. So I welcome the Honorable Minister who gave a consent that yes, I'll come. And he is a very important person because he is handling the affairs of the Home Ministry of Government of India. And he spared time, valuable time for all of us. So we are thankful to you, sir. And once again, we welcome you. And I welcome all the dignitaries sitting on the dais. They are all international, eminent people, well known in the field. And I welcome them, and I also thank them for coming all the way to this place. And once again, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you all very much. Looking forward to meet you again when the next opportunity comes. Thank you, Jai Hind.
So, thank you so much, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, Campus Director, Delhi Campus, to present the All India Forensic Science Summit Report of 2025.
Good evening. The chief guest of today's valedictory function, Shri Bandi Sanjay Kumar ji, Ministry of Home Affairs, the dignitaries on the dais, our beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, dignitaries of the dais, distinguished participants, students, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of pride and honor for me to submit a report of two-day All India Forensic Science Summit on the theme of role of forensic science in effective implementation of new criminal laws and combating terrorism. This two-day event was conceptualized to identify the issues which are creating some kind of a hindrance in effective implementation of criminal law, as well as to identify the new ways and methods to combat terrorism with the help of forensic science. In this two-day event, we had 5 panel discussions. In each panel discussions, we have 3 eminent speakers. We had these panel discussions were being chaired and moderated by, again, equally competent experts in the field. And if you look at these panel discussion topic, the issues of the appreciation of forensic evidence in the courtroom is a major issue. So the first panel, the title was Forensic Science in the Courtroom. Then, how do we enhance the role of forensic science in combating terrorism? To address these issues, we had panel 2. In panel 3, we had case studies wherein we demonstrated the advanced techniques in investigation through some of the very important case studies. And then, how do we nurture the young talent to realize the dream of Make in India products, especially when it comes to the forensic science tools and techniques and equipments. So for that, we had a panel on building indigenous forensic infrastructures for Make in India. And we also had a panel on strengthening of the forensic investigation. What are the key issues, including the journey from crime scene to courtroom? What are the obstacles that we're identifying, and how do we strengthen and fill all the kind of gaps? So these 5 panel discussions. Apart from that, we have received an overwhelming response. Around 600 abstracts that we have received for this conference. From among the 600, we could only select handful of them for the presentation and also for the posters. And all abstracts are also being published in the proceedings. As we have seen in the inauguration, we have a specialized booklet created especially for the judicial officers and the prosecutors, because at the end of the day, when we really want to enhance the role of forensic science to increase the conviction rate, what we really need is a literacy of the forensic science among the prosecutors and judicial officers. So for that, Honorable Union Home Minister has also unfurled a specialized book. We call it Unfolding Forensics, a Judicial Primer. Apart from that, we had 15 technical presentations from specialized field. The experts from different fields have made the presentation, and that really enlightened the audience about the latest trend and the latest technology available for the investigation and crime detection. And I'm very pleased to inform Honorable Chief Guest, sir, that we had an overwhelming response, around 1,300 delegates who have witnessed this 2-day event. And prior to that, we also had a forensic hackathon in 4 major areas: biological sciences, chemical sciences, electronics, and forensic psychology. And from amongst this forensic hackathon, we had declared winners, and each winner was awarded a prize of worth ₹2 lakhs, and the runner-up 1 lakh. Now these, the winners, their ideas are further to be mentored and nurtured through a specialized team constituted for this purpose, so that the proof of concept can be further materialized in some kind of a product, and we can get into some kind of a technology transfer with these ideas. So this is the snapshot of the 2-day event. We are indeed grateful to Honorable Shri Bandi Sanjay Kumarji for his gracious presence, and we are equally grateful to a special delegates from Turkey, from Uzbekistan, from Uganda, and from Guyana for their gracious presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We proceed towards the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, which is basically a formal agreement between 2 or more parties, often an expression of intent to collaborate on a specific project or initiative. An MOU typically serves as a foundational document that sets the tone for the future collaboration, dealing how each party intends to engage in the project, the resources to be shared, and the expectations for success. Most importantly, MOUs are between academic institutions and can often lead to innovation by bridging together the diverse perspectives and research methodologies. The MOUs which are taking, they are on the gracious presence of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, and may I invite Professor Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am on the dais. The first MOU we are delighted to announce the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding between the National Forensic Sciences University and the Criminology Research Institute of the Republic of Uzbekistan, represented by the head of the institute, Professor Bakhtiyar. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, and Honorable Minister, sir, this MOU marks the beginning of an exciting collaboration and is aimed at advancing research and education in forensic science and criminology. We congratulate both the institutions. The next MOU we are going to announce, it is an exchange of MOU between National Forensic Sciences University and College of Education, National Chung Chang University, Taiwan. To represent NCCU, we have Professor Min Chi Jailin, and we have Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, ma'am. This partnership aims to promote collaboration in the field of forensic education, research, and technology. We again congratulate both the institutes. The next MOU, National Forensic Sciences University is going to sign with KR Mangalam University, Gurugram, Haryana, represented by the Registrar, Dr. Rahul Sharma. May I also call upon stage Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, Campus Director, NFSU Delhi, to exchange the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. We heartily congratulate both the institutions. Last but not the least, we have exchange of MOU between NFSU and Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers. May I call upon stage Mrs. Juni, President, IETE, and Professor Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Campus Director, Goa, for the exchange of MOU in the honorable presence of Honorable Minister and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir. Thank you, sir. We heartily congratulate both the institutions to collaborate for academics and research. Moving on to the next, there was a time when the inception of Aifss sounded like a dream for all of us, let alone its implementation. Today, we are here at the closing ceremony of All India Forensic Science Summit, and though we are living in this moment, it is still nothing less like a dream. I feel immense pride in stating that we received more than 520 abstracts, which were meticulously evaluated, out of which 135 were selected for oral presentation and 175 were selected for e-poster presentation. Throughout the duration of the summit, more than 100 paper presentations were made, and I feel honored to hereby announce the Best Paper Presentation Award in each category. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please guess who are they? Put a big round of applause, clap loudly. For the first award goes to Ms. Anushka Khan for the theme Integrating Advanced Techniques for New Criminal Laws. May I invite Honorable Minister, sir, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, to do the honors. Miss Anushka. Ladies and gentlemen, there were basically 4 themes and there were a number of participants. They have given the best, and judges also had a tough time to decide as to who could be the winner. And yes, we have the winner over here, Ms. Anushka Khan, for the theme, Integrating Advanced Techniques for the New Criminal Laws. The second award goes to Ms. Athira Raj. Ms. Athira Raj.
Delegation will present a software to the minister.
You just write it. Ms. Athira Raj for the category of Strengthening the Legal Framework for Forensic Evidence. The next award in the Forensic Science Courtroom, the category Forensic Science in the Courtroom, goes to Ms. Ansari Yasmin Bano. Ms. Ansari Yasmin Bano. Ms. Ansari Yasmin Bano, are you there? You can please raise your hand if you're there. Ms. Ansari Yasmin Bano. Okay, I think she is not available over here. We'll move on to the next category. The next category of award is in Building Indigenous Infrastructure, Making in India Award. It goes to Ms. Varnika Mehta. Ms. Varnika Mehta. Ms. Varnika Mehta. Ms. Varnika Mehta has got the Best Paper Presentation Award in the category of Building Indigenous Infrastructure, that is Make in India, a very important concept for India. The next Best Paper Award goes to Dr. Ramakrishna Kumawat. Dr. Ramakrishna Kumawat. Are you there, Dr. Ramakrishna Kumawat? On behalf of Dr. Ramakrishna Kumawat, Dr. Vaishali will take the award. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Uzbek delegation want to present a souvenir to the minister soon after the speech. Uzbekistan. Minister speech? You sure?
Yes.
Just. Of course, you can do it.
President of Uzbekistan.
No, delegation of Uzbekistan on behalf of
From delegation of Uzbekistan, the delegation of Uzbekistan, they would like to felicitate Honorable Minister, sir, with memento. Delegation of Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. May I now request Honorable Shri Bandhi Sanjay Kumar sir for his valedictory speech. Sir, please.
अखिल भारतीय फोरेंसिक साइंस समिट 2025 में उपस्थित सम्मान्य डॉक्टर JM व्यास जी, वाइस चांसलर NFSU, डॉक्टर हिजिर असली शेख जी, प्रेसिडेंट काउंसिल ऑफ फोरेंसिक मेडिसिन, मिस्टर एंड्री इंशान अली, परमानेंट सेक्रेटरी होम गयाना, बडियाली यव इकोनोविच जी, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ क्रिमिनोलॉजी, रिपब्लिक ऑफ उज्बेकिस्तान, और देश विदेश से पधारे विद्वान अतिथिगण, फोरेंसिक्स विज्ञान के विशेषज्ञ, शिक्षाविद, न्यायपालिका के सदस्य, पुलिस बल के प्रतिनिधि और मेरे प्रिय युवा साथियों, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आज मुझे यह कहते हुए अत्यंत गर्व हो रहा है कि राष्ट्रीय फोरेंसिक्स विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के तत्वावधान में आयोजित अखिल भारतीय फोरेंसिक साइंस समिट में आप सभी के बीच मैं उपस्थित हूं। यह समिट हमारे नए आपराधिक कानूनों के प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन और आतंकवाद से निपटने में फोरेंसिक्स विज्ञान की मुख्य भूमिका को केंद्र में रखकर आयोजित किए जा रहे हैं। यह आयोजन हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्देशों और माननीय गृह मंत्री जी श्री अमित शाह जी के नेतृत्व में एक मजबूत और आधुनिक आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली की दिशा में एक मुख्य कदम है। साथियों, आज की दुनिया में अपराध और आतंकवाद के स्वरूप में तेजी से परिवर्तन हो रहा है। तकनीक के प्रयोग ने अपराधियों को और भी घातक बना दिया है। ऐसे में फोरेंसिक विज्ञान ही वह मजबूत आधारशिला है जिस पर निष्पक्ष और प्रभावी न्याय प्रणाली का निर्माण किया जा सकता है। इसके लिए जब आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे, तब वर्ष 2008 में नेशनल फोरेंसिक्स विश्वविद्यालय की आधारशिला रखी गई थी और 2009 में इसे शुरू किया गया है। वर्ष 2020 में यह विश्वविद्यालय का राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक पूर्ण प्रतिष्ठान बन गया। वर्तमान में विश्वविद्यालय के अंतर्गत 10 कैंपस कार्यरत है और अन्य 9 कैंपसेस को अनुमति प्राप्त हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा गृह मंत्री माननीय श्री अमित शाह जी के आलोचना पर हर राज्य में एक कैंपस की स्थापना के लिए अन्य राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों को पत्र भी भेजे गए हैं। अब तक 50,000 से अधिक अधिकारियों और संस्थानों को प्रशिक्षण प्रदान किया गया है। हर वर्ष लगभग 2000 छात्र NFSU में प्रवेश प्राप्त करते हैं। अब तक 10,000 से अधिक विद्यार्थियों को फोरेंसिक्स विशेषज्ञों के रूप में तैयार किया गया है। हम 260 राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर देशों के साथ समझौता कर चुके हैं और प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रम भी संचालित कर रहे हैं। आज राष्ट्रीय फोरेंसिक विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय और भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के तत्वावधान में आयोजित अखिल भारतीय फोरेंसिक साइंस समिट इसलिए भी विशेष महत्वपूर्ण रखता है क्योंकि इसमें हम नए आपराधिक कानूनों के अनुरूप फोरेंसिक साइंस के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं, नए मानकों और नई प्रक्रियाओं पर विचार कर रहे हैं। समिट का लक्ष्य है कि फोरेंसिक्स विज्ञान को और अधिक सक्षम बनाकर हम आतंकवाद जैसी गंभीर चुनौतियों का सामना प्रभावी ढंग से कर सके। मुझे यह बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि इस समिट में भारत और विदेशों से लगभग 1600 प्रतिभागी भाग ले रहे हैं। 4 थीम्स के अंतर्गत प्रस्तुत 682 शोध और समीक्षा लेखों में से 510 लेख प्रस्तुति के लिए स्वीकृत किए गए हैं, जो हमारे देश में अनुसंधान के प्रति बढ़ती प्रतिबद्धता का परिचायक है। साथ ही कई अग्रगण्य कंपनियों ने भी इस समिट में भाग लेकर अपने उत्पादों और टेक्नोलॉजीज का प्रदर्शन किया है। यह इस बात का प्रमाण है कि शिक्षण जगत, कानून प्रवर्तन एजेंसियों, फोरेंसिक समुदाय, न्यायपालिका और औद्योगिक क्षेत्र मिलकर न्याय प्रणाली को और सशक्त बनाने के लिए एकजुट हो रही है। यह समिट निम्न महत्वपूर्ण उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति का माध्यम बनेगा। नए आपराधिक कानूनों के तहत जांच प्रक्रियाओं का फोरेंसिक्स टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ समन्वय और आतंकवाद से जुड़े अपराधों की जांच हेतु एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी का विकास और संचालन और कानूनी कार्यवाहियों में आने वाली व्यवहारिक चुनौतियों का समाधान एवं दिशा निर्देश तैयार करना और वैज्ञानिक साक्ष्यों के माध्यम से सत्य और न्याय को सुदृढ़ करना और वैश्विक सहयोग का बढ़ावा देना, ताकि आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध एकीकृत और प्रभावी रणनीतियां तैयार की जा सकेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस समिट से निकले विचार विमर्श और अनुसंधान हमारे फोरेंसिक संस्थानों को सशक्त बनाएंगे, शोधकर्ताओं को नई दिशा देगा और न्याय व्यवस्था को और अधिक प्रभावी तथा उत्तरदायी बनाएंगे। अंत में मैं राष्ट्रीय फोरेंसिक्स विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय, गृह मंत्रालय और इस आयोजन में जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागियों को इस महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास के लिए बधाई देता हूं। मैं आशा करता हूं कि हम सब मिलकर एक न्यायपूर्ण, सुरक्षित और सशक्त भारत के निर्माण की दिशा में और तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
थैंक यू सर। माननीय, बहुत बहुत आभार है आपका। హృదయపూర్వక మేము మీకు థ్యాంక్స్ చేస్తున్నాము. Last but not the least, we come to the end of the session. I would request Professor Dr. Satish Kumar to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. As we are going to complete this 3 days mega event, let me render my sincere thanks to those who conceptualized, executed, blessed this mega event so that we could successfully complete it in the beautiful manner. First of all, on behalf of organization committee, let me put my sincere thanks to Sri Bandi Sanjay Kumar ji, Honorable Minister of State for Home Affairs, Government of India, for accepting our invitation and grace this occasion and grace this validation ceremony so that we are going with the beautiful memories. Thank you, sir. Next, my sincere thanks to Mr. Andre Izan Ali, Permanent Secretary Home, Guyana, Dr. Hizir Asilusik, President Council of Forensic Medicine, Sri Bardelvis Bakhtiar Ikhanovich, Research Institute of Criminology of Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Kefal Kathiou, Directorate of Government of Analytical Lab, Republic of Uganda, for gracing this occasion and for their valuable presence. We could sensitize ourselves and came to know with the new things which are going to translate in our future endeavor. My special thanks to all my campus directors of the different NFU campuses, my executive registrar, my faculty member all across the campuses, my students, participants, all the person or all the participants who came all the way from the different part of India and across the world to make this event successful event. I must thanks especially to the media person who in the whole the 2 and 3 days, they came here and gave the beautiful coverage all across their media so that society should know and they came to know what NFSU is doing. My special thanks to all those persons of the allied and technical staff of the Vigyan Bhavan, of the NFSU Delhi campus, and all those, if I'm forgetting, please pardon me. We are thankful, we are bottom of the heart, thankful for your all support and suggestions. From the core of my heart, my last but not and the profound thanks to my Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vyas sir, who is the torch bearer, whose motivation, whose support, and whose encouragement motivated us to complete this event in the most beautiful manner. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So at last, I thank all of you. Thank you very much.
We will all rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. We thank you all.